The Baron of GROGZWIG by Charles Dickens. The Baron von Koldwithout of GROGZWIG in Germany was as likely a young baron as you would wish to see. I needn't say that he lived in a castle, because that's of course. Neither need I say that he lived in an old castle, for what German baron ever lived in a new one? There were many strange circumstances connected with this venerable building, among which not the least startling and mysterious were that when the wind blew, it rumbled in the chimneys, or even howled among the trees in the neighbouring forest, and that when the moon shone, she found her way through certain small loopholes in the wall, and actually made some parts of the wide halls and galleries quite light, while she left others in gloomy shadow. I believe that one of the Baron's ancestors, being short of money, had inserted a dagger in a gentleman who called one night to ask his way, and it was supposed that these miraculous occurrences took place in consequence. And yet I hardly know how that could have been either, because the Baron's ancestor, who was an amiable man, felt very sorry afterwards for having been so rash, and laying violent hands upon a quantity of stone and timber which belonged to a weaker baron, built a chapel as an apology, and so took a receipt from heaven in full of all demands. Talking of the Baron's ancestor puts me in mind of the Baron's great claims to respect on the score of his pedigree. I am afraid to say, I am sure, how many ancestors the Baron had, but I know that he had a great many more than any other man of his time, and I only wish that he had lived in these latter days, that he might have done more. It is a very hard thing upon the great men of past centuries, that they should have come into the world so soon, because a man who was born 300 or 400 years ago cannot reasonably be expected to have had as many relations before him as a man who is born now. The last man, whoever he is, and he may be a cobbler or some low vulgar dog for aught we know, will have a longer pedigree than the greatest nobleman now alive, and I contend that this is not fair. Well, but the Baron von Koldwithout of GROGZWIG. He was a fine, swarthy fellow, with dark hair and large moustaches, who rode a-hunting in clothes of Lincoln green, with russet boots on his feet, and a bugle slung over his shoulder like the guard of a long stage. When he blew his bugle, 24 other gentlemen of inferior rank, in Lincoln green a little coarser, and russet boots with a little thicker soles, turned out directly. And away galloped the whole train, with spears in their hands like lacquered area railings, to hunt down the boars, or perhaps encounter a bear, in which latter case the Baron killed him first, and greased his whiskers with him afterwards. This was a merry life for the Baron of GROGZWIG, and a merrier still for the Baron's retainers, who drank Rhine wine every night till they fell under the table, and then had the bottles on the floor, and called for pipes. Never were such jolly, roistering, rollicking, merry-making blades as the jovial crew of GROGZWIG. But the pleasures of the table, or the pleasures of under the table, require a little variety, especially when the same 25 people sit daily down to the same board to discuss the same subjects and tell the same stories. The Baron grew weary and wanted excitement. He took to quarrelling with his gentlemen and tried kicking 2 or 3 of them every day after dinner. This was a pleasant change at first, but it became monotonous after a week or so, and the Baron felt quite out of sorts, and cast about in despair for some new amusement. One night, after a day's sport in which he had outdone Nimrod or Gillingwater, and slaughtered another fine bear, and brought him home in triumph, the Baron von Koldewithout sat moodily at the head of his table, eyeing the smoky roof of the hall with a discontented aspect. He swallowed huge bumpers of wine, but the more he swallowed, the more he frowned. The gentleman, who had been honoured with the dangerous distinction of sitting on his right and left, imitated him to a miracle in the drinking, and frowned at each other. "I will," cried the Baron suddenly, smiting the table with his right hand and twirling his moustache with the left. "Fill to the Lady of GROGZWIG." The 24 Lincoln Greens turned pale, with the exception of their 24 noses, which were unchangeable. "I said, to the Lady of GROGZWIG," repeated the Baron, looking round the board. "To the Lady of GROGZWIG," shouted the Lincoln Greens, and down their 24 throats went 24 imperial pints of such rare old hock that they smacked their 48 lips and winked again. "The fair daughter of the Baron von Swillenhausen," said Koldewithout, condescending to explain. "We will demand her in marriage of her father, ere the sun goes down tomorrow. If he refuse our suit, we will cut off his nose." A hoarse murmur arose from the company. Every man touched first the hilt of his sword and then the tip of his nose with appalling significance. What a pleasant thing filial piety is to contemplate! If the daughter of the Baron von Swillenhausen had pleaded a preoccupied heart, or fallen at her father's feet and corned them in salt tears, or only fainted away and complimented the old gentleman in frantic ejaculations, the odds are 100 to 1, but Swillenhausen's castle would have been turned out at window, or rather, the Baron turned out at window, and the castle demolished. The damsel held her peace, however, when an early messenger bore the request of von Koldewithout next morning, and modestly retired to her chamber, from the casement of which she watched the coming of the suitor and his retinue. She was no sooner assured that the horseman with the large moustaches was her proffered husband, than she hastened to her father's presence and expressed her readiness to sacrifice herself to secure his peace. The venerable Baron caught his child to his arms and shed a wink of joy. There was great feasting at the castle that day. The 24 Lincoln Greens of von Koldewithout exchanged vows of eternal friendship with 12 Lincoln Greens of von Swillenhausen, and promised the old Baron that they would drink his wine till all was blue, meaning probably until their whole countenances had acquired the same tint as their noses. Everybody slapped everybody else's back when the time for parting came, and the Baron von Koldewithout and his followers rode gaily home. For 6 mortal weeks the bears and boars had a holiday. The houses of Koldewithout and Swillenhausen were united. The spears rusted, and the Baron's bugle grew hoarse for lack of blowing. Those were great times for the 24, but alas, their high and palmy days had taken boots to themselves, and were already walking off. "My dear," said the Baroness. "My love," said the Baron. "Those coarse, noisy men." "Which, ma'am?" said the Baron, starting. The Baroness pointed from the window at which they stood to the courtyard beneath, where the unconscious Lincoln Greens were taking a copious stirrup cup preparatory to issuing forth after a boar or two. "My hunting train, ma'am," said the Baron. "Disband them, love," murmured the Baroness. "Disband them?" cried the Baron in amazement. "To please me, love," replied the Baroness. "To please the devil, ma'am," answered the Baron. Whereupon the Baroness uttered a great cry and swooned away at the Baron's feet. What could the Baron do? He called for the lady's maid and roared for the doctor, and then, rushing into the yard, kicked the 2 Lincoln Greens who were the most used to it, and cursing the others all round, bade them go, but never mind where. I don't know the German for it, or I would put it delicately that way. It is not for me to say by what means or by what degrees some wives manage to keep down some husbands as they do, although I may have my private opinion on the subject, and may think that no member of Parliament ought to be married, inasmuch as 3 married members out of every 4 must vote according to their wives' consciences, if there be such things, and not according to their own. All I need say, just now, is that the Baroness von Kuldwithout somehow or other acquired great control over the Baron von Kuldwithout, and that little by little, and bit by bit, and day by day, and year by year, the Baron got the worst of some disputed question, or was slyly unhorsed from some old hobby, and that by the time he was a fat, hearty fellow of 48 or thereabouts, he had no feasting, no revelry, no hunting train, and no hunting. Nothing, in short, that he liked or used to have, and that, although he was as fierce as a lion and as bold as brass, he was decidedly snubbed and put down by his own lady in his own castle of GROGZWIG. Nor was this the whole extent of the Baron's misfortunes. About a year after his nuptials, there came into the world a lusty young Baron, in whose honour a great many fireworks were let off, and a great many dozens of bottles drunk. But next year there came a young Baroness, and next year another young Baron, and so on, every year, either a Baron or Baroness, and one year both together, until the Baron found himself the father of a small family of 12. Upon every one of these anniversaries, the venerable Baroness von Swillenhausen was nervously sensitive for the well-being of her child, the Baroness von Kuldwithout, and although it was not found that the good lady ever did anything material towards contributing to her child's recovery, still she made it a point of duty to be as nervous as possible at the castle of GROGZWIG, and to divide her time between moral observations on the Baron's housekeeping and bewailing the hard lot of her unhappy daughter. And if the Baron of GROGZWIG, a little hurt and irritated at this, took heart and ventured to suggest that his wife was at least no worse off than the wives of other barons, the Baroness von Swillenhausen begged all persons to take notice that nobody but she sympathized with her dear daughter's sufferings. Upon which her relations and friends remarked that to be sure she did cry a great deal more than her son-in-law, and that, if there were a hard-hearted brute alive, it was that Baron of GROGZWIG. The poor Baron bore it all as long as he could, and when he could bear it no longer, lost his appetite and his spirits, and sat himself gloomily and dejectedly down. But there were worse troubles yet in store for him, and as they came on, his melancholy and sadness increased. Times changed. He got into debt. The GROGZWIG coffers ran low, though the Swillenhausen family had looked upon them as inexhaustible, and just when the Baroness was on the point of making a 13th addition to the family pedigree, von Kuldwithout discovered that he had no means of replenishing them. "I don't see what is to be done," said the Baron. "I think I'll kill myself." This was a bright idea. The Baron took an old hunting knife from a cupboard hard by, and having sharpened it on his boot, made what boys call an offer at his throat. "H'm," said the Baron, stopping short. "Perhaps it's not sharp enough." The Baron sharpened it again, and made another offer, when his hand was arrested by a loud screaming among the young barons and baronesses, who had a nursery in an upstairs tower, with iron bars outside the windows to prevent their tumbling out into the moat. "If I had been a bachelor," said the Baron, sighing, "I might have done it 50 times over without being interrupted. Hello! Put a flask of wine and the largest pipe in the little vaulted room behind the hall." One of the domestics, in a very kind manner, executed the Baron's order in the course of half an hour or so, and von Kohlwithout, being apprised thereof, strode to the vaulted room, the walls of which, being of dark shining wood, gleamed in the light of the blazing logs which were piled upon the hearth. The bottle and pipe were ready, and upon the whole the place looked very comfortable. "Leave the lamp," said the Baron. "Anything else, my lord?" inquired the domestic. "The room," replied the Baron. The domestic obeyed, and the Baron locked the door. "I'll smoke a last pipe," said the Baron, "and then I'll be off." So putting the knife upon the table till he wanted it, and tossing off a goodly measure of wine, the Lord of Grogzwig threw himself back in his chair, stretched his legs out before the fire, and puffed away. He thought about a great many things, about his present troubles and past days of bachelorship, and about the Lincoln Greens, long since dispersed up and down the country, no one knew whither, with the exception of 2 who had been unfortunately beheaded, and 4 who had killed themselves with drinking. His mind was running upon bears and boars, when in the process of draining his glass to the bottom, he raised his eyes, and saw, for the first time and with unbounded astonishment, that he was not alone. No, he was not. For on the opposite side of the fire there sat, with folded arms, a wrinkled, hideous figure, with deeply sunk and bloodshot eyes, and an immensely long, cadaverous face, shadowed by jagged and matted locks of coarse black hair. He wore a kind of tunic of a dull bluish colour, which the Baron observed, on regarding it attentively, was clasped or ornamented down the front with coffin handles. His legs, too, were encased in coffin plates, as though in armour, and over his left shoulder he wore a short dusky cloak, which seemed made of a remnant of some pall. He took no notice of the Baron, and was intently eyeing the fire. "Hullo!" said the Baron, stamping his foot to attract attention. "Hullo!" replied the stranger, moving his eyes towards the Baron, but not his face, or himself. "What now?" "What now?" replied the Baron, nothing daunted by his hollow voice and lustreless eyes. "I should ask that question. How did you get here?" "Through the door," replied the figure. "What are you?" says the Baron. "A man," replied the figure. "I don't believe it," says the Baron. "Disbelieve it, then," says the figure. "I will," replied the Baron. The figure looked at the bold Baron of Grogzwig for some time, and then said, familiarly, "There's no coming over you, I see. I am not a man." "What are you, then?" asked the Baron. "A genius," replied the figure. "You don't look much like one," returned the Baron scornfully. "I am the genius of despair and suicide," said the apparition. "Now you know me." With these words the apparition turned towards the Baron as if composing himself for a talk, and what was very remarkable was that he threw his cloak aside, and displaying a stake which was run through the centre of his body, pulled it out with a jerk, and laid it on the table as composedly as if it had been a walking stick. "Now," said the figure, glancing at the hunting knife, "are you ready for me?" "Not quite," rejoined the Baron. "I must finish this pipe first." "Look sharp, then," said the figure. "You seem in a hurry," said the Baron. "Why, yes, I am," answered the figure. "They're doing a pretty brisk business in my way over in England and France just now, and my time is a good deal taken up." "Do you drink?" said the Baron, touching the bottle with the bowl of his pipe. "9 times out of 10, and then very hard," rejoined the figure dryly. "Never in moderation?" asked the Baron. "Never," replied the figure with a shudder. "That breeds cheerfulness." The Baron took another look at his new friend, whom he thought an uncommonly queer customer, and at length inquired whether he took any active part in such little proceedings as that which he had in contemplation. "No," replied the figure evasively, "but I am always present." "Just to see fair play, I suppose," said the Baron. "Just that," replied the figure, playing with his stake and examining the ferrule. "Be as quick as you can, will you? For there's a young gentleman who is afflicted with too much money and leisure wanting me now, I find." "Going to kill himself because he has too much money?" exclaimed the Baron, quite tickled. "Ha, ha, ha! That's a good one." This was the first time the Baron had laughed for many a long day. "I say," expostulated the figure, looking very much scared, "don't do that again." "Why not?" demanded the Baron. "Because it gives me pain all over," replied the figure. "Sigh as much as you please, that does me good." The Baron sighed mechanically at the mention of the word. The figure, brightening up again, handed him the hunting knife with most winning politeness. "It's not a bad idea, though," said the Baron, feeling the edge of the weapon. "A man killing himself because he has too much money." "Pooh," said the apparition petulantly. "No better than a man's killing himself because he has none or little." Whether the genius unintentionally committed himself in saying this, or whether he thought the Baron's mind was so thoroughly made up that it didn't matter what he said, I have no means of knowing. I only know that the Baron stopped his hand all of a sudden, opened his eyes wide, and looked as if quite a new light had come upon him for the first time. "Why, certainly," said von Colt without. "Nothing is too bad to be retrieved." "Except empty coffers," cried the genius. "Well, but they may be one day filled again," said the Baron. "Scolding wives," snarled the genius. "Oh, they may be made quiet," said the Baron. 13 children," shouted the genius. "Can't all go wrong, surely," said the Baron. The genius was evidently growing very savage with the Baron for holding these opinions all at once, but he tried to laugh it off, and said if he would let him know when he had left off joking, he should feel obliged to him. "But I am not joking. I was never farther from it," remonstrated the Baron. "Well, I'm glad to hear that," said the genius, looking very grim, "because a joke, without any figure of speech, is the death of me. Come, quit this dreary world at once." "I don't know," said the Baron, playing with the knife. "It's a dreary one, certainly, but I don't think yours is much better, for you have not the appearance of being particularly comfortable. That puts me in mind. What security have I that I shall be any the better for going out of the world after all?" he cried, starting up. "I never thought of that." "Dispatch!" cried the figure, gnashing his teeth. "Keep off," said the Baron. "I'll brood over miseries no longer, but put a good face on the matter and try the fresh air and the bears again. And if that don't do it, I'll talk to the Baroness soundly and cut the von Swillenhausens dead." With this, the Baron fell into his chair and laughed so loud and boisterously that the room rang with it. The figure fell back a pace or two, regarding the Baron meanwhile with a look of intense terror, and when he had ceased, caught up the stake, plunged it violently into his body, uttered a frightful howl, and disappeared. Von Koeldwethout never saw it again. Having once made up his mind to action, he soon brought the Baroness and the von Swillenhausens to reason, and died many years afterwards. Not a rich man that I am aware of, but certainly a happy one, leaving behind him a numerous family who had been carefully educated in bear and boar hunting under his own personal eye. And my advice to all men is, that if ever they become hipped and melancholy from similar causes, as very many men do, they look at both sides of the question, applying a magnifying glass to the best one, and if they still feel tempted to retire without leave, that they smoke a large pipe and drink a full bottle first, and profit by the laudable example of the Baron of GROGZWIG. The Queer Chair, The Bagman Story, by Charles Dickens. One winter's evening, about 5 o'clock, just as it began to grow dusk, a man in a gig might have been seen urging his tired horse along the road which leads across Marlborough Downs in the direction of Bristol. I say he might have been seen, and I have no doubt he would have been, if anybody but a blind man had happened to pass that way. But the weather was so bad, and the night so cold and wet, that nothing was out but the water, and so the traveller jogged along in the middle of the road, lonesome and dreary enough. If any bagman of that day could have caught sight of the little neck-or-nothing sort of gig, with a clay-coloured body and red wheels, and the vixenish, ill-tempered, fast-going bay mare that looked like a cross between a butcher's horse and a twopenny post-office pony, he would have known at once that this traveller could have been no other than Tom Smart, of the great house of Bilson and Slum, Cateaton Street, City. However, as there was no bagman to look on, nobody knew anything at all about the matter, and so Tom Smart and his clay-coloured gig with the red wheels, and the vixenish mare with the fast pace, went on together, keeping the secret among them, and nobody was a bit the wiser. There are many pleasanter places, even in this dreary world, than Marlborough Downs when it blows hard, and if you throw in beside a gloomy winter's evening, a miry and sloppy road, and a pelting fall of heavy rain, and try the effect, by way of experiment, in your own proper person, you will experience the full force of this observation. The wind blew, not up the road or down it, though that's bad enough, but sheer across it, sending the rain slanting down like the lines they used to rule in the copybooks at school to make the boys slope well. For a moment it would die away, and the traveller would begin to delude himself into the belief that, exhausted with its previous fury, it had quietly lain itself down to rest, when, whoo, he would hear it growling and whistling in the distance, and on it would come rushing over the hilltops and sweeping along the plain, gathering sound and strength as it drew nearer, until it dashed with a heavy gust against horse and man, driving the sharp rain into their ears and its cold damp breath into their very bones, and past them it would scour far, far away with a stunning roar, as if in ridicule of their weakness, and triumphant in the consciousness of its own strength and power. The bay mare splashed away through the mud and water with drooping ears, now and then tossing her head as if to express her disgust at this very ungentlemanly behaviour of the elements, but keeping a good pace notwithstanding, until a gust of wind, more furious than any that had yet assailed them, caused her to stop suddenly and plant her 4 feet firmly against the ground to prevent her being blown over. It's a special mercy that she did this, for if she had been blown over, the vixenish mare was so light, and the gig so light, and Tom Smart such a light weight into the bargain, that they must infallibly have all gone rolling over and over together until they reached the confines of earth, or until the wind fell. And in either case, the probability is that neither the vixenish mare, nor the clay-coloured gig with the red wheels, nor Tom Smart would ever have been fit for service again. "Well, damn my straps and whiskers," says Tom Smart. Tom sometimes had an unpleasant knack of swearing. "Damn my straps and whiskers," says Tom. "If this ain't pleasant, blow me." You'll very likely ask me why, as Tom Smart had been pretty well blown already, he expressed this wish to be submitted to the same process again. I can't say. All I know is that Tom Smart said so, or at least he always told my uncle he said so, and it's just the same thing. "Blow me," says Tom Smart, and the mare neighed as if she were precisely of the same opinion. "Cheer up, old girl," said Tom, patting the bay mare on the neck with the end of his whip. "It won't do pushing on such a night as this. The first house we come to we'll put up at, so the faster you go, the sooner it's over. So-ho, old girl, gently, gently." Whether the vixenish mare was sufficiently well acquainted with the tones of Tom's voice to comprehend his meaning, or whether she found it colder standing still than moving on, of course I can't say. But I can say that Tom had no sooner finished speaking than she pricked up her ears and started forward at a speed which made the clay-coloured gig rattle, till you would have supposed every one of the red spokes were going to fly out on the turf of Marlborough Downs. And even Tom, whip as he was, couldn't stop or check her pace, until she drew up, of her own accord, before a roadside inn on the right-hand side of the way, about 1/2 of a mile from the end of the downs. Tom cast a hasty glance at the upper part of the house as he threw the reins to the hostler and stuck the whip in the box. It was a strange old place, built of a kind of shingle, inlaid, as it were, with cross-beams, with gable-topped windows projecting completely over the pathway, and a low door with a dark porch, and a couple of steep steps leading down into the house, instead of the modern fashion of 6 shallow ones leading up to it. It was a comfortable-looking place, though, for there was a strong, cheerful light in the bar window, which shed a bright ray across the road, and even lighted up the hedge on the other side. And there was a red flickering light in the opposite window, one moment but faintly discernible, and the next gleaming strongly through the drawn curtains, which intimated that a rousing fire was blazing within. Marking these little evidences with the eye of an experienced traveller, Tom dismounted with as much agility as his half-frozen limbs would permit, and entered the house. In less than 5 minutes' time, Tom was ensconced in the room opposite the bar, the very room where he had imagined the fire blazing, before a substantial, matter-of-fact, roaring fire, composed of something short of a bushel of coals, and wood enough to make 6 decent gooseberry bushes, piled halfway up the chimney, and roaring and crackling with a sound that of itself would have warmed the heart of any reasonable man. This was comfortable. But this was not all, for a smartly dressed girl with a bright eye and a neat ankle was laying a very clean white cloth on the table. And as Tom sat, with his slippered feet on the fender and his back to the open door, he saw a charming prospect of the bar reflected in the glass over the chimney-piece, with delightful rows of green bottles and gold labels, together with jars of pickles and preserves and cheeses and boiled hams, and rounds of beef arranged on shelves in the most tempting and delicious array. Well, this was comfortable too. But even this was not all, for in the bar, seated at tea at the nicest possible little table, drawn close up before the brightest possible little fire, was a buxom widow of somewhere about 48 or thereabouts, with a face as comfortable as the bar, who was evidently the landlady of the house, and the supreme ruler over all these agreeable possessions. There was only one drawback to the beauty of the whole picture, and that was a tall man, a very tall man, in a brown coat and bright basket buttons, and black whiskers and wavy black hair, who was seated at tea with the widow, and who, it required no great penetration to discover, was in a fair way of persuading her to be a widow no longer, but to confer upon him the privilege of sitting down in that bar for and during the whole remainder of the term of his natural life. Tom Smart was by no means of an irritable or envious disposition, but somehow or other the tall man with the brown coat and the bright basket buttons did rouse what little gall he had in his composition, and did make him feel extremely indignant, the more especially as he could now and then observe, from his seat before the glass, certain little affectionate familiarities passing between the tall man and the widow, which sufficiently denoted that the tall man was as high in favour as he was in size. Tom was fond of hot punch. I may venture to say he was very fond of hot punch. And after he had seen the vixenish mare well fed and well littered down, and had eaten every bit of the nice little hot dinner which the widow tossed up for him with her own hands, he just ordered a tumbler of it, by way of experiment. Now, if there was one thing in the whole range of domestic art which the widow could manufacture better than another, it was this identical article. And the first tumbler was adapted to Tom Smart's taste with such peculiar nicety that he ordered a second, with the least possible delay. Hot punch is a pleasant thing, gentlemen, an extremely pleasant thing under any circumstances, but in that snug old parlour, before the roaring fire, with the wind blowing outside till every timber in the old house creaked again, Tom Smart found it perfectly delightful. He ordered another tumbler, and then another. I'm not quite certain whether he didn't order another after that, but the more he drank of the hot punch, the more he thought of the tall man. "Confound his impudence," said Tom to himself. "What business has he in that snug bar? Such an ugly villain, too," said Tom. "If the widow had any taste, she might surely pick up some better fellow than that." Here Tom's eye wandered from the glass on the chimney-piece to the glass on the table, and as he felt himself become gradually sentimental, he emptied the fourth tumbler of punch and ordered a fifth. Tom Smart, gentlemen, had always been very much attached to the public line. It had long been his ambition to stand in a bar of his own, in a green coat, knee cords and tops. He had a great notion of taking the chair at convivial dinners, and he'd often thought how well he could preside in a room of his own, in the talking way, and what a capital example he could set to his customers in the drinking compartment. All these things passed rapidly through Tom's mind as he sat drinking the hot punch by the roaring fire, and he felt very justly and properly indignant that the tall man should be in a fair way of keeping such an excellent house, while he, Tom Smart, was as far from it as ever. So after deliberating over the last 2 tumblers, whether he hadn't a perfect right to pick a quarrel with the tall man for having contrived to get into the good graces of the buxom widow, Tom Smart at last arrived at the satisfactory conclusion that he was a very ill-used and persecuted individual, and had better go to bed. Up a wide and ancient staircase, the smart girl preceded Tom, shading the chamber candle with her hand to protect it from the currents of air, which in such a rambling old place might have found plenty of room to disport themselves in without blowing the candle out, but which did blow it out nevertheless, thus affording Tom's enemies an opportunity of asserting that it was he and not the wind who extinguished the candle, and that while he pretended to be blowing it alight again, he was in fact kissing the girl. Be this as it may, another light was obtained, and Tom was conducted through a maze of rooms and a labyrinth of passages to the apartment which had been prepared for his reception, where the girl bade him good night and left him alone. It was a good, large room with big closets, and a bed which might have served for a whole boarding school, to say nothing of a couple of oaken presses that would have held the baggage of a small army. But what struck Tom's fancy most was a strange, grim-looking, high-backed chair, carved in the most fantastic manner, with a flowered damask cushion, and the round knobs at the bottom of the legs carefully tied up in red cloth, as if it had got the gout in its toes. Of any other queer chair, Tom would only have thought it was a queer chair, and there would have been an end of the matter. But there was something about this particular chair, and yet he couldn't tell what it was, so odd, and so unlike any other piece of furniture he had ever seen, that it seemed to fascinate him. He sat down before the fire, and stared at the old chair for half an hour. Deuce take the chair, it was such a strange old thing. He couldn't take his eyes off it. "Well," said Tom, slowly undressing himself and staring at the old chair all the while, which stood with a mysterious aspect by the bedside, "I never saw such a rum concern as that in all my days." "Very odd," said Tom, who had got rather sage with the hot punch. "Very odd." Tom shook his head with an air of profound wisdom, and looked at the chair again. He couldn't make anything of it, though, so he got into bed, covered himself up warm, and fell asleep. In about half an hour, Tom woke up, with a start, from a confused dream of tall men and tumblers of punch, and the first object that presented itself to his waking imagination was the queer chair. "I won't look at it any more," said Tom to himself, and he squeezed his eyelids together and tried to persuade himself he was going to sleep again. No use. Nothing but queer chairs danced before his eyes, kicking up their legs, jumping over each other's backs and playing all kinds of antics. "I may as well see one real chair as 2 or 3 complete sets of false ones," said Tom, bringing out his head from under the bedclothes. There it was, plainly discernible by the light of the fire, looking as provoking as ever. Tom gazed at the chair, and suddenly, as he looked at it, a most extraordinary change seemed to come over it. The carving of the back gradually assumed the lineaments and expression of an old shriveled human face. The damask cushion became an antique flapped waistcoat. The round knobs grew into a couple of feet encased in red cloth slippers, and the old chair looked like a very ugly old man of the previous century, with his arms akimbo. Tom sat up in bed and rubbed his eyes to dispel the illusion. No, the chair was an ugly old gentleman. And what was more, he was winking at Tom Smart. Tom was naturally a headlong, careless sort of dog, and he had had 5 tumblers of hot punch into the bargain. So although he was a little startled at first, he began to grow rather indignant when he saw the old gentleman winking and leering at him with such an impudent air. At length he resolved he wouldn't stand it, and as the old face still kept winking away as fast as ever, Tom said in a very angry tone, "What the devil are you winking at me for?" "Because I like it, Tom Smart," said the chair, or the old gentleman, whichever you like to call him. He stopped winking, though, when Tom spoke, and began grinning like a superannuated monkey. "How do you know my name, old nutcracker face?" inquired Tom Smart, rather staggered, though he pretended to carry it off so well. "Come, come, Tom," said the old gentleman, "that's not the way to address solid Spanish mahogany. Damn me, you couldn't treat me with less respect if I was veneered." When the old gentleman said this, he looked so fierce that Tom began to be frightened. "I didn't mean to treat you with any disrespect, sir," said Tom, in a much humbler tone than he had spoken in at first. "Well, well," said the old fellow, "perhaps not. Perhaps not. Tom?" "Sir?" "I know everything about you, Tom. Everything. You're very poor, Tom." "I certainly am," said Tom Smart. "But how came you to know that?" "Never mind that," said the old gentleman. "You're much too fond of punch, Tom." Tom Smart was just on the point of protesting that he hadn't tasted a drop since his last birthday, but when his eye encountered that of the old gentleman, he looked so knowing that Tom blushed and was silent. "Tom," said the old gentleman, "the widow's a fine woman. Remarkably fine woman. Eh, Tom?" Here the old fellow screwed up his eyes, cocked up one of his wasted little legs, and looked altogether so unpleasantly amorous that Tom was quite disgusted with the levity of his behaviour, at his time of life too. "I am her guardian, Tom," said the old gentleman. "Are you?" inquired Tom Smart. "I knew her mother, Tom," said the old fellow, "and her grandmother. She was very fond of me, made me this waistcoat, Tom." "Did she?" said Tom Smart. "And these shoes," said the old fellow, lifting up one of the red cloth mufflers. "But don't mention it, Tom. I shouldn't like to have it known that she was so much attached to me. It might occasion some unpleasantness in the family." When the old rascal said this, he looked so extremely impertinent that, as Tom Smart afterwards declared, he could have sat upon him without remorse. "I've been a great favourite among the women in my time, Tom," said the profligate old debauchee. "Hundreds of fine women have sat in my lap for hours together. What do you think of that, you dog, eh?" The old gentleman was proceeding to recount some other exploits of his youth, when he was seized with such a violent fit of creaking that he was unable to proceed. "Just serves you right, old boy," thought Tom Smart, but he didn't say anything. "Ah," said the old fellow, "I am a good deal troubled with this now. I'm getting old, Tom, and have lost nearly all my rails. I've had an operation performed too, a small piece let into my back, and I found it a severe trial, Tom." "I dare say you did, sir," said Tom Smart. "However," said the old gentleman, "that's not the point, Tom. I want you to marry the widow." "Me, sir?" said Tom. You, said the old gentleman. Bless your reverend locks, said Tom. He had a few scattered horsehairs left. Bless your reverend locks, she wouldn't have me. And Tom sighed involuntarily as he thought of the bar. Wouldn't she? Said the old gentleman firmly. No, no, said Tom. There's somebody else in the wind. A tall man, a confoundedly tall man with black whiskers. Tom, said the old gentleman, she will never have him. Won't she? Said Tom. If you stood in the bar, old gentleman, you'd tell another story. Pooh, pooh, said the old gentleman. I know all about that. About what? Said Tom. The kissing behind the door, and all that sort of thing, Tom, said the old gentleman. And here he gave another impudent look, which made Tom very wroth, because, as you all know, gentlemen, to hear an old fellow, who ought to know better, talking about these things is very unpleasant, nothing more so. I know all about that, Tom, said the old gentleman. I have seen it done very often in my time, Tom, between more people than I should like to mention to you. But it never came to anything after all. You must have seen some queer things, said Tom with an inquisitive look. You may say that now, replied the old fellow with a very complicated wink. I am the last of my family, Tom, said the old gentleman with a melancholy sigh. Was it a large one? Inquired Tom Smart. There were 12 of us, Tom, said the old gentleman, fine, straight-backed, handsome fellows as you'd wish to see. None of your modern abortions, all with arms and with a degree of polish, though I say it that should not, which would have done your heart good to behold. And what's become of the others, sir? asked Tom Smart. The old gentleman applied his elbow to his eye as he replied, Gone, Tom, gone. We had hard service, Tom, and they hadn't all my constitution. They got rheumatic about the legs and arms, and went into kitchens and other hospitals, and one of 'em, with long service and hard usage, positively lost his senses. He got so crazy that he was obliged to be burnt. Shocking thing that, Tom. Dreadful, said Tom Smart. The old fellow paused for a few minutes, apparently struggling with his feelings of emotion, and then said, However, Tom, I am wandering from the point. This tall man, Tom, is a rascally adventurer. The moment he married the widow, he would sell off all the furniture and run away. What would be the consequence? She would be deserted and reduced to ruin, and I should catch my death of cold in some broker's shop. Yes, but— Don't interrupt me, said the old gentleman. Of you, Tom, I entertain a very different opinion, for I well know that if you once settled yourself in a public house, you would never leave it as long as there was anything to drink within its walls. I am very much obliged to you for your good opinion, sir, said Tom Smart. Therefore, resumed the old gentleman in a dictatorial tone, you shall have her, and he shall not. What is to prevent it? Said Tom Smart eagerly. This disclosure, replied the old gentleman. He is already married. How can I prove it? Said Tom, starting half out of bed. The old gentleman untucked his arm from his side, and having pointed to one of the oaken presses, immediately replaced it in its old position. He little thinks, said the old gentleman, that in the right-hand pocket of a pair of trousers in that press he has left a letter, entreating him to return to his disconsolate wife, with 6, mark me, Tom, 6 babes, and all of them small ones. As the old gentleman solemnly uttered these words, his features grew less and less distinct, and his figure more shadowy. A film came over Tom Smart's eyes. The old man seemed gradually blending into the chair, the damask waistcoat to resolve into a cushion, the red slippers to shrink into little red cloth bags. The light faded gently away, and Tom Smart fell back on his pillow and dropped asleep. Morning aroused Tom from the lethargic slumber into which he had fallen on the disappearance of the old man. He sat up in bed, and for some minutes vainly endeavoured to recall the events of the preceding night. Suddenly they rushed upon him. He looked at the chair. It was a fantastic, grim-looking piece of furniture, certainly, but it must have been a remarkably ingenious and lively imagination that could have discovered any resemblance between it and an old man. "How are you, old boy?" said Tom. He was bolder in the daylight. Most men are. The chair remained motionless and spoke not a word. "Miserable morning," said Tom. No, the chair would not be drawn into conversation. "Which press did you point to? Can you tell me that?" said Tom. "Devil a word, gentlemen," the chair would say. "It's not much trouble to open it anyhow," said Tom, getting out of bed very deliberately. He walked up to one of the presses. The key was in the lock. He turned it and opened the door. There was a pair of trousers there. He put his hand into the pocket and drew forth the identical letter the old gentleman had described. "Queer sort of thing, this," said Tom Smart, looking first at the chair, and then at the press, and then at the letter, and then at the chair again. "Very queer," said Tom. But as there was nothing in either to lessen the queerness, he thought he might as well dress himself and settle the tall man's business at once, just to put him out of his misery. Tom surveyed the rooms he passed through on his way downstairs with the scrutinizing eye of a landlord, thinking it not impossible that before long they and their contents would be his property. The tall man was standing in the snug little bar, with his hands behind him, quite at home. He grinned vacantly at Tom. A casual observer might have supposed he did it only to show his white teeth, but Tom Smart thought that a consciousness of triumph was passing through the place where the tall man's mind would have been if he had had any. Tom laughed in his face and summoned the landlady. "Good morning, ma'am," said Tom Smart, closing the door of the little parlour as the widow entered. "Good morning, sir," said the widow. "What will you take for breakfast, sir?" Tom was thinking how he should open the case, so he made no answer. "There's a very nice ham," said the widow, "and a beautiful cold larded fowl. Shall I send them in, sir?" These words roused Tom from his reflections. His admiration of the widow increased as she spoke. Thoughtful creature, comfortable provider. "Who is that gentleman in the bar, ma'am?" inquired Tom. "His name is Jenkins, sir," said the widow, slightly blushing. "He's a tall man," said Tom. "He's a very fine man," replied the widow, "and a very nice gentleman." "Ah," said Tom. "Is there anything more you want, sir?" inquired the widow, rather puzzled by Tom's manner. "Why, yes," said Tom. "My dear ma'am, will you have the kindness to sit down for one moment?" The widow looked much amazed, but she sat down, and Tom sat down too, close beside her. "I don't know how it happened, gentlemen. Indeed, my uncle used to tell me that Tom Smart said he didn't know how it happened either. But somehow or other, the palm of Tom's hand fell upon the back of the widow's hand and remained there while he spoke. "My dear ma'am," said Tom Smart. He had always a great notion of committing the amiable. My dear ma'am, you deserve a very excellent husband. You do indeed." "Lor, sir," said the widow, as well she might, Tom's mode of commencing the conversation being rather unusual, not to say startling. The fact of his never having set eyes upon her before the previous night being taken into consideration. "Lor, sir." "I scorn to flatter, my dear ma'am," said Tom Smart. "You deserve a very admirable husband, and whoever he is, he'll be a very lucky man." As Tom said this, his eye involuntarily wandered from the widow's face to the comforts around him. The widow looked more puzzled than ever, and made an effort to rise. Tom gently pressed her hand as if to detain her, and she kept her seat. Widows, gentlemen, are not usually timorous, as my uncle used to say. "I am sure I am very much obliged to you, sir, for your good opinion," said the buxom landlady, half laughing. "And if ever I marry again—" "If," said Tom Smart, looking very shrewdly out of the right-hand corner of his left eye, "if—" "Well," said the widow, laughing outright this time, "when I do, I hope I shall have as good a husband as you describe." "Jinkins, to wit," said Tom. "Lor, sir!" exclaimed the widow. "Oh, don't tell me," said Tom. "I know him." "I am sure nobody who knows him knows anything bad of him," said the widow, bridling up at the mysterious air with which Tom had spoken. Said Tom Smart. The widow began to think it was high time to cry, so she took out her handkerchief and inquired whether Tom wished to insult her, whether he thought it like a gentleman to take away the character of another gentleman behind his back. Why, if he had got anything to say, he didn't say it to the man, like a man, instead of terrifying a poor weak woman in that way, and so forth. "I'll say it to him fast enough," said Tom. "Only I want you to hear it first." "What is it?" inquired the widow, looking intently in Tom's countenance. "I'll astonish you," said Tom, putting his hand in his pocket. "If it is that he wants money," said the widow, "I know that already, and you needn't trouble yourself." "Pooh, nonsense, that's nothing," said Tom Smart. "I want money, 'tain't that." "Oh dear, what can it be?" exclaimed the poor widow. "Don't be frightened," said Tom Smart. He slowly drew forth the letter and unfolded it. "You won't scream?" said Tom doubtfully. "No, no," replied the widow. "Let me see it." "You won't go fainting away or any of that nonsense?" said Tom. "No, no," returned the widow hastily. "And don't run out and blow him up," said Tom, "because I'll do all that for you, and you had better not exert yourself." "Well, well," said the widow, "let me see it." "I will," replied Tom Smart, and with these words he placed the letter in the widow's hand. Gentlemen, I have heard my uncle say that Tom Smart said the widow's lamentations when she heard the disclosure would have pierced a heart of stone. Tom was certainly very tender-hearted, but they pierced his to the very core. The widow rocked herself to and fro and wrung her hands. "Oh, the deception and villainy of man!" said the widow. "Frightful, my dear ma'am, but compose yourself," said Tom Smart. "Oh, I can't compose myself," shrieked the widow. "I shall never find anyone else I can love so much." "Oh, yes, you will, my dear soul," said Tom Smart, letting fall a shower of the largest-sized tears in pity for the widow's misfortunes. Tom Smart, in the energy of his compassion, had put his arm round the widow's waist, and the widow, in a passion of grief, had clasped Tom's hand. She looked up in Tom's face and smiled through her tears. Tom looked down in hers and smiled through his. I never could find out, gentlemen, whether Tom did or did not kiss the widow at that particular moment. He used to tell my uncle he didn't, but I have my doubts about it. Between ourselves, gentlemen, I rather think he did. At all events, Tom kicked the very tall man out at the front door half an hour after, and married the widow a month after. And he used to drive about the country with the clay-coloured gig with red wheels and the vixenish mare with the fast pace, till he gave up business many years afterwards and went to France with his wife. And then the old house was pulled down. From the Pickwick Papers, Chapter 14, 1837. Talking Books, recorded at Ardis Studios, October 2005. Read by Cora MacDonald.
The Model Millionaire. Hughie Erskine was a good-looking man. Hughie Erskine was the best-looking gentleman in London. He had curly brown hair, grey eyes, and a handsome face. He also had many friends. However, Hughie Erskine did not have much money. His father had been an officer in the army. His father was dead. Now Hughie had his father's sword and a few books, but no money. Hughie Erskine had tried to do several jobs. He had worked for a tea merchant selling tea. He had worked for a wine merchant selling wine. But poor Hughie was not good at anything. Hughie was in love and wanted to get married. He loved Laura Merton, the daughter of an army officer. Laura loved Hughie, but her father did not want them to get married. "You're a fine young man," Colonel Merton said to Hughie, "but you have no money. My daughter cannot marry a man with no money. You may marry my daughter when you have £10,000. Hughie did not have £10,000. He did not have £10. His old aunt gave him £4 or £5 a week. Today he had only £1 in his pocket. Hughie was almost broke. Hughie had a friend called Alan Trevor. Alan was an artist who painted pictures of people. He was a good artist and quite famous. Many people wanted him to paint their portrait. People came to Alan's studio. Alan painted their portraits in the studio. Alan's pictures were very expensive. He only painted pictures for rich men. Hughie Erskine visited Alan Trevor in his studio. Alan was working on a painting. "What do you think of this?" asked Alan Trevor. "And what do you think of my model?" Hughie looked at the painting. It was a picture of an old beggar. Alan was painting a picture of a man who was standing in the corner of the studio. The model was an old man dressed in old, torn clothes. The old man's face was sad. With one hand he held out a hat. In the other hand he held a stick. "My model is wonderful," said Alan. "Have you ever seen such a wonderful beggar?" "Poor old man," said Hughie. "How sad he looks." "Of course," said Alan. "I don't want a beggar to look happy." "How much is a model paid for standing in your studio?" asked Hughie. "Not much," answered Alan. "Only a shilling an hour." "And how much money do you get when you sell a picture?" asked Hughie. "For this picture, I will get £2,000, said Alan. "You're a rich man. I think the model should get some of the money," said Hughie. "Nonsense, nonsense," said Alan. "It's difficult to be a painter. It's not difficult to be a beggar. Few people can paint pictures. Anyone can beg." "But many people want to be rich and famous painters," said Hughie. No one wants to be a poor beggar. You artists are very unkind. Alan Trevor laughed. I'm busy, he said. Sit down and stop talking. A servant came in. A gentleman is outside, sir. He wants you to paint his portrait. Can you speak to him, please? Don't go away, Alan said to Hughie. I'll be back in a moment. Alan left the room. The old beggar sat down on a chair and rested. His hat was still in his hand. The old man looked so sad that Hughie felt sorry for him. Hughie put his hand in his pocket. He had £1. It was the last of his money. Well, he needs the money more than I do, thought Hughie. Hughie went across the room and put the £1 in the old man's hat. The old man was very surprised. He looked at the money and smiled. Thank you, sir, he said. Thank you very much. Alan Trevor came back into the studio, and Hughie left. He went to see Laura and told her about the beggar. You gave all your money away, said Laura. That was very foolish. My father will never let me marry a foolish man. You are very foolish, but you are very kind, and I love you very much. That night, Hughie met Alan Trevor at a club. Alan was looking very pleased. I finished that picture, said Alan, and my model was very interested in you. He asked me lots of questions. Poor old man, said Hughie. I wish I could help him. What did he ask you about me? He wanted to know everything about you, said Alan. And what did you tell him? I told him everything, said Alan. I told him all about you. I told him about Laura. I told him about Laura's father. I told him you want to marry Laura but have no money. Alan, said Hughie angrily, you told him all about my private business? Don't be angry, said Alan. You don't know who I was painting the picture for. I was painting it for the Baron von Hausberg. He is one of the richest men in Europe. Baron von Hausberg was my model. The Baron dressed up as an old beggar. The Baron von Hausberg? Cried Hughie. You mean that old beggar was the Baron himself? Yes, said Alan. But I gave him £1, said Hughie. Now I feel foolish. You gave him £1? said Alan. That's the funniest thing I've ever heard. Alan Trevor could not stop laughing. Hughie Erskine walked home. He felt foolish. He had given his last £1 to a millionaire. Laura's father would hear about this. The Colonel would never let his daughter marry a fool. The next day, Hughie Erskine had a visitor. Hughie did not know the man. How can I help you? asked Hughie. I have come from the Baron von Hausberg, said the visitor. The Baron von Hausberg? Said Hughie Erskine. I did not know him when we met yesterday. I want to tell the Baron that I am sorry. I think I was rude to him. The visitor smiled. You were not rude to the Baron, he said. The Baron asked me to give you this. He gave Hughie an envelope. Hughie thanked him and looked at the envelope. These words were written on the envelope. A wedding present to Hugh Erskine and Laura Merton from an old beggar. Inside was a cheque for £10,000.
Lord Arthur Saviles' crime. I want you to meet my palmist, said Lady Windermere. What is a palmist? Asked Lord Arthur Savile. A palmist is a man who reads people's hands, said Lady Windermere. A palmist can tell you your future by looking at your hand. It is important for a young man to know what his future will be. "Oh, you mean that he's an ordinary fortune-teller," said Lord Arthur Savile. "No, no," said Lady Windermere quickly. "He is not a fortune-teller. A palmist is much cleverer than a fortune-teller. Also, palmists are more fashionable than fortune-tellers. Everyone in London wants to see a palmist. My palmist reads my hand every week." "Does he have a foreign name?" asked Lord Arthur. "No, he is English," Lady Windermere answered. "His name is Mr. Podgers." "Very well. Please introduce me to Mr. Podgers," said Lord Arthur. "But I do not want to know my future. I am happy with my life at the present time." They walked through a crowd of people. The room was full of ladies and gentlemen who were wearing fashionable and expensive clothes. They were all Lady Windermere's guests. This was Lady Windermere's spring reception. Lady Windermere's receptions were the most famous and fashionable parties in London. She had a reception every year, and invited all the most famous and fashionable people in the capital. There were several lords at the reception. 6 government ministers were talking to a German princess. The ministers smiled at Lady Windermere as she passed. There were diplomats from many countries. There were famous artists and musicians and doctors. There was a fashionable scientist who talked about politics and economics. There was a Russian anarchist who talked about bombs. And there was Mr. Podgers, the palmist. "There he is," said Lady Windermere. "There is Mr. Podgers. He is talking to the Duchess of Paisley." Lord Arthur Savile looked at Mr. Podgers. Mr. Podgers was looking at the Duchess of Paisley's hand. Mr. Podgers was a short, fat man with an unpleasant smile. His eyes were small and bright, and he wore gold spectacles. He held the Duchess's right hand and looked at it carefully. "Your hand is beautiful, my lady," he said. He smiled unpleasantly and bowed towards her. Lord Arthur Savile looked at the Duchess's hand. It was small and ugly. The Duchess waved her left hand and smiled at Mr. Podgers. "Your ladyship is clever at business," said Mr. Podgers. "When I married Lord Paisley, I was a young woman," said the Duchess. "Lord Paisley had 11 castles and no houses. I made my husband sell the castles. Now I have 12 houses and no castles." Everyone laughed at this. Mr. Podgers laughed most of all. Then everyone wanted Mr. Podgers to look at their hands. But Lord Arthur Savile waited and watched. Sir Thomas, the famous explorer, was next. He held out his hand, and Mr. Podgers smiled. "You have had many adventures," said Mr. Podgers. "You have been on 4 long sea voyages. Twice your ship has sunk. You are planning another voyage to the Antarctic. You had an illness when you were 17 years old. You became rich when you were 30. You do not like cats." "Amazing," said Sir Thomas. "Every word is true. It's quite amazing." "He reads the newspapers as well as hands," Lady Windermere said to Lord Arthur. "It is not difficult to tell the fortunes of famous people if you read the newspapers." "Then you do not believe in fortune-telling?" said Lord Arthur. "Why did you invite this palmist to your reception?" "I find him amusing," Lady Windermere answered. "He is fashionable and amuses the guests." 6, 7, 8 people held out their hands to Mr. Podgers. He read their hands and told them their future. Everyone was surprised and amazed. They all laughed and talked loudly. "Brilliant! True! Amazing! Mr. Podgers is wonderful!" Mr. Podgers read the hands of all the people around him. He smiled and promised good fortune. Only the Russian ambassador did not hold out his hand. Lord Arthur Savile waited and watched. "Now, Lord Arthur, it is your turn," said Lady Windermere. "I want to know your future." "Why?" asked Lord Arthur. "Because your fiancée Sybil is coming to see me tomorrow. You are getting married next month. I want to know that you will be happy. I will tell Sybil the good news." Lady Windermere spoke to Mr. Podgers. "Mr. Podgers, here is Lord Arthur Savile. He is one of my favourite young men. He is getting married next month. Please tell him his future. Please tell him something good." Mr. Podgers smiled at Lady Windermere. "I will be pleased to do so, my lady." Mr. Podgers held Lord Arthur's right hand. The palmist's face turned pale. He said nothing. He looked closely at Lord Arthur's hand for more than a minute. Lord Arthur suddenly felt afraid. "I am waiting, Mr. Podgers," he said. "We are all waiting," said Lady Windermere. Mr. Podgers took hold of Lord Arthur's left hand. He looked at it very closely. His gold spectacles almost touched Lord Arthur's hand. His face showed that he saw something horrible. But he looked up quickly and smiled unpleasantly. "It is the hand of a very pleasant and charming young man," said Mr. Podgers. "Of course it is," said Lady Windermere angrily. "But will he be a charming young husband? That's what I want to know." "All charming young men are charming husbands," said Mr. Podgers. "I know that," said Lady Windermere loudly. "Tell me his future. What will happen in Lord Arthur's life?" "There is little to tell," said Mr. Podgers. "He will go on a journey." "Of course he will go on a journey," said Lady Windermere. "He's getting married next month. He and his wife will go on their honeymoon. Do you mean that? Do you mean his honeymoon?" I do not know," said Mr. Podgers. "Also, one of his relatives will die soon." "Who?" demanded Lady Windermere. "Not his sister. No, not a member of his close family. A distant relative," said Mr. Podgers. "A distant cousin, perhaps." Then he was silent. He said no more. Lady Windermere was angry. This was a bad end to a wonderful evening. "Come, it is time for supper," Lady Windermere called to her guests. "The food is ready." She walked out of the room. Everyone followed her to the supper table, except for Lord Arthur and Mr. Podgers. Lord Arthur looked at Mr. Podgers angrily. Mr. Podgers was afraid. "Tell me what you saw in my hand," said Lord Arthur. "I am not a child. I must know the truth. Tell me now. I will pay you £100. Mr. Podgers' eyes shone brightly. £100 was a lot of money. "Very well," said Mr. Podgers. "Here is my address card. Mr. Septimus R. Podgers, Professional Palmist, 103A, West Moon Street, London. Please send £100 to my office tomorrow. Now, I will tell you what I saw, but you will not like it." Lord Arthur Savile took the card. He listened while Mr. Podgers told his fortune. "10 minutes later, Lord Arthur Savile left Lady Windermere's house. He did not say good-bye to her. He was worried, upset, and afraid. He walked away from the large house. He walked away from the fashionable street. All the houses in the street belonged to rich men. He walked across Oxford Street and along the unfashionable streets in Soho. This was a poor part of London. A beggar asked for money as Lord Arthur passed. 2 women with thick makeup on their faces laughed at him. He saw a fight in a dark street. He heard a scream from a dark, dirty building. Then a policeman stopped him. "It's not safe for a gentleman to be walking along these streets at night," said the policeman. Lord Arthur thanked him and walked on. Lord Arthur saw another beggar. He put a coin in the old man's hand. This man was poor. Lord Arthur was rich. Was it this man's fortune to be poor? Was it Lord Arthur's fortune to be rich? Was a man's future written in his hand? Could Mr. Podgers read that future? Mr. Podgers had read the future in Lord Arthur's hand. Could Lord Arthur escape his fate? No. Lord Arthur did not believe he could change the future, but perhaps he could make it happen in a different way. Now Lord Arthur had walked to Marylebone. He did not know this part of London. He turned back towards Oxford Street. The streets were lit by gas lamps, and fog came up from the river. At the corner of Rich Street he saw 2 men. They were reading a police notice on the wall. Lord Arthur went up to the notice and read it. He saw the word murder in large black letters. There had been a murder in Soho. The notice said the police would pay money for information. There was a drawing of the murderer on the notice. Perhaps a police notice will show a drawing of me one day, thought Lord Arthur. It is my fate to be a murderer. Mr. Podgers says that I will kill someone soon. Lord Arthur walked home to his house in Belgrave Square. He went to bed immediately and did not wake up until 12 o'clock the next day. He thought about his fiancée, Sybil. Her photograph was beside his bed. They were going to be married in a month, and he loved her. He also thought about what Mr. Podgers had told him. "You will kill someone," Mr. Podgers had said. "But who will I kill?" Lord Arthur had asked. Mr. Podgers had said nothing. Why did he believe the palmist? It was strange. He had felt afraid when Mr. Podgers spoke. Lord Arthur believed that the palmist's words were true. "I will kill someone," he said. It was simple. But who? Where? When? The questions went round and round in his head. Lord Arthur Savile decided 2 things. The first was that he could not marry Sybil, not yet. The second was this: "I will make my own future. I will kill someone," he said. Perhaps the decisions were strange, but Lord Arthur had decided what to do. Mr. Podgers had said something else. "One of your relatives will die soon, a distant relative, perhaps a distant cousin." Lord Arthur did not have many distant relatives. There was only his second cousin, Lady Clementina Beauchamp. She was an old lady who lived in Curzon Street. Lord Arthur decided to kill her. "She is old and will not live long," he said. "I will kill her, then I will marry Sybil." He went to a large library and looked at the books on medicine. A book called Toxicology helped him. It was a book about poisons. There was a strong poison called aconitine, which worked quickly and painlessly. Lord Arthur wrote down the name of the poison, then went to a pharmacy. Lord Arthur asked to see the pharmacist. "I have a large dog," Lord Arthur said to the pharmacist. "It has bitten several people. I must kill the dog, but I do not want to shoot it. Can you help me? I need a quick and painless poison. My doctor told me there is a poison called aconitine." "Yes, there is a poison called aconitine," said the pharmacist, "but I cannot give it to you. You must bring a signed paper from your doctor. I need a certificate from a doctor before I can give you the poison." "My doctor is Sir Matthew Reed, and I am Lord Arthur Savile. Do I have to get a certificate? I am leaving the country very soon, and I am in a hurry." The pharmacist had heard the name Sir Matthew Reed. Sir Matthew Reed was a famous doctor. "Well, my lord, if you promise you will only use the poison to kill this dog—" "Yes, of course," said Lord Arthur. "I promise." "Very well," said the pharmacist. "I will make a pill of poison for your dog." The pharmacist made the poison pill. It looked like a small round sweet. Half an hour later, Lord Arthur bought a small box of sweets in a shop in Piccadilly. He threw the sweets away and put the poison pill in the box. Then he went to visit Lady Clementina Beauchamp. "Arthur, I am so happy to see you," said Lady Clementina. "How is Sybil? Is everything ready for your marriage?" "Sybil is very well, thank you," said Lord Arthur. "She has gone to see Lady Windermere today. I am going to see Sybil later." "You are very kind to visit me," said Lady Clementina. "I am old and ill. I'm sure you young people think I am boring. My only visitor is the doctor." "I know you are not well," said Lord Arthur. "I have brought you some medicine." He gave the sweet box to Lady Clementina, who looked inside. She took out the pill and looked at it. "It looks like a sweet," Lady Clementina said. "Are you sure it is medicine? Shall I take it now?" "It is medicine, yes, but do not take it now," said Lord Arthur. "It is a new medicine from America. It is a very good medicine. Take it before you go to bed. It will help you to sleep." "You are very kind," said Lady Clementina. "I will try to remember to take it. I am old and I forget many things. But I will not forget to come to your wedding." Lord Arthur said good-bye to Lady Clementina. Then he went to see Sybil at her father's house in Park Lane. He wanted to change the date of their marriage. He wanted to delay their marriage, but he did not want to hurt Sybil. Lord Arthur asked Sybil to wait. "We will be married, but not yet. Please wait a little longer. Everything will be all right, believe me." Sybil was very unhappy. She did not understand. Why did Arthur want to delay their marriage? Lord Arthur sat and talked with her until late in the evening. Then he took the midnight train to Venice, in Italy. In Venice, Lord Arthur met his brother, Lord Surbiton. They were together for 2 weeks, but Lord Arthur did not enjoy his visit to Venice. He was worried and restless. He read the newspapers from England every day. He looked for news of Lady Clementina Beauchamp. One morning, a message arrived from London. Lady Clementina was dead. She had said she wanted Lord Arthur to have her house. So Lord Arthur Savile now owned Lady Clementina's house. Lord Arthur returned to London at once. First he went to see Sybil and make plans for their wedding. Then he and Sybil went to Lady Clementina's house. Lord Arthur and Sybil looked around Lady Clementina's house. They opened drawers and cupboards. In one drawer, Sybil found a small sweet box. "Look at this lovely little box," Sybil said to Arthur. "Ah, it has an old sweet inside it." Lord Arthur looked. His face turned pale. It was the box he had given to Lady Clementina. The poison pill was still inside. I will throw it away, said Lord Arthur. He took the pill and threw it on the fire. But don't burn the box, said Sybil. Please don't throw the box away. Arthur, you look very pale. Is anything wrong? Lord Arthur knew he had not killed Lady Clementina. He had decided to kill someone before his marriage. Now he had to delay his marriage again. Lord Arthur Savile delayed his marriage for the second time. Sybil was very upset. Her father was angry. Lord Arthur Savile was very unhappy. Lord Arthur had to find someone to murder. He had no more distant relatives, so he decided to murder a close member of his family, his uncle, the Dean of Chichester. His uncle was an important man in the church. The Dean was interested in clocks. He had a large collection of clocks, so Lord Arthur decided to send him a bomb inside a clock. But where could he find a bomb? He remembered Lady Windermere's reception. He had met a young Russian called Count Ruvaloff. The Count had talked about anarchism and bombs. There was often news of anarchists in the newspapers. Anarchists killed important people with bombs. Lord Arthur knew that the Count lived near the British Museum. He went to visit him. "You want a bomb?" said the Count. "I did not know you were interested in politics." "I have some private business. I'm not interested in politics," said Lord Arthur. Count Ruvaloff looked at him in surprise. He thought that only anarchists used bombs. But he saw Lord Arthur was serious. He believed that Lord Arthur did want a bomb. He wrote an address on a piece of paper. "This is a secret address," said Count Ruvaloff. "Tell no one. Read this address, then burn the paper." "Oh, I shall burn it. Do not worry," said Lord Arthur. He shook the Russian's hand, then left. The paper gave an address in Soho. Soho was a poor part of London where many foreign people lived. Lord Arthur went to Greek Street. He knocked on the door of an old building. The man who opened the door spoke German. Lord Arthur showed him the paper from Count Ruvaloff. "Come in," said the man. The building was an empty shop. Lord Arthur waited for a few minutes. Then another man came into the room. "My name is Herr Winkelkopf," said the man. "How can I help you?" "My name is Smith," said Lord Arthur. "Count Ruvaloff sent me. I need a bomb." "What kind of a bomb?" asked Herr Winkelkopf. "A bomb in a clock," said Lord Arthur. "Ah, I sent a bomb in a clock to the governor of Odessa," said Herr Winkelkopf. "Who do you want to blow up?" "I want to blow up the Dean of Chichester." "A churchman? So, you are interested in religion?" "No, it is private business." "I have a beautiful clock," said Herr Winkelkopf. He showed a clock to Lord Arthur. There were two wooden figures on the clock, a woman and a dragon. "The woman is liberty," continued Herr Winkelkopf. "The dragon is dictatorship. Liberty is stronger than dictatorship." "Yes, I understand," said Lord Arthur, "but I am not interested in politics. Can you make the bomb immediately?" "Oh, I have an important job to do for friends in Moscow," said Herr Winkelkopf. "But I can make your bomb in a few days. When do you want it to explode?" "On Friday, at midday." Lord Arthur wrote an address on a piece of paper. "Please send it to the Dean of Chichester. Here is the address." "Friday at midday," repeated Herr Winklecoff. "The Dean of Chichester." "And how much money do I owe you?" asked Lord Arthur. "I do not work for money," said Herr Winklecoff. "I'm an anarchist. I'm working for liberty. Please pay me £5. Lord Arthur paid him £5 and left the house in Greek Street. He waited at home until the weekend. He waited for news. The weekend came. Nothing happened. He waited another week. Still nothing happened. Then he received a letter from the Dean of Chichester. The Deanery, Chichester. Dear Arthur, I am writing to ask you about London fashions. Last week I received a clock, but I do not know who sent it. It is a clever toy. It has an alarm inside like a small hammer. When the alarm strikes 12, smoke comes out of the clock. It is very clever. Does everyone in London have a clock like this? Your uncle. Lord Arthur had not killed his uncle. The bomb had not worked. He was very worried. What shall I do? He asked himself. Shall I leave the country? Shall I tell Sybil I will not marry her? That evening he went out to dinner with his brother, Lord Surbiton. His brother's friends were young and foolish. They made a lot of noise in the restaurant. Lord Arthur became bored with their conversation. He left the restaurant at 11 o'clock and walked beside the river. A fog was coming off the river. The street lamps along the road shone like silver moons. There were few people on the streets. Lord Arthur walked from Blackfriars towards Westminster. He heard Big Ben, the huge clock at Westminster, strike 12 o'clock. Lord Arthur stood by the wall and looked down at the river. The fog was thick, and he could not see the river easily. The light of the street lamps made the river black and silver. The water was moving quickly. The river made Lord Arthur think of dark and terrible things. He hated Mr. Podgers the palmist. He had been happy before he knew his fate. I know I will kill someone, Lord Arthur said to himself. It is my fate. Why did Mr. Podgers tell me? I was happy. I did not want to know my future. He looked away from the river and saw something moving in front of him. He walked on. There was something strange in front of him. A man was leaning over the wall. Was he going to jump into the river? Lord Arthur walked forward quickly. Then he stopped. A street lamp was shining on the man's face. It was Mr. Podgers the palmist. Lord Arthur had a clever idea. Lord Arthur ran forward quickly and quietly. He took hold of Mr. Podgers by the legs and pushed him over the wall. There was a cry and a splash, then silence. Lord Arthur stood by the wall and looked down. He could not see Mr. Podgers. "Have you dropped something, sir?" asked a voice behind him suddenly. He turned round and saw a policeman with a lamp. "It was nothing important, Sergeant," Lord Arthur answered, smiling. Lord Arthur suddenly felt very happy. Now he had no more worries. A day later, Lord Arthur read a report in the Times newspaper. Suicide of a palmist. The body of Mr. Septimus R. Podgers was found in the River Thames yesterday. Mr. Podgers was a famous palmist. Police questioned Mr. Podgers' friends. They said that Mr. Podgers had been working very hard. Mr. Podgers was writing a book about reading palms. His friends thought he had become ill because he worked so hard. The police believe that Mr. Podgers killed himself by jumping into the River Thames. Lord Arthur ran out of the house and went to Sybil's house in Park Lane. Sybil was looking out of the window. When she saw Arthur in the street, she ran downstairs to meet him. "Sybil, let us get married tomorrow," Arthur shouted. "No, not tomorrow. Let's get married today." "Ah, you foolish boy." Sybil was laughing and crying at the same time. She and Arthur were both very happy. After their wedding, Arthur and Sybil visited Lady Windermere. "Are you happy?" asked Lady Windermere. "We are both very happy," said Arthur. "And we hope that you are too." "Ah, I have no time to be happy," said Lady Windermere. "I am always looking for new people to invite to my receptions." "I read in the newspaper that Mr. Podgers, your palmist, is dead," said Arthur. "Oh, Mr. Podgers," replied Lady Windermere. "There is a new fashion now. It is called telepathy. I have a telepathist who reads people's minds. I became tired of Mr. Podgers. He could not read the future. He never told me anything useful. I did not believe him." "I believed him," said Arthur. "Everything he told me was true. He has made me very happy." "How has he made you happy?" asked Lady Windermere in surprise. Arthur looked into his wife's eyes and said, "He has helped me to marry Sybil." "Ah, what nonsense!" cried Lady Windermere. "I never heard such nonsense."
The Canterville Ghost was read by Stephen Pacey, The Model Millionaire was read by Richard Mitchley, and Lord Arthur Savile's Crime was read by Carol Boyd. The recordings were produced by James Richardson at Studio AVP London.
Flotsam and Jetsam by William Somerset Maugham. Norman Grange was a rubber planter. He was up before daybreak to take the roll call of his labor, and then walked over the estate to see that the tapping was properly done. This duty performed, he came home, bathed and changed, and now with his wife opposite him he was eating the substantial meal, half breakfast and half luncheon, which in Borneo is called brunch. He read as he ate. The dining room was dingy. The worn electroplate, the shabby cruet, the chipped dishes betokened poverty, but a poverty accepted with apathy. A few flowers would have brightened the table, but there was apparently no one to care for how things looked. When Grange had finished, he belched, filled his pipe and lit it, rose from the table, and went out onto the veranda. He took no more notice of his wife than if she had not been there. He lay down in a long rattan chair and went on reading. Mrs. Grange reached over for a tin of cigarettes and smoked while she sipped her tea. Suddenly she looked out, for the houseboy came up the steps and, accompanied by two men, went up to her husband. One was a Dyak, and the other Chinese. Strangers seldom came, and she could not imagine what they wanted. She got up and went to the door to listen. Though she had lived in Borneo for so many years, she knew no more Malay than was necessary to get along with the boys, and she only vaguely understood what was said. She gathered from her husband's tone that something had happened to annoy him. He seemed to be asking questions first of the Chink, and then of the Dyak. It looked as though they were pressing him to do something he didn't want to do. At length, however, with a frown on his face, He raised himself from his chair and, followed by the men, walked down the steps. Curious to see where he was going, she slipped out onto the veranda. He had taken the path that led down to the river. She shrugged her thin shoulders and went to her room. Presently she gave a violent start, for she heard her husband call her. "Vesta!" She came out. "Get a bed ready. There's a white man in a prahu at the landing stage. He's damned ill." "Who is he?" "How the hell should I know? They're just bringing him up." "We can't have anyone to stay here." "Shut up and do as I tell you." He left her on that, and again went down to the river. Mrs. Grange called the boy and told him to put sheets on the bed in the spare room. Then she stood at the top of the steps and waited. In a little while she saw her husband coming back, and behind him a huddle of Dyaks carrying a man on a mattress. She stood aside to let them pass, and caught a glimpse of a white face. "What shall I do?" she asked her husband. "Get out and keep quiet." Polite, aren't you? The sick man was taken into the room, and in 2 or 3 minutes the Dyaks and Grange came out. "I'm going to see about his kit. I'll have it brought up. His boy's looking after him, and there's no cause for you to butt in." "What's the matter with him?" "Malaria. His boatmen are afraid he's going to die and won't take him on. His name's Skelton." "He isn't going to die, is he?" "If he does, we'll bury him." But Skelton didn't die. He woke next morning to find himself in a room, in bed, and under a mosquito net. He couldn't think where he was. It was a cheap iron bed, and the mattress was hard, but to lie on it was a relief after the discomfort of the prahu. He could see nothing of the room but a chest of drawers, roughly made by a native carpenter, and a wooden chair. Opposite was a doorway, with a blind down, and this, he guessed, led on to a veranda. "Kong!" he called. The blind was drawn aside, and his boy came in. The Chinaman's face broke into a grin when he saw that his master was free from fever. "You more better, Tuan. Very glad." "Where the devil am I?" Kong explained. "Luggage all right?" asked Skelton. "Yes, him all right." "What's the name of this fellow? The Tuan, whose house this is?" "Mr. Norman Grange." To confirm what he said, he showed Skelton a little book in which the owner's name was written. It was Grange. Skelton noticed that the book was Bacon's Essays. It was curious to find it in a planter's house away up a river in Borneo. "Tell him I'd be glad to see him." "Tuan out. Him come presently." "What about my having a wash? And by God, I want a shave." He tried to get out of bed, but his head swam, and with a bewildered cry, he sank back. But Kong shaved and washed him, and changed the shorts and singlet in which he had been lying ever since he fell ill for a sarong and a bahu. After that, he was glad to lie still. But presently, Kong came in and said that the Tuan of the house was back. There was a knock on the door, and a large, stoutish man stepped in. "I hear you're better," he said. "Oh, much. It's terribly kind of you to have taken me in like this. It seems awful planting myself on you." Grange answered a trifle harshly. "That's all right, you were pretty bad, you know. No wonder those Dyaks wanted to get rid of you." "I don't want to impose myself on you longer than I need. If I could hire a launch here, Or a prahu. I could get off this afternoon. There's no launch to hire. You'd better stay a bit. You must be as weak as a rat. I'm afraid I shall be a frightful bother. I don't see why. You've got your own boy, and he'll look after you. Grange had just come in from his round of the estate, and wore dirty shorts, a khaki shirt open at the neck, and an old, battered terai hat. He looked as shabby as a beachcomber. He took off his hat to wipe his sweating brow. He had close-cropped grey hair. His face was red, a broad, fleshy face with a large mouth under a stubble of grey moustache, a short, pugnacious nose, and small, mean eyes. I wonder if you could let me have something to read, said Skelton. What sort of thing? I don't mind so long as it's lightish. I'm not much of a novel reader myself, but I'll send you in 2 or 3 books. My wife can provide you with novels. They'll be trash, because that's all she reads. But it may suit you. With a nod, he withdrew. Not a very likable man. But he was obviously very poor. The room in which Skelton lay, something in Grange's appearance, indicated that. He was probably manager of an estate on a cut salary, and it was not unlikely that the expense of a guest and his servant was unwelcome. Living in that remote spot, and so seeing white men but seldom, it might be that he was ill at ease with strangers. Some people improve unbelievably on acquaintance. But his hard, shifty little eyes were disconcerting. They gave the lie to the red face and the massive frame which otherwise might have persuaded you that this was a jolly sort of fellow, with whom you could quickly make friends. After a while, the houseboy came in with a parcel of books. There were 6 novels by authors he had never heard of, and a glance told him they were slop. These must be Mrs. Grange's, and then there was a Boswell's Johnson, Borrow's Lavengro, and Lamb's Essays. It was an odd choice. They were not the books you would have expected to find in a planter's house. In most planters' houses there is not more than a shelf or 2 of books, and for the most part they're detective stories. Skelton had a disinterested curiosity in human creatures, and he amused himself now by trying to make out from the books Norman Grange had sent, from the look of him, and from the few words they had exchanged, what sort of a man he could be. Skelton was a little surprised that his host did not come to see him again that day. It looked as though he were going to content himself with giving his uninvited guest board and lodging, but were not sufficiently interested in him to seek his company. Next morning he felt well enough to get up, and with Kong's help settle himself in a long chair on the veranda. It badly needed a coat of paint. The bungalow stood on the brow of a hill about 50 yards from the river, and on the opposite bank, looking very small across that great stretch of water, you could see native houses on piles nestling among the greenery. Skelton had not yet the activity of mind to read steadily, and after a page or 2, his thoughts wandering, he found himself content to watch idly the sluggish flow of the turbid stream. Suddenly he heard a step. He saw a little elderly woman come towards him, and knowing that this must be Mrs. Grange, tried to get up. "Don't move," she said. "I only came to see if you had everything you wanted." She wore a blue cotton dress, simple enough, but more suited to a young girl than to a woman of her age. Her short hair was tousled, as though on getting out of bed she had scarcely troubled to pass a comb through it, and dyed a vivid yellow, but badly, and the roots showed white. Her skin was raddled and dry, and there was a great dab of rouge on each cheekbone, put on, however, so clumsily that you could not for a moment take it for a natural color, and a smear of lipstick on her mouth. But the strangest thing about her was a tic she had that made her jerk her head as though she were beckoning you to an inner room. It seemed to come at regular intervals, perhaps 3 times a minute, and her left hand was in almost constant movement. It was not quite a tremble. It was a rapid twirl, as though she wanted to draw your attention to something behind her back. Skelton was startled by her appearance, and embarrassed by her tic. "I hope I'm not making myself too great a nuisance," he said. "I think I shall be well enough to make a move tomorrow, or the day after. It's not often we see anybody in a place like this, you know. It's a treat to have someone to talk to. Won't you sit down? I'll tell my boy to bring you a chair. Norman said I was to leave you alone. I haven't spoken to a white person for 2 years. I've been longing for a good old talk." Her head twitched violently, more quickly than usual, and her hand gave that queer spasmodic gesture. "He won't be back for another hour. I'll get a chair." Skelton told her who he was and what he had been doing, but he discovered that she had questioned his boy and already knew all about him. "You must be crazy to get back to England," she asked. "I shan't be sorry." Suddenly Mrs. Grange seemed to be attacked by what one could only describe as a nerve storm. Her head twitched so madly, her hand shook with such fury, that it was disconcerting. You could only look away. "I haven't been to England for 16 years, she said. "You don't mean that." "Why, I thought all you planters went home every 5 years at the longest." "We can't afford it. We're broke to the wide. Norman put all the money he had into this plantation, and it hasn't really paid for years. It only just brings in enough to keep us from starvation. Of course it doesn't matter to Norman. He isn't English, really." "He looks English enough." "He was born in Sarawak. His father was in the government service. If he's anything, he's a native of Borneo." Then, without warning, she began to cry. It was horribly painful to see the tears running down the raddled, painted cheeks of that woman with the constant tic. Skelton knew neither what to say nor what to do. He did what was probably the best thing. He kept silent. She dried her eyes. "You must think me a silly old fool. I sometimes wonder that after all these years I can still cry. I suppose it's in my nature. I always could cry very easy when I was on the stage." "Oh, you were on the stage?" "Yes, before I married. That's how I met Norman. We were playing in Singapore, and he was there on holiday. I don't suppose I shall ever see England any more. I shall stay here till I die, and every day of my life I shall look at that beastly river. I shall never get away now. Never." "How did you happen to find yourself in Singapore?" "Well, it was soon after the war. I couldn't get anything to suit me in London. I'd been on the stage a good many years, and I was fed up with playing small parts. The agents told me a fellow called Victor Pallas was taking a company out east. His wife was playing lead, but I could play seconds. They'd got 6 plays, comedies, you know, and farces. The salary wasn't much, but they were going to Egypt and India, the Malay states and China, and then down to Australia. It was a chance to see the world, and I accepted. We didn't do badly in Cairo, and I think we made money in India. But Burma wasn't much good, and Siam was worse. Penang was a disaster, and so were the rest of the Malay states. Well, one day Victor called us together and said he was bust. He hadn't got the money for our fares on to Hong Kong, and the tour was a washout, and he was very sorry, but we'd have to get back home as best we could. Of course, we told him he couldn't do that to us. You never heard such a row. Well, the long and short of it was that he said we could have the scenery and the props if we thought they were any good to us. But as to money, it was no use asking for it because he damned well hadn't got it. And the next day, we found out that him and his wife, without saying a word to anybody, had got on a French boat and skipped. I was in a rare state, I can tell you. I had a few pounds I'd saved out of me salary, and that was all. Somebody told me if we was absolutely stranded, the government would have to send us home, but only on steerage, and I didn't much fancy that. We got the press to put our plight before the public, and someone came along with the proposition that we should give a benefit performance. Well, we did, but it wasn't much without Victor or his wife, and by the time we'd paid the expenses we weren't any better off than we'd been before. I was at my wits' end, I don't mind telling you. It was then that Norman proposed to me. The funny thing is that I hardly knew him. He'd taken me for a drive round the island, and we'd had tea 2 or 3 times at the Europe, and danced. Men don't often do things for you without wanting something in return, and I thought he expected to get a little bit of fun. But I'd had a good deal of experience, and I thought he'd be clever if he got round me. But when he asked me to marry him, well, I was so surprised, I couldn't hardly believe me own ears. He said he'd got his own estate in Borneo, and it only wanted a little patience, and he'd make a packet. And it was on the banks of a fine river, and all round was the jungle. He made it sound very romantic. I was getting on, you know. I was 30. It wasn't going to be any easier to get work as time went on, and it was tempting to have a house of me own and all that. Never to have to hang around agents' offices no more. Never to have to lay awake no more and wonder how you was going to pay next week's rent. He wasn't a bad-looking chap in those days. Brown and big and virile. No one could say I was willing to marry anybody just to... Suddenly she stopped. There he is. Don't say you've seen me. She picked up the chair she had been sitting in and quickly slipped away with it into the house. Skelton was bewildered. Her grotesque appearance, the painful tears, her story told with that incessant twitching, and then her obvious fear when she heard her husband's voice in the compound, and her hurried escape. He could make nothing of it. In a few minutes, Norman Grange stumped along the veranda. "I hear you're better," he said. "Much thanks. If you'd care to join us at brunch, I'll have a place laid for you." "I'd like it very much." "All right. I'm just going to have a bath and a change." He walked away. Presently a boy came along and told Skelton his Tuan was waiting for him. Skelton followed him into a small sitting room, with the jalousies drawn to keep out the heat, an uncomfortable, overcrowded room with a medley of furniture, English and Chinese, and occasional tables littered with worthless junk. It was neither cozy nor cool. Grange had changed into a sarong and bahu, and in the native dress looked coarse, but powerful. He introduced Skelton to his wife. She shook hands with him as though she had never seen him before, and uttered a few polite words of greeting. The boy announced that their meal was ready, and they went into the dining room. "I hear that you've been in this bloody country for some time," said Grange. 2 years. I'm an anthropologist, and I wanted to study the manners and customs of tribes that haven't had any contact with civilization. Skelton felt that he should tell his host how it had come about that he had been forced to accept a hospitality which he could not but feel was grudgingly offered. After leaving the village that had been his headquarters, he had journeyed by land for 10 days till he reached the river. There he had engaged a couple of prahus, one for himself and his luggage, and the other for Kong, his Chinese servant, and the camp equipment, to take him to the coast. The long trek across country had been hard going, and he found it very comfortable to lie on a mattress under an awning of rattan matting and take his ease. All the time he had been away, Skelton had been in perfect health, and as he travelled down the river he could not but think that he was very lucky. But even as the thought passed through his mind, it occurred to him that if he happened just then to congratulate himself on his good fortune in this respect, it was because he did not feel quite so well as usual. It was true that he had been forced to drink a great deal of arrack the night before at the longhouse where he had put up, but he was used to it, and that hardly accounted for his headache. He had a general sense of malaise. He was wearing nothing but shorts and a singlet, and he felt chilly. It was curious, because the sun was shining fiercely, and when he put his hand on the gunwale of the prahu, the heat was hardly bearable. If he had had a coat handy, he would have put it on. He grew colder, and presently his teeth began to chatter. He huddled up on his mattress, shivering all over in a desperate effort to get warm. He could not fail to guess what was the matter. "Christ," he groaned. "Malaria." He called the headman, who was steering the prahu. "Get Kong." The headman shouted to the second prahu and ordered his own paddlers to stop. In a moment the two boats were side by side, and Kong stepped in. "I've got fever, Kong," gasped Skelton. "Get me the medicine chest, and for God's sake, blankets. I'm freezing to death." Kong gave his master a big dose of quinine and piled on him what coverings they had. They started off again. Skelton was too ill to be taken ashore when they tied up for the night, and so passed it in the prahu. All next day, and the day after, he was very ill. Sometimes one or other of the crew came and looked at him, and often the headman stayed for quite a long while staring at him thoughtfully. "How many days to the coast?" Skelton asked the boy. 4, 5. He paused for a minute. "Headman, he no go coast. He say he want you go home." "Tell him to go to hell." "Headman say you very sick. You die. If you die and he go coast, he catchy trouble." "I'm not thinking of dying," said Skelton. "I shall be all right. It's just an ordinary go of malaria." Kong did not answer. The silence irritated Skelton. He knew that the Chinese had something in mind that he did not like to say. "Spit it out, you fool!" he cried. Skelton's heart sank when Kong told him the truth. When they reached their resting place that night, the headman was going to demand his money and slip away with the two prahus before dawn. He was too frightened to carry a dying man farther. Skelton had no strength to take the determined attitude that might have availed him. He could only hope by the offer of more money to persuade the headman to carry out his agreement. The day passed in long arguments between Kong and the headman, but when they tied up for the night, the headman came to Skelton and told him sulkily that he would go no farther. There was a longhouse nearby where he might get lodging till he grew better. He began to unload the baggage. Skelton refused to move. He got Kong to give him his revolver and swore to shoot anyone who came near him. Kong, the crew, and the headman went up to the longhouse, and Skelton was left alone. Hour after hour he lay there, the fever burning his body, and his mouth parched, while muddled thoughts hammered away in his brain. Then there were lights, and the sound of men talking. The Chinese boy came with the headman and another man, whom Skelton had not yet seen, from the neighboring longhouse. He did his best to understand what Kong was telling him. It appeared that a few hours downstream there lived a white man, and to his house, if that would satisfy Skelton, the headman was willing to take him. "More better you say yes," said Kong. "Maybe white man has lunch. Then we go down to Coast Chip Chop." "Who is he?" "Planter," said Kong. "This fellow say him have rubber estate." Skelton was too tired to argue further. All he wanted just then was to sleep. He accepted the compromise. "To tell you the truth," he finished, "I don't remember much more till I woke up yesterday morning to find myself an uninvited guest in your house." "I don't blame those Dyaks, you know," said Grange. "When I came down to the prahu and saw you, I thought you were for it." Mrs. Grange sat silent while Skelton told his story, her head and her hand twitching regularly, as though by the action of some invisible clockwork. But when her husband addressed her, asking for the Worcester sauce, and that was the only time he spoke to her, she was seized with such a paroxysm of involuntary movement that it was horrible to see. She passed him what he asked for without a word. Skelton got an uncomfortable impression that she was terrified of Grange. It was odd because to all appearance he was not a bad sort. He was knowledgeable and far from stupid, and though you could not have said that his manner was cordial, it was plain that he was ready to be of what service he could. They finished their meal and separated to rest through the heat of the day. "See you again at 6 for a sundowner," said Grange. When Skelton had had a good sleep, a bath, and a read, he went out onto the veranda. Mrs. Grange came up to him. It looked as though she had been waiting. "He's back from the office. Don't think it's funny if I don't speak to you. If he thought I liked having you here, he'd turn you out tomorrow." She said these words in a whisper, and slipped back into the house. Skelton was startled. It was a strange house he had come into in a strange manner. He went into the overcrowded sitting room, and there found his host. He had been worried by the evident poverty of the establishment, and he felt that the Granges could ill afford even the small expense he must be putting them to. But he had already formed the impression that Grange was a quick-tempered, susceptible man, and he did not know how he would take an offer to help. He made up his mind to risk it. "Look here," he said to him. "It looks as though I might have to inflict myself on you for several days. I'd be so much more comfortable if you'd let me pay for my board and lodging." "Oh, that's all right. Your lodging costs nothing, the house belongs to the mortgages, and your board doesn't come to much." "Well, there are drinks anyway, and I've had to come down on your stores of tobacco and cigarettes. It's not more than once a year that anyone comes up here, and then it's only the D.O. or someone like that. Besides, when one's as broke as I am, nothing matters much." "Well then, will you take my camp equipment? I shan't be wanting it any more, and if you'd like one of my guns, I'd be only too glad to leave it with you." Grange hesitated. There was a glimmer of cupidity in those small, cunning eyes of his. "If you'd let me have one of your guns, you'd pay for your board and lodging over and over again." "That's settled, then." They began to talk over the whiskey and sparkler with which, following the Eastern habit, they celebrated the setting of the sun. Discovering that they both played chess, they had a game. Mrs. Grange did not join them till dinner. The meal was dull. An insipid soup, a tasteless river fish, a tough piece of steak, and a caramel pudding. Norman Grange and Skelton drank beer. Mrs. Grange water. She never of her own will uttered a word. Skelton had again the uncomfortable impression that she was scared to death of her husband. Once or twice, Skelton from common politeness sought to bring her into the conversation, addressing himself to her, telling her a story or asking her a question, but it evidently distressed her so much, her head twitched so violently, her hand was agitated by gestures so spasmodic, that he thought it kinder not to insist. When the meal was over, she got up. "I'll leave you gentlemen to your port," she said. Both the men got up as she left the room. It was rather absurd, and somehow sinister, to see this social pretense in those poverty-stricken surroundings on a Borneo river. I may add that there is no port. There might be a little Benedictine left. Oh, don't bother. They talked for a while, and Grange began to yawn. He got up every morning before sunrise, and by 9 o'clock at night could hardly keep his eyes open. "Well, I'm going to turn in," he said. He nodded to Skelton, and without further ceremony, left him. Skelton went to bed, but he could not sleep. Though the heat was oppressive, it was not the heat that kept him awake. There was something horrible about that house and those two people who lived in it. He didn't know what it was that affected him with this peculiar uneasiness, but this he knew, that he would be heartily thankful to be out of it and away from them. Grange had talked a good deal about himself, but he knew no more of him than he had learned at the first glance. To all appearances, he was just the commonplace planter who had fallen upon evil days. He had bought his land immediately after the war and had planted trees, but by the time they were bearing, the slump had come, and since then it had been a constant struggle to keep going. The estate and house were heavily mortgaged, and now that rubber was once more selling profitably, all he made went to the mortgages. That was an old story in Malaya. What made Grange somewhat unusual was that he was a man without a country. Born in Borneo, he had lived there with his parents till he was old enough to go to school in England. At 17 he had come back and had never left it since except to go to Mesopotamia during the war. England meant nothing to him. He had neither relations nor friends there. Most planters, like civil servants, have come from England, go back on leave now and then, and look forward to settling down there when they retire. But what had England to offer Norman Grange? "I was born here," he said, "and I shall die here. I'm a stranger in England. I don't like their ways over there, and I don't understand the things they talk about. And yet, I'm a stranger here, too. To the Malays and the Chinese, I'm a white man, though I speak Malay as well as they do, and a white man I shall always be." Then he said a significant thing. "Of course, if I'd had any sense, I'd have married a Malay girl and had half a dozen half-caste kids. That's the only solution, really, for us chaps who were born and bred here." Grange's bitterness was greater than could be explained by his financial embarrassment. He had little good to say of any of the white men in the colony. He seemed to think that they despised him because he was native-born. He was a sour, disappointed fellow, and a conceited one. He had shown Skelton his books. There were not many of them, but they were the best on the whole that English literature can show. He had read them over and over again, but it looked as though he had learnt nothing from them, neither charity nor loving kindness. It looked as though their beauty had left him unmoved, and to know them so well had only made him self-complacent. His exterior, which was so hearty and English, seemed to have little relation to the man within. You could not resist the suspicion that it masked a very sinister being. Early next morning, to enjoy the cool of the day, Skelton, with his pipe and a book, was sitting on the veranda outside his room. He was still very weak, but much better. In a little while, Mrs. Grange joined him. She held in her hand a large album. "I thought I'd like to show you some of me old photos and me notices. You mustn't think I always looked like what I do now. He's off on his round and he won't be back for 2 or 3 hours yet." Mrs. Grange, in the same blue dress she had worn the day before, her hair as untidy, appeared strangely excited. "It's all I have to remind me of the past. Sometimes, when I can't bear life any more, I look at my album." She sat beside Skelton's side as he turned the pages. The notices were from provincial papers, and the references to Mrs. Grange, whose stage name had been apparently Vesta Blaze, were carefully underlined. From the photographs you could see that she had been pretty enough in an undistinguished way. She had acted in musical comedy and revue, in farce and comedy, and taking the photographs and the notices together, it was easy to tell that here had been the common, dreary, rather vulgar career of the girl with no particular talent who has taken to the stage on the strength of a pretty face and a good figure. Her head twitching, her hand shaking, Mrs. Grange looked at the photographs and read the notices with as much interest as if she had never seen them before. "You've got to have influence on the stage, and I never had any," she said. "If I'd only had my chance, I know I'd have made good. I had bad luck, there's no doubt about that." It was all sordid and somewhat pathetic. "I dare say you're better off as you are," said Skelton. She snatched the book from him and shut it with a bang. She had a paroxysm so violent that it was really frightening to look at her. "What do you mean by that? What do you know about the life I lead here? I'd have killed myself years ago, only I know he wants me to die. That's the only way I can get back on him, by living, and I'm going to live. I'm going to live as long as he does. Oh, I hate him. I've often thought I'd poison him, but I was afraid. I didn't know how to do it, really, and if he died, the chinks would foreclose, and I'd be turned out. And where should I go then? I haven't a friend in the world." Skelton was aghast. It flashed through his mind that she was crazy. He hadn't a notion what to say. She gave him a keen look. "I suppose it surprises you to hear me talk like that. I mean it, you know. Every word of it. He'd like to kill me, too, but he daren't either. And he knows how to do it all right. He knows how the Malays kill people. He was born here. There's nothing he doesn't know about the country." Skelton forced himself to speak. "You know, Mrs. Grange, I'm a total stranger. Don't you think it's rather unwise to tell me all sorts of things there's no need for me to know? After all, you live a very solitary life. I dare say you get on one another's nerves. Now that things are looking up, perhaps you'll be able to take a trip to England." "I don't want to go to England. I'd be ashamed to let them see me like I am now. Do you know how old I am? 46. I look 60, and I know it. That's why I showed you those photos, so as you might see I wasn't always like what I am now. Oh my God, how I've wasted my life. They talk of the romance of the East. They can have it. I'd rather be a dresser in a provincial theatre. I'd rather be one of the sweepers that keep it clean than what I am now. Until I came here, I'd never been alone in me life. I'd always lived in a crowd. You don't know what it is to have nobody to talk to from year's end to year's end, to have to keep it all bottled up. How would you like to see no one, week in and week out, day after day for 16 years, except the man you hate most in the world? How would you like to live for 16 years with a man who hates you so he can't bear to look at you? Oh, come, it can't be as bad as that. I'm telling you the truth. Why should I tell you a lie? I shall never see you again. What do I care what you think of me? And if you tell them what I've said when you get down to the coast, what's the odds? They'll say, God, you don't mean to say you stayed with those people? I pity you. He's an outsider and she's crazy. Got a tick. They say it looks as if she was always trying to wipe the blood off her dress. They were mixed up in a damned funny business, but no one ever really knew the ins and outs of it. It all happened a long time ago, and the country was pretty wild in those days. A damned funny business, and make no mistake. I'd tell you for 2 pins. That would be a bit of dirt for them at the club. You wouldn't have to pay for a drink for days. Damn them. Oh, Christ, how I hate this country. I hate that river. I hate this house. I hate that damned rubber. And that's all I've got to look forward to till I die. Till I die without a doctor to take care of me, without a friend to hold my hand. She began to cry hysterically. Mrs. Grange had spoken with a dramatic intensity of which Skelton would never have thought her capable. Her coarse irony was as painful as her anguish. Skelton was young. He was not yet 30, and he did not know how to deal with the difficult situation. But he could not keep silent. I'm terribly sorry, Mrs. Grange. I wish I could do something to help you. I'm not asking for your help. No one can help me. Skelton was distressed. From what she had said, he could not but suspect that she had been concerned in a mysterious and perhaps dreadful occurrence, and it might be that to tell him about it, without fear of the consequences, was just the relief she needed. I don't want to butt into what's no business of mine. But, Mrs. Grange, if you think it would ease your mind to tell me what you were referring to just now, I mean, what you said was a damned funny business. I promise you on my word of honor that I'll never repeat it to a living soul. She stopped crying quite suddenly, and gave him a long, intent look. She hesitated. He had an impression that the desire to speak was almost irresistible, but she shook her head and sighed. It wouldn't do any good. Nothing can do me any good. She got up and abruptly left him. The 2 men sat down to brunch by themselves. My wife asks you to excuse her, said Grange. She's got one of her sick headaches and she's staying in bed today. Oh, I'm sorry. Skelton had a notion that in the searching look that Grange gave him was mistrust and animosity. It flashed through his mind that somehow he had discovered that Mrs. Grange had been talking to him and perhaps had said things that should have been left unsaid. Skelton made an effort at conversation, but his host was taciturn, and they ended the meal in a silence that was only broken by Grange when he got up. You seem pretty fit today, and I don't suppose you want to stay in this God-forsaken place longer than you must. I've sent over the river to arrange for a couple of prahus to take you down to the coast. They'll be here at 6 tomorrow morning. Skelton felt sure, then, that he was right. Grange knew or guessed that his wife had spoken too freely, and he wanted to be rid as soon as possible of the dangerous visitor. That's terribly kind of you, Skelton answered, smiling. I'm as fit as a fiddle. But in Grange's eyes was no answering smile. They were coldly hostile. We might have another game of chess later on, said he. All right, when do you get back from your office? I haven't got much to do there today. I shall be about the house. Skelton wondered if it were only his fancy that there was something very like a threat in the tone in which Grange uttered these words. It looked as though he were going to make sure that his wife and Skelton should not again be left alone. Mrs. Grange did not come to dinner. They drank their coffee and smoked their cheroots. Then Grange, pushing back his chair, said, "You've got to make an early start tomorrow. I dare say you'd like to turn in. I shall have started out on my round by the time you go, so I'll say goodbye to you now. Let me get my guns. I want you to take the one you like best. I'll tell the boy to fetch them." The guns were brought, and Grange made his choice. He gave no sign that he was pleased with the handsome gift. "You quite understand that this gun's worth a damned sight more than what your food and drink and smoke have run me into," he said. "For all I know, you've saved my life. I don't think an old gun is an overgenerous return for that." "Oh well, if you like to look at it that way, I suppose it's your own business. Thank you very much all the same." They shook hands and parted. Next morning, while the baggage was being stowed away in the prahus, Skelton asked the houseboy whether, before starting, he could say goodbye to Mrs. Grange. The houseboy said he would go and see. He waited a little while. Mrs. Grange came out of her room onto the veranda. She was wearing a pink dressing gown, shabby, rumpled, and none too clean, of Japanese silk, heavily trimmed with cheap lace. The powder was thick on her face, her cheeks were rouged, and her lips scarlet with lipstick. Her head seemed to twitch more violently than usual, and her hand was agitated by that strange gesture. When first Skelton saw it, he had thought that it suggested a wish to call attention to something behind her back, but now, after what she had told him yesterday, it did indeed look as though she were constantly trying to brush something off her dress. Blood, she had said. "I didn't want to go without thanking you for all your kindness to me," he said. "Oh, that's all right." "Well, goodbye. I'll walk down with you to the landing stage." They hadn't far to go. The boatmen were still arranging the luggage. Skelton looked across the river where you could see some native houses. "I suppose these men come from over there. It looks like quite a village." "No, only those few houses. There used to be a rubber estate there, but the company went broke, and it was abandoned." "Do you ever go over there?" "Me?" cried Mrs. Grange. Her voice rose shrill, and her head, her hand were on a sudden convulsed by a paroxysm of involuntary movement. "No. Why should I?" Skelton could not imagine why that simple question, asked merely for something to say, should so greatly upset her. But by now all was in order, and he shook hands with her. He stepped into the boat and comfortably settled down. They pushed off. He waved to Mrs. Grange. As the boat slid into the current, she cried out with a harsh, strident scream, "Give my regards to Leicester Square!" Skelton heaved a great sigh of relief as with their powerful strokes the paddlers took him farther and farther away from that dreadful house and from those two unhappy and yet repellent people. He was glad now that Mrs. Grange had not told him the story that was on the tip of her tongue to tell. He did not want some tragic tale of sin or folly to connect him with them in a recollection that he could not escape. He wanted to forget them as one forgets a bad dream. But Mrs. Grange watched the two prahus till a bend of the river took them out of sight. She walked slowly up to the house and went into her bedroom. The light was dim because the blinds were drawn to keep out the heat, but she sat down at her dressing table and stared at herself in the glass. Norman had had the dressing table made for her soon after they were married. It had been made by a native carpenter, of course, and they had had the mirror sent from Singapore, but it was made to her own design, of the exact size and shape she wanted, with plenty of room for all her toilet things and her makeup. It was the dressing table she had hankered after for donkey's years, and had never had. She remembered still how pleased she was when she first had it. She threw her arms around her husband's neck and kissed him. "Oh, Norman, you are good to me," she said. "I'm a lucky little girl to have caught a chap like you, aren't I?" But then everything delighted her. She was amused by the river life and the life of the jungle, the teeming growth of the forest, the birds with their gay plumage, and the brilliant butterflies. She set about giving the house a woman's touch. She put out all her own photographs, and she got vases to put flowers in. She routed around and got a lot of knickknacks to place here and there. "They make a room look homey," she said. She wasn't in love with Norman, but she liked him all right, and it was lovely to be married. It was lovely to have nothing to do from morning till night, except play the gramophone, or patience, and read novels. It was lovely to think one hadn't got to bother about one's future. Of course, it was a bit lonely sometimes, but Norman said she'd get used to that. And he'd promised that in a year, or 2 at the outside, he'd take her to England for 3 months. It would be a lark to show him off to her friends. She felt that what had caught him was the glamour of the stage, and she'd made herself out a good deal more successful than she really had been. She wanted him to realize that she'd made a sacrifice when she'd thrown up her career to become a planter's wife. She'd claimed acquaintance with a good many stars that, in point of fact, she'd never even spoken to. That would need a bit of handling when they went home, but she'd manage it. After all, poor Norman knew no more about the stage than a babe unborn. If she couldn't cod a simple fellow like that after 12 years on the stage, well, she'd wasted her time. That's all she could say. Things went all right the first year. At one moment, she thought she was going to have a baby. They were both disappointed when it turned out not to be true. Then she began to grow bored. It seemed to her that she'd done the same damned thing day after day forever, and it frightened her to think that she'd have to go on doing the same damned thing day after day forevermore. Norman said he couldn't leave the plantation that year. They had a bit of a scene. It was then that he'd said something that scared her. "I hate England," he said. "If I had my way, I'd never set foot in the damned country again." Living this lonely life, Mrs. Grange got into the habit of talking out loud to herself. Shut up in her room, she could be heard chattering away hour after hour. And now, dipping the puff in her powder and plastering her face with it, she addressed her reflection in the mirror exactly as though she were talking to another person. That ought to have warned me. I should have insisted on going by myself, and who knows, I might have got a job when I got to London, with all the experience I had and everything. Then I'd have written to him and said I wasn't coming back. Her thoughts turned to Skelton. "Pity I didn't tell him," she continued. "I had half a mind to. Perhaps he was right. Perhaps it would have eased me mind. I wonder what he'd have said." She imitated his Oxford accent. "I'm so terribly sorry, Mrs. Grange. I wish I could help you." She gave a chuckle, which was almost a sob. "I'd have liked to tell him about Jack. Oh, Jack." It was when they had been married for 2 years that they got a neighbor. The price of rubber at that time was so high that new estates were being put under cultivation, and one of the big companies had bought a great tract of land on the opposite bank of the river. It was a rich company, and everything was done on a lavish scale. The manager they had put in had a launch at his disposal, so that it was no trouble for him to pop over and have a drink whenever he felt inclined. J.R.R, his name was. He was quite a different sort of chap from Norman. For one thing, he was a gentleman. He'd been to public school and a university. He was about 35, tall, not beefy like Norman, but slight. He had the sort of figure that looked lovely in evening dress. And he had crisply curling hair and a laughing look in his eyes. Just her type. She took to him at once. It was a treat, having someone you could talk about London to, and the theatre. He was gay and easy. He made the sort of jokes you could understand. In a week or two, she felt more at home with him than she did with her husband after 2 years. There had always been something about Norman that she hadn't quite been able to get to the bottom of. He was crazy about her, of course, and he'd told her a lot about himself, but she had a funny feeling that there was something he kept from her, not because he wanted to, but, well, you couldn't hardly explain it, because it was so alien. You might say that he couldn't put it into words. Later, when she knew Jack better, she mentioned it to him. And Jack said it was because he was country-born. Even though he hadn't a drop of native blood in his veins, something of the country had gone to the making of him, so that he wasn't white, really. He had an Eastern streak in him. However hard he tried, he could never be quite English. She chattered away aloud in that empty house, for the 2 boys, the cook and the houseboy, were in their own quarters, and the sound of her voice, ringing along the wooden floors, piercing the wooden walls, was like the uncanny, unhuman gibber of new wine fermenting in a vat. She spoke just as though Skelton were there, but so incoherently that if he had been, he would have had difficulty in following the story she told. It did not take her long to discover that J.R.R wanted her. She was excited. She'd never been promiscuous, but in all those years she'd been on the stage, naturally there'd been episodes. You couldn't hardly have put up with being on tour month after month if you didn't have a bit of fun sometimes. Of course, now she wasn't going to give in too easily. She didn't want to make herself cheap, but what with the life she led, she'd be a fool if she missed the chance. And as far as Norman was concerned, well, what the eye didn't see, the heart didn't grieve over. They understood one another all right, Jack and her. They knew it was bound to happen, sooner or later. It was only a matter of waiting for the opportunity. And the opportunity came. But then something happened that they hadn't bargained for. They fell madly in love with one another. If Mrs. Grange really had been telling the story to Skelton, it might have seemed as unlikely to him as it did to them. They were 2 very ordinary people, he a jolly, good-natured, commonplace planter, and she a small-part actress, far from clever, not even very young, with nothing to recommend her but a neat figure and a prettyish face. What started as a casual affair turned without warning into a devastating passion, and neither of them was of a texture to sustain its exorbitant compulsion. They longed to be with one another. They were restless and miserable apart. She'd been finding Norman a bore for some time, but she'd put up with him because he was her husband. Now he irritated her to frenzy, because he stood between her and Jack. There was no question of their going off together. J.R.R had nothing but his salary, and he couldn't throw up a job he'd been only too glad to get. It was difficult for them to meet. They had to run awful risks. Perhaps the chances they had to take, the obstacles they had to surmount, were fuel to their love. A year passed, and it was as overwhelming as at the beginning. It was a year of agony and bliss, of fear and thrill. Then she discovered that she was pregnant. She had no doubt that J.R.R. was the father, and she was wildly happy. It was true life was difficult. So difficult sometimes that she felt she couldn't cope with it. But there'd be a baby. His baby. And that would make everything easy. She was going to Kuching for her confinement. It happened about then that J.R.R. had to go to Singapore on business, and was to be away for several weeks. But he promised to get back before she left, and he said he'd send word by a native the moment he arrived. When at last the message came, she felt sick with the anguish of her joy. She had never wanted him so badly. "I hear that Jack is back," she told her husband at dinner. "I shall go over tomorrow morning and get the things he promised to bring me." "I wouldn't do that. He's pretty sure to drop in towards sundown, and he'll bring them himself." "I can't wait. I'm crazy to have them." "All right. Have it your own way." She couldn't help talking about him. For some time now, they had seemed to have little to say to one another, Norman and she. But that night, in high spirits, she chattered away as she had done during the first months of their marriage. She always rose early, at 6, and next morning she went down to the river and had a bathe. There was a little dent in the bank just there, with a tiny sandy beach, and it was delicious to splash about in the cool, transparent water. A kingfisher stood on the branch of a tree overhanging the pool, and its reflection was brilliantly blue in the water. Lovely. She had a cup of tea, and then stepped into a dugout. A boy paddled her across the river. It took a good half-hour. As they got near, she scanned the bank. Jack knew she would come at the earliest opportunity. He must be on the lookout. Ah, there he was. The delicious pain in her heart was almost unbearable. He came down to the landing stage and helped her to get out of the boat. They walked hand in hand up the pathway, and when they were out of sight of the boy who had paddled her over, and of prying eyes from the house, they stopped. He put his arms round her, and she yielded with ecstasy to his embrace. She clung to him. His mouth sought hers. In that kiss was all the agony of their separation and all the bliss of their reunion. The miracle of love transfused them, so that they were unconscious of time and place. They were not human anymore, but two spirits, united by a divine fire. No thought passed through their minds. No words issued from their lips. Suddenly, there was a brutal shock, like a blow, and immediately, almost simultaneously, a deafening noise. Horrified, not understanding, she clung to Jack more tightly, and his grip on her was spasmodic, so that she gasped. Then she felt that he was bearing her over. "Jack!" She tried to hold him up. His weight was too great for her, and as he fell to the ground, she fell with him. Then she gave a great cry, for she felt a gush of heat, and his blood sputtered over her. She began to scream. A rough hand seized her and dragged her to her feet. It was Norman. She was distraught. She could not understand. "Norman, what have you done?" "I've killed him." She stared at him stupidly. She pushed him aside. "Jack! Jack!" "Shut up. I'll go and get help. It was an accident." He walked quickly up the pathway. She fell to her knees and took Jack's head in her arms. "Darling," she moaned. "Oh, my darling." Norman came back with some coolies, and they carried him up to the house. That night she had a miscarriage, and was so ill that for days it looked as if she would die. When she recovered, she had the nervous tic that she'd had ever since. She expected that Norman would send her away. But he didn't. He had to keep her to allay suspicion. There was some talk among the natives, and after a while the district officer came up and asked a lot of questions. But the natives were frightened of Norman, and the D.O. could get nothing out of them. The Dyak boy who paddled her over had vanished. Norman said something had gone wrong with his gun, and Jack was looking at it to see what was the matter, and it went off. They bury people quickly in that country, and by the time they might have dug him up there wouldn't have been much left to show that Norman's story wasn't true. The D.O. hadn't been satisfied. "It all looks damned fishy to me," he said. "But in the absence of any evidence, I suppose I must accept your version." She would have given anything to get away, but with that nervous affliction, she had no ghost of a chance any longer of earning a living. She had to stay or starve, and Norman had to keep her, or hang. Nothing had happened since then, and now nothing would ever happen. The endless years, one after another, dragged out their weary length. Mrs. Grange, on a sudden, stopped talking. Her sharp ears had caught the sound of a footstep on the path, and she knew that Norman was back from his round. Her head twitching furiously, her hand agitated by that sinister, uncontrollable gesture, she looked in the untidy mess of her dressing table for her precious lipstick. She smeared it on her lips, and then, she didn't know why, on a freakish impulse daubed it all over her nose till she looked like a red-nosed comedian in a music hall. She looked at herself in the glass and burst out laughing. "To hell with life!" she shouted. Footprints in the Jungle. There is no place in Malaya that has more charm than Tanah Merah. It lies on the sea, and the sandy shore is fringed with casuarinas. The government offices are still in the old radwees that the Dutch built when they owned the land. And on the hill stand the grey ruins of the fort by aid of which the Portuguese maintained their hold over the unruly natives. Tanah Merah has a history, and in the vast labyrinthine houses of the Chinese merchants, backing on the sea so that in the cool of the evening they may sit in their loggias and enjoy the salt breeze, families dwell that have been settled in the country for 3 centuries. Many have forgotten their native language and hold intercourse with one another in Malay and Pidgin English. The imagination lingers here gratefully, for in the federated Malay states, the only past is within the memory for the most part of the fathers of living men. Tanah Merah was, for long, the busiest mart of the Middle East, and its harbor was crowded with shipping when the clipper and the junk still sailed the China seas. But now, it is dead. It has the sad and romantic air of all places that have once been of importance, and live now on the recollection of a vanished grandeur. It is a sleepy little town, and strangers that come to it, losing their native energy, insensibly drop into its easy and lethargic ways. Successive rubber booms bring it no prosperity, and the ensuing slumps hasten its decay. The European quarter is very silent. It is trim and neat and clean. The houses of the white men, government servants and agents of companies, stand round an immense padang agreeable and roomy bungalows shaded by great cassias, and the Padang is vast and green, and well cared for, like the lawn of a cathedral close. And indeed, there is in the aspect of this corner of Tanah Merah something quiet and delicately secluded that reminds you of the precincts of Canterbury. The club faces the sea. It is a spacious but shabby building. It has an air of neglect, and when you enter, you feel that you intrude. It gives you the impression that it is closed, really, for alterations and repairs, and that you have taken indiscreet advantage of an open door to go where you are not wanted. In the morning, you may find there a couple of planters who have come in from their estates on business and are drinking a gin sling before starting back again. And late-ish in the afternoon, a lady or two may perhaps be seen, looking with a furtive air through old numbers of the Illustrated London News. At nightfall, a few men saunter in and sit about the billiard room watching the play and drinking sukas. But on Wednesdays, there is a little more animation. On that day, the gramophone is set going in the large room upstairs, and people come in from the surrounding country to dance. There are sometimes no less than a dozen couples, and it is even possible to make up 2 tables of bridge. It was on one of these occasions that I met the Cartwrights. I was staying with a man called Gaze, who was head of the police, and he came into the billiard room where I was sitting and asked me if I would make up a 4. The Cartwrights were planters, and they came into Tanah Merah on Wednesdays because it gave their girl a chance of a little fun. They were very nice people, said Gaze, quiet and unobtrusive, and played a very pleasant game of bridge. I followed Gaze into the card room and was introduced to them. They were already seated at a table, and Mrs. Cartwright was shuffling the cards. It inspired me with confidence to see the competent way in which she did it. She took half the pack in each hand, and her hands were large and strong, deftly inserted the corners of one half under the corners of the other, and with a click and a neat bold gesture, cascaded the cards together. It had all the effect of a conjuring trick. The card player knows that it can be done perfectly only after incessant practice. He can be fairly sure that anyone who can so shuffle a pack of cards loves cards for their own sake. "Do you mind if my husband and I play together?" asked Mrs. Cartwright. "It's no fun for us to win one another's money." "Of course not." We cut for deal, and Gaze and I sat down. Mrs. Cartwright drew an ace, and while she dealt, quickly and neatly, chatted with Gaze of local affairs. But I was aware that she took stock of me. She looked shrewd, but good-natured. She was a woman somewhere in the 50s, though in the East, where people age quickly, it is difficult to tell their ages, with white hair very untidily arranged, and a constant gesture with her was an impatient movement of the hand to push back a long wisp of hair that kept falling over her forehead. You wondered why she did not, by the use of a hairpin or 2, save herself so much trouble. Her blue eyes were large, but pale, and a little tired. Her face was lined and sallow. I think it was her mouth that gave it the expression which I felt was characteristic of caustic but tolerant irony. You saw that here was a woman who knew her mind and was never afraid to speak it. She was a chatty player, which some people object to strongly, but which does not disconcert me, for I do not see why you should behave at the card table as though you were at a memorial service, and it was soon apparent that she had an effective knack of badinage. It was pleasantly acid, but it was amusing enough to be offensive only to a fool. If now and then she uttered a remark so sarcastic that you wanted all your sense of humor to see the fun of it, you could not but quickly see that she was willing to take as much as she gave. Her large, thin mouth broke into a dry smile, and her eye shone brightly when by a lucky chance you brought off a repartee that turned the laugh against her. I thought her a very agreeable person. I liked her frankness. I liked her quick wit. I liked her plain face. I never met a woman who obviously cared so little how she looked. It was not only her head that was untidy. Everything about her was slovenly. She wore a high-necked silk blouse, but for coolness had unbuttoned the top buttons and showed a gaunt and withered neck. The blouse was crumpled and none too clean, for she smoked innumerable cigarettes and covered herself with ash. When she got up for a moment to speak to somebody, I saw that her blue skirt was rather ragged at the hem and badly needed a brush, and she wore heavy, low-heeled boots. But none of this mattered. Everything she wore was perfectly in character, and it was a pleasure to play bridge with her. She played very quickly, without hesitation, and she had not only knowledge, but flair. Of course, she knew Gaze's game, but I was a stranger, and she soon took my measure. The teamwork between her husband and herself was admirable. He was sound and cautious, but knowing him, she was able to be bold with assurance and brilliant with safety. Gaze was a player who founded a foolish optimism on the hope that his opponents would not have the sense to take advantage of his errors, and the pair of us were no match for the Cartwrights. We lost one rubber after another, and there was nothing to do but smile and look as if we liked it. "I don't know what's the matter with the cards," said Gaze at last, plaintively. "Even when we have every card in the pack, we go down." "It can't be anything to do with your play," answered Mrs. Cartwright, looking him full in the face with those pale blue eyes of hers. "It must be bad luck, pure and simple. Now, if you hadn't had your hearts mixed up with your diamonds in that last hand, you'd have saved the game." Gaze began to explain at length how the misfortune, which had cost us dear, occurred, but Mrs. Cartwright, with a deft flick of the hand, spread out the cards in a great circle so that we should cut for deal. Cartwright looked at the time. "This will have to be the last, my dear," he said. "Oh, will it?" She glanced at her watch, and then called to a young man who was passing through the room. "Oh, Mr. Bullen, if you're going upstairs, tell Olive that we shall be going in a few minutes." She turned to me. "It takes us the best part of an hour to get back to the estate, and poor Theo has to be up at the crack of dawn." "Oh well, we only come in once a week," said Cartwright, "and it's the one chance Olive gets of being gay and abandoned." I thought Cartwright looked tired and old. He was a man of middle height with a bald, shiny head, a stubbly gray mustache, and gold-rimmed spectacles. He wore white ducks and a black and white tie. He was rather neat, and you could see he took much more pains with his clothes than his untidy wife. He talked little, but it was plain that he enjoyed his wife's caustic humor, and sometimes he made quite a neat retort. They were evidently very good friends. It was pleasing to see so solid and tolerant an affection between two people who were almost elderly, and must have lived together for so many years. It took but 2 hands to finish the rubber, and we had just ordered a final gin and bitters when Olive came down. "Do you really want to go already, Mumsy?" she asked. Mrs. Cartwright looked at her daughter with fond eyes. "Yes, darling. It's nearly 8:30. It'll be 10 before we get our dinner." "Damn our dinner," said Olive gaily. "Let her have one more dance before we go," suggested Cartwright. "Not one. You must have a good night's rest." Cartwright looked at Olive with a smile. "If your mother has made up her mind, my dear, we may just as well give in without any fuss." "She's a determined woman," said Olive, lovingly stroking her mother's wrinkled cheek. Mrs. Cartwright patted her daughter's hand and kissed it. Olive was not very pretty, but she looked extremely nice. She was 19 or 20, I suppose, and she had still the plumpness of her age. She would be more attractive when she had fined down a little. She had none of the determination that gave her mother's face so much character, but resembled her father. She had his dark eyes and slightly aquiline nose, and his look of rather weak good nature. It was plain that she was strong and healthy. Her cheeks were red and her eyes bright. She had a vitality that he had long since lost. She seemed to be the perfectly normal English girl, with high spirits, a great desire to enjoy herself, and an excellent temper. When we separated, Gaze and I set out to walk to his house. "What did you think of the Cartwrights?" he asked me. I liked them. They must be a great asset in a place like this. I wish they came oftener. They live a very quiet life. It must be dull for the girl. The father and mother seem very well satisfied with one another's company. Yes, it's been a great success. Olive is the image of her father, isn't she? Gaze gave me a sidelong glance. Cartwright isn't her father. Mrs. Cartwright was a widow when he married her. Olive was born 4 months after her father's death. Oh! I drew out the sound in order to put in it all I could of surprise, interest, and curiosity. But Gaze said nothing, and we walked the rest of the way in silence. The boy was waiting at the door when we entered the house, and after a last gin pahit, we sat down to dinner. At first, Gaze was inclined to be talkative. Owing to the restriction of the output of rubber, there had sprung up a considerable activity among the smugglers, and it was part of his duty to circumvent their knavishness. 2 junks had been captured that day, and he was rubbing his hands over his success. The go-downs were full of confiscated rubber, and in a little while it was going to be solemnly burnt. But presently he fell into silence, and we finished without a word. The boys brought in coffee and brandy, and we lit our cheroots. Gaze leaned back in his chair. He looked at me reflectively, and then looked at his brandy. The boys had left the room, and we were alone. I've known Mrs. Cartwright for over 20 years, he said slowly. She wasn't a bad-looking woman in those days, always untidy, but when she was young, it didn't seem to matter so much. It was rather attractive. She was married to a man called Bronson. Reggie Bronson. He was a planter, He was a manager of an estate up in Selentan, and I was stationed at Alor-Lippis. It was a much smaller place than it is now. I don't suppose there were more than 20 people in the whole community. But they had a jolly little club, and we used to have a very good time. I remember the first time I met Mrs. Bronson as though it were yesterday. There were no cars in those days, and she and Bronson had ridden in on their bicycles. Of course, then she didn't look so determined as she looks now. She was much thinner. She had a nice color, and her eyes were very pretty. Blue, you know, and she had a lot of dark hair. If she'd only taken more trouble with herself, she'd have been rather stunning. As it was, she was the best-looking woman there. I tried to construct in my mind a picture of what Mrs. Cartwright, Mrs. Bronson, as she was then, looked like, from what she was now, and from Gaze's not very graphic description. In the solid woman with her well-covered bones, who sat rather heavily at the bridge table, I tried to see a slight young thing, with buoyant movements and graceful, easy gestures. Her chin now was square, and her nose decided, but the roundness of youth must have masked this. She must have been charming with a pink and white skin, and her hair carelessly dressed, brown and abundant. At that period she wore a long skirt, a tight waist, and a picture hat. Or did women in Malaya still wear the topies that you see in old numbers of the illustrated papers? I hadn't seen her for, nearly 20 years, Gaze went on. I knew she was living somewhere in the FMS, but it was a surprise when I took this job and came here to run across her in the club just as I had up in Selenton so many years before. Of course, she's an elderly woman now, and she's changed out of all recognition. It was rather a shock to see her with a grown-up daughter. It made me realize how the time had passed. I was a young fellow when I met her last, and now, by jingo, I'm due to retire on the age limit in 2 or 3 years. Bit thick, isn't it? Gaze, a rueful grin on his ugly face, looked at me with faint indignation, as though I could help the hurrying march of the years as they trod upon one another's heels. I'm no chicken myself, I replied. You haven't lived out east all your life. It ages one before one's time. One's an elderly man at 50, and at 55 one's good for nothing but the scrap heap. But I did not want Gaze to wander off into a disquisition on old age. Did you recognize Mrs. Cartwright when you saw her again? I asked. Well, I did. And I didn't. At the first glance, I thought I knew her, but couldn't quite place her. I thought perhaps she was someone I'd met on board ship when I was going on leave and had known only by sight. But the moment she spoke, I remembered at once. I remembered the dry twinkle in her eyes and the crisp sound of her voice. There was something in her voice that seemed to mean, "You're a bit of a damned fool, my lad, but you're not a bad sort, and upon my soul, I rather like you." That's a good deal to read into the sound of a voice, I smiled. She came up to me in the club and shook hands with me. "How do you do, Major Gaze? Do you remember me?" she said. "Of course I do." "A lot of water has passed under the bridge since we last met. We're none of us as young as we were. Have you seen Theo?" For a moment I couldn't think whom she meant. I suppose I looked rather stupid because she gave a little smile, that chaffing smile that I knew so well, and explained. "I married Theo, you know. It seemed the best thing to do. I was lonely, and he wanted it. "I heard you married him," I said. "I hope you've been very happy." "Oh, very. Theo's a perfect duck. He'll be here in a minute. He'll be so glad to see you." I wondered. I should have thought I was the last man Theo would wish to see. I shouldn't have thought she would wish it very much either. But women are funny. "Why shouldn't she wish him to see you?" I asked. "I'm coming to that later," said Gaze. Then Theo turned up. I don't know why I call him Theo. I never called him anything but Cartwright. I never thought of him as anything but Cartwright. Theo was a shock. You know what he looks like now. I remembered him as a curly-headed youngster, very fresh and clean-looking. He was always neat and dapper. He had a good figure, and he held himself well, like a man who's used to taking a lot of exercise. Now I come to think of it, he wasn't bad-looking. Not in a big, massive way, but graceful, you know, and live. When I saw this bowed, cadaverous, bald-headed old buffer with spectacles, I could hardly believe my eyes. I shouldn't have known him from Adam. He seemed pleased to see me, at least interested. He wasn't effusive, but he'd always been on the quiet side, and I didn't expect him to be. "Are you surprised to find us here?" he asked me. Well, I hadn't the faintest notion where you were. We've kept track of your movements, more or less. We've seen your name in the paper every now and then. You must come out one day and have a good look at our place. We've been settled there a good many years, and I suppose we shall stay there until we go home for good. Have you ever been back to Alorlippus? No, I haven't, I said. It was a nice little place. I'm told it's grown. I've never been back. It hasn't got the pleasantest recollections for us, said Mrs. Cartwright. I asked them if they'd have a drink, and we called the boy. I dare say you noticed that Mrs. Cartwright likes her liquor. I don't mean she gets tight, or anything like that, but she drinks her stenga like a man. I couldn't help looking at them with a certain amount of curiosity. They seemed perfectly happy. I gathered that they hadn't done at all badly, and I found out later that they were quite well off. They had a very nice car, and when they went on leave, they denied themselves nothing. They were on the best of terms with one another. You know how jolly it is to see two people who've been married a great many years obviously better pleased with their own company than anyone else's. Their marriage had evidently been a great success, and they were both of them devoted to Olive, and very proud of her. Theo especially. Although she was only his stepdaughter? I said. Although she was only his stepdaughter, answered Gaze. You'd think that she would have taken his name, but she hadn't. She called him Daddy, of course. He was the only father she'd ever known. But she signed her letters Olive Bronson. What was Bronson like, by the way? Bronson? He was a great big fellow, very hearty, with a loud voice and a bellowing laugh. Beefy, you know, and a fine athlete. There was not very much to him, but he was straight as a die. He had a red face and red hair. Now I come to think of it, I remember that I never saw a man sweat as much as he did. Water just poured off him, and when he played tennis, he always used to bring a towel on the court with him. It doesn't sound very attractive. Oh, he was a handsome chap. He was always fit. He was keen on that. He hadn't much to talk about but rubber and games, tennis, you know, and golf, and shooting. And I don't suppose he'd read a book from year's end to year's end. He was the typical public school boy. He was about 35 when I first knew him, but he had the mind of a boy of 18. You know how many fellows, when they come out east, seem to stop growing. I did indeed. One of the most disconcerting things to the traveler is to see stout, middle-aged gentlemen with bald heads speaking and acting like schoolboys. You might almost think that no idea had entered their heads since they first passed through the Suez Canal. Though married, and the father of children, and perhaps in control of a large business, they continue to look upon life from the standpoint of the sixth form. But he was no fool, Gaze went on. He knew his work from A to Z. His estate was one of the best managed in the country, and he knew how to handle his labor. He was a damned good sort, and if he did get on your nerves a little, you couldn't help liking him. He was generous with his money, and always ready to do anybody a good turn. That's how Cartwright happened to turn up in the first instance. Did the Bronsons get on well together? Oh, yes, I think so. I'm sure they did. He was good-natured, and she was very jolly and gay. She was very outspoken, you know. She can be damned amusing when she likes even now, but there's generally a sting lurking in the joke. When she was a young woman and married to Bronson, it was just pure fun. She had high spirits and liked having a good time. She never cared a hang what she said, but it went with her type, if you understand what I mean. There was something so open and frank and careless about her that you didn't care what she said to you. They seemed very happy. Their estate was about 5 miles from Alor Lippis. They had a trap, and they used to drive in most evenings about 5. Of course, it was a very small community, and men were in the majority. There were only about 6 women. The Bronsons were a godsend. They bucked things up the moment they arrived. We used to have very jolly times in that little club. I've often thought of them since, and I don't know that on the whole I've ever enjoyed myself more than I did when I was stationed there. Between 6 and 8:30, the club at Alor Lippis 20 years ago was about as lively a place as you could find between Aden and Yokohama. One day, Mrs. Bronson told us that they were expecting a friend to stay with them, and a few days later, they brought Cartwright along. It appeared that he was an old friend of Bronson's. They'd been at school together, Marlborough, or someplace like that, and they'd first come out east on the same ship. Rubber had taken a toss, and a lot of fellows had lost their jobs. Cartwright was one of them. He'd been out of work for the greater part of a year, and he hadn't anything to fall back on. In those days, planters were even worse paid than they are now, and a man had to be very lucky to put by something for a rainy day. Cartwright had gone to Singapore. They all go there when there's a slump, you know. It's awful then. I've seen it. I've known of planters sleeping in the street because they hadn't the price of a night's lodging. I've known them stop strangers outside the Europe and ask for $1 to get a meal, and I think Cartwright had had a pretty rotten time. At last he wrote to Bronson and asked him if he couldn't do something for him. Bronson asked him to come and stay till things got better. At least it would be free board and lodging, and Cartwright jumped at the chance. But Bronson had to send him the money to pay his railway fare. When Cartwright arrived at Alor Lippis, he hadn't 10 cents in his pocket. Bronson had a little money of his own, 200 or 300 a year, I think. And though his salary had been cut, he'd kept his job, so that he was better off than most planters. When Cartwright came, Mrs. Bronson told him that he was to look upon the place as his home, and stay as long as he liked. "It was very nice of her, wasn't it?" I remarked. "Very." Gaze lit himself another cheroot and filled his glass. It was very still, and but for the occasional croak of the chick-chack, the silence was intense. We seemed to be alone in the tropical night, and heaven only knows how far from the habitations of men. Gaze did not speak for so long that at last I was forced to say something. "What sort of a man was Cartwright at that time?" I asked. "Younger, of course, and you told me rather nice-looking. But in himself?" "Well, to tell you the truth, I never paid much attention to him. He was pleasant and unassuming. He's very quiet now, as I dare say you noticed. Well, he wasn't exactly lively then, but he was perfectly inoffensive. He was fond of reading, and he played the piano rather nicely. You never minded having him about. He was never in the way. But you never bothered very much about him. He danced well, and the women rather liked that. But he also played billiards quite decently, and he wasn't bad at tennis. He fell into our little groove very naturally. I wouldn't say that he ever became wildly popular, but everyone liked him. Of course, we were sorry for him, as one is for a man who's down and out, but there was nothing we could do. And, well, we just accepted him, and then forgot that he hadn't always been there. He used to come in with the Bronsons every evening and pay for his drinks like everyone else. I suppose Bronson had lent him a bit of money for current expenses, and he was always very civil. I'm rather vague about him, because he really didn't make any particular impression on me. In the East, one meets such a lot of people, and he seemed very much like anybody else. He did everything he could to get something to do, but he had no luck. The fact is, there were no jobs going, and sometimes he seemed rather depressed about it. He was with the Bronsons for over a year. I remember his saying to me once, "After all, I can't live with them forever. They've been most awfully good to me, but there are limits." "I should think the Bronsons would be very glad to have you," I said. "It's not particularly gay on a rubber estate, and as far as your food and drink go, it must make precious little difference if you're there or not." Gaze stopped once more and looked at me with a sort of hesitation. "What's the matter?" I asked. "I'm afraid I'm telling you this story very badly," he said. "I seem to be just rambling on. I'm not a damned novelist, I'm a policeman, and I'm just telling you the facts as I saw them at the time, and from my point of view, all the circumstances are important. It's important, I mean, to realize what sort of people they were." "Of course, fire away." "I remember someone, a woman, I think it was, the doctor's wife, asking Mrs. Bronson if she didn't get tired sometimes of having a stranger in the house. You know, in places like Alor-Lippis, there isn't very much to talk about, and if you didn't talk about your neighbors, there'd be nothing to talk about at all. 'Oh no,' she said, 'Theo's no trouble.' She turned to her husband, who was sitting there mopping his face. 'We like having him, don't we?' 'He's all right,' said Bronson. 'What does he do with himself all day long?' 'Oh, I don't know,' said Mrs. Bronson. 'He walks round the estate, with Reggie sometimes, and he shoots a bit. He talks to me.' 'He's always glad to make himself useful,' said Bronson. 'The other day, when I had a go of fever, he took over my work, and I just lay in bed and had a good time.' Hadn't the Bronsons any children? I asked. No, Gaze answered. I don't know why. They could well have afforded it. Gaze leant back in his chair. He took off his glasses and wiped them. They were very strong and hideously distorted his eyes. Without them, he wasn't so homely. The chick-chack on the ceiling gave its strangely human cry. It was like the cackle of an idiot child. Bronson was killed, said Gaze suddenly. Killed? Yes. Murdered. I shall never forget that night. We'd been playing tennis, Mrs. Bronson and the doctor's wife, Theo Cartwright, and I, and then we played bridge. Cartwright had been off his game, and when we sat down at the bridge table, Mrs. Bronson said to him, "Well, Theo, if you play bridge as rottenly as you played tennis, we shall lose our shirts." We'd just had a drink, but she called the boy and ordered another round. "Put that down your throat," she said to him, "and don't call without top honors and an outside trick." Bronson hadn't turned up. He'd cycled into Kabulong to get the money to pay his coolies their wages, and was to come along to the club when he got back. The Bronsons' estate was nearer Alor Lippis than it was to Kabulong, but Kabulong was a more important place commercially, and Bronson banked there. "Reggie can cut in when he turns up," said Mrs. Bronson. "He's late, isn't he?" said the doctor's wife. "Very. He said he wouldn't get back in time for tennis, but would be here for a rubber. I have a suspicion that he went to the club at Kabulong instead of coming straight home and is having drinks, the ruffian." "Oh, well, he can put away a good many without their having much effect on him," I laughed. "He's getting fat, you know. He'll have to be careful." We sat by ourselves in the card room, and we could hear the crowd in the billiard room talking and laughing. They were all on the merry side. It was getting on to Christmas Day, and we were all letting ourselves go a little. There was going to be a dance on Christmas Eve. I remembered afterwards that when we sat down, the doctor's wife asked Bronson if she wasn't tired. "Not a bit," she said. "Why should I be?" I didn't know why she flushed. "I was afraid the tennis might have been too much for you," said the doctor's wife. "Oh, no," answered Mrs. Bronson, a trifle abruptly, I thought, as though she didn't want to discuss the matter. I didn't know what they meant, and indeed it wasn't till later that I remembered the incident. We played 3 or 4 rubbers, and still Bronson didn't turn up. "I wonder what's happened to him," said his wife. "I can't think why he should be so late." Cartwright was always silent, but this evening he had hardly opened his mouth. I thought he was tired and asked him what he'd been doing. "Nothing very much," he said. "I went out after tiffin to shoot pigeon." "Did you have any luck?" I asked. "Oh, I got half a dozen." They were very shy. But now, he said, if Reggie got back late, I dare say he thought it wasn't worthwhile to come here. I expect he's had a bath, and when we get in, we shall find him asleep in his chair. "It's a good long ride from Kabulong," said the doctor's wife. "He doesn't take the road, you know," Mrs. Bronson explained. "He takes the shortcut through the jungle." "Can he get along on his bicycle?" I asked. "Oh, yes, it's a very good track. It saves about a couple of miles." We had just started another rubber when the bar boy came in and said there was a police sergeant outside who wanted to speak to me. "What does he want?" I asked. The boy said he didn't know, but he had 2 coolies with him. "Curse him," I said. "I'll give him hell if I find he's disturbed me for nothing." I told the boy I'd come, and I finished playing the hand. Then I got up. "I won't be a minute," I said. "Deal for me, will you?" I added to Cartwright. I went out, and found the sergeant with 2 Malays waiting for me on the steps. I asked him what the devil he wanted. You can imagine my consternation when he told me that the Malays had come to the police station and said there was a white man lying dead on the path that led through the jungle to Kabalong. I immediately thought of Bronson. "Dead?" I cried. "Yes, shot. Shot through the head. A white man with red hair." I knew it was Reggie Bronson, and indeed, one of them naming his estate said he'd recognized him as the man. It was an awful shock. And there was Mrs. Bronson in the card room, waiting impatiently for me to sort my cards and make a bid. For a moment, I really didn't know what to do. I was frightfully upset. It was dreadful to give her such a terrible and unexpected blow without a word of preparation, but I found myself quite unable to think of any way to soften it. I told the sergeant and the coolies to wait, and went back into the club. I tried to pull myself together. As I entered the card room, Mrs. Bronson said, "You've been an awful long time." Then she caught sight of my face. "Is anything the matter?" I saw her clench her fists and go white. You'd have thought she had a presentiment of evil. "Something dreadful has happened," I said, and my throat was all closed up, so that my voice sounded even to myself hoarse and uncanny. "There's been an accident. Your husband's been wounded." She gave a long gasp. It was not exactly a scream. It reminded me oddly of a piece of silk torn in two. "Wounded?" She leapt to her feet, and with her eyes starting from her head stared at Cartwright. The effect on him was ghastly. He fell back in his chair and went as white as death. "Very, very badly, I'm afraid," I added. I knew that I must tell her the truth, and tell it then, but I couldn't bring myself to tell it all at once. "Is he—" Her lips trembled so that she could hardly form the words. "Is he conscious?" I looked at her for a moment without answering. I'd have given £1,000 not to have to. "No. I'm afraid he isn't." Mrs. Bronson stared at me as though she were trying to see right into my brain. "Is he dead?" I thought the only thing was to get it out and have done with it. "Yes, he was dead when they found him." Mrs. Bronson collapsed into her chair and burst into tears. "Oh, my God," she muttered. "Oh, my God." The doctor's wife went to her and put her arms round her. Mrs. Bronson, with her face in her hands, swayed to and fro, weeping hysterically. Cartwright, with that livid face, sat quite still, his mouth open, and stared at her. You might have thought he was turned to stone. "Oh, my dear, said the doctor's wife, "you must try and pull yourself together. Then, turning to me, get her a glass of water and fetch Harry." Harry was her husband, and he was playing billiards. I went in and told him what had happened. "A glass of water be damned," he said. "What she wants is a good long peg of brandy." We took it in to her and forced her to drink it, and gradually the violence of her emotions exhausted itself. In a few minutes The doctor's wife was able to take her into the ladies' lavatory to wash her face. I'd made up my mind now what had better be done. I could see that Cartwright wasn't good for much. He was all to pieces. I could understand that it was a fearful shock to him, for after all, Bronson was his greatest friend and had done everything in the world for him. "You look as though you'd be all the better for a drop of brandy yourself, old man," I said to him. He made an effort. "It's shaken me, you know," he said. I didn't..." He stopped as though his mind was wandering. He was still fearfully pale. He took out a packet of cigarettes and struck a match, but his hand was shaking so that he could hardly manage it. "Yes, I'll have a brandy." "Boy!" I shouted, and then to Cartwright. "Now, are you fit to take Mrs. Bronson home?" "Oh, yes," he answered. "That's good. The doctor and I will go along with the coolies and some police to where the body is." "Will you bring him back to the bungalow?" asked Cartwright. "I think he'd better be taken straight to the mortuary," said the doctor before I could answer. "I shall have to do a PM. When Mrs. Bronson, now so much calmer that I was amazed, came back, I told her what I suggested. The doctor's wife, kind woman, offered to go with her and spend the night at the bungalow. But Mrs. Bronson wouldn't hear of it. She said she would be perfectly all right, and when the doctor's wife insisted, you know how bent some people are on forcing their kindness on those in trouble, she turned on her almost fiercely. No, I must be alone," she said. "I really must. And Theo will be there." They got into the trap. Theo took the reins, and they drove off. We started after them, the doctor and I, while the sergeant and the coolies followed. I had sent my sais to the police station with instructions to send 2 men to the place where the body was lying. We soon passed Mrs. Bronson and Cartwright. "All right," I called. "Yes," he answered. For some time the doctor and I drove without saying a word. We were both of us deeply shocked. I was worried as well. Somehow or other, I'd got to find the murderers, and I foresaw that it would be no easy matter. "Do you suppose it was gang robbery?" said the doctor at last. He might have been reading my thoughts. "I don't think there's a doubt of it," I answered. They knew he'd gone into Cabalong to get the wages, and lay in wait for him on the way back. Of course, he should never have come alone through the jungle when everyone knew he had a packet of money with him. "He'd done it for years," said the doctor, "and he's not the only one." "I know. The question is, how we're going to get hold of the fellows that did it. You don't think the 2 coolies who say they found him could have anything to do with it?" "No, they wouldn't have the nerve. I think a pair of chinks might think out a trick like that, but I don't believe Malays would. They'd be much too frightened. Of course, we'll keep an eye on them. We shall soon see if they seem to have any money to fling about." "It's awful for Mrs. Bronson," said the doctor. "It would have been bad enough at any time, but now she's going to have a baby." "I didn't know that," I said, interrupting him. "No. For some reason she wanted to keep it dark. She was rather funny about it, I thought." I recollected then that little passage between Mrs. Bronson and the doctor's wife. I understood why that good woman had been so anxious that Mrs. Bronson should not overtire herself. It's strange her having a baby after being married so many years. "It happens, you know. But it was a surprise to her. When first she came to see me and I told her what was the matter, she fainted, and then she began to cry. I should have thought she'd be as pleased as Punch. She told me that Bronson didn't like children, and he'd be awfully bored at the idea, and she made me promise to say nothing about it till she had had a chance of breaking it to him gradually. I reflected for a moment. He was the kind of breezy, hearty cove whom you'd expect to be as keen as mustard on having kids. You can never tell. Some people are very selfish, and just don't want the bother. Well, how did he take it when she did tell him? Wasn't he rather bucked? I don't know that she ever told him, though she couldn't have waited much longer. Unless I'm very much mistaken, she ought to be confined in about 5 months. Poor devil, I said. You know, I've got a notion that he'd have been most awfully pleased to know. We drove in silence for the rest of the way, and at last came to the point at which the shortcut to Cabalong branched off from the road. Here we stopped, and in a minute or two my trap, in which were the police sergeant and the 2 Malays, came up. We took the headlamps to light us on our way. I left the doctor's sais to look after the ponies, and told him that when the policemen came, they were to follow the path till they found us. The 2 coolies, carrying the lamps, walked ahead, and we followed them. It was a fairly broad track, wide enough for a small cart to pass, and before the road was built it had been the highway between Cabulong and Alor Lippis. It was firm to the foot, and good walking. The surface here and there was sandy, and in places you could see quite plainly the mark of a bicycle wheel. It was the track Bronson had left on his way to Cabulong. We walked 20 minutes, I should think, in single file, and on a sudden the coolies, with a cry, stopped sharply. The sight had come upon them so abruptly that notwithstanding they were expecting it, they were startled. There, in the middle of the pathway, lit dimly by the lamps the coolies carried, lay Bronson. He'd fallen over his bicycle, and lay across it, in an ungainly heap. I was too shocked to speak, and I think the doctor was, too, but in our silence, the din of the jungle was deafening. Those damned cicadas and the bullfrogs were making enough row to wake the dead. Even under ordinary circumstances, the noise of the jungle at night is uncanny, because you feel that at that hour there should be utter silence. It has an odd effect on you, that ceaseless and invisible uproar that beats upon your nerves. It surrounds you and hems you in. But just then, believe me, it was terrifying. That poor fellow lay dead, and all round him the restless life of the jungle pursued its indifferent and ferocious course. He was lying face downwards. The sergeant and the coolies looked at me as though awaiting an order. I was a young fellow then, and I'm afraid I felt a little frightened. Though I couldn't see the face, I had no doubt that it was Bronson, but I felt that I ought to turn the body over to make sure. I suppose we all have our little squeamishnesses, you know. I've always had a horrible distaste for touching dead bodies. I've had to do it fairly often now, but it still makes me feel slightly sick. "It's Bronson, all right," I said. The doctor... By George, it was lucky for me he was there. The doctor bent down and turned the head. The sergeant directed the lamp on the dead face. "My God, half his head's been shot away," I cried. "Yes." The doctor stood up straight and wiped his hands on the leaves of a tree that grew beside the path. "Is he quite dead?" I asked. "Oh, yes. Death must have been instantaneous. Whoever shot him must have fired at pretty close range." "How long has he been dead, do you think?" "Oh, I don't know. Several hours." He would have passed here about 5 o'clock, I suppose, if he was expecting to get to the club for a rubber at 6. There's no sign of any struggle, said the doctor. No, there wouldn't be. He was shot as he was riding along. I looked at the body for a little while. I couldn't help thinking how short a time ago it was since Bronson, noisy and loud-voiced, had been so full of hearty life. You haven't forgotten that he had the coolie's wages on him, said the doctor. No, we'd better search him. Shall we turn him over? Wait a minute. Let us just have a look at the ground first. I took the lamp, and as carefully as I could, looked all about me. Just where he had fallen, the sandy pathway was trodden and confused. There were our footprints, and the footprints of the coolies who had found him. I walked 2 or 3 paces, and then saw quite clearly the mark of his bicycle wheels. He had been riding straight and steadily. I followed it to the spot where he had fallen, to just before that, rather, and there saw very distinctly the prints on either side of the wheels of his heavy boots. He had evidently stopped there and put his feet to the ground. Then he'd started off again. There was a great wobble of the wheel, and he'd crashed. Now let's search him, I said. The doctor and the sergeant turned the body over, and one of the coolies dragged the bicycle away. They laid Bronson on his back. I supposed he would have had the money partly in notes and partly in silver. The silver would have been in a bag attached to the bicycle, and a glance told me that it was not there. The notes he would have put in a wallet. It would have been a good, thick bundle. I felt him all over, but there was nothing. Then I turned out the pockets. They were all empty, except the right trouser pocket, in which there was a little small change. "Didn't he always wear a watch?" asked the doctor. Yes, of course he did. I remembered that he wore the chain through the buttonhole in the lapel of his coat, and the watch, and some seals and things in his handkerchief pocket. But watch and chain were gone. Well, there's not much doubt now, is there? I said. It was clear that he had been attacked by a gang of robbers who knew he had money on him. After killing him, they had stripped him of everything. I suddenly remembered the footprints that proved that for a moment he had stood still. I saw exactly how it had been done. One of them had stopped him on some pretext, and then, just as he started off again, another, slipping out of the jungle behind him, had emptied the 2 barrels of a gun into his head. Well, I said to the doctor, it's up to me to catch them, and I'll tell you what, it'll be a real pleasure to me to see them hanged. Of course there was an inquest. Mrs. Bronson gave evidence, but she had nothing to say that we didn't know already. Bronson had left the bungalow about 11. He was to have tiffin at Kabulong, and was to be back between 5 and 6. He asked her not to wait for him. He said he would just put the money in the safe and come straight to the club. Cartwright confirmed this. He had lunched alone with Mrs. Bronson, and after a smoke had gone out with a gun to shoot pigeon. He had got in about 5, a little before perhaps, had a bath, and changed to play tennis. He was shooting not far from the place where Bronson was killed, but never heard a shot. That, of course, meant nothing. What with the cicadas and the frogs, and the other sounds of the jungle, he would have had to be very near to hear anything. And besides, Cartwright was probably back in the bungalow before Bronson was killed. We traced Bronson's movements. He had lunched at the club. He had got money at the bank just before it closed, had gone back to the club, and had one more drink, and then started off on his bicycle. He had crossed the river by the ferry. The ferryman remembered distinctly seeing him, but was positive that no one else with a bicycle had crossed. That looked as though the murderers were not following, but lying in wait for him. He rode along the main road for a couple of miles, and then took the path, which was a shortcut to his bungalow. It looked as though he had been killed by men who knew his habits, and suspicion, of course, fell immediately on the coolies of his estate. We examined them all, pretty carefully, but there was not a scrap of evidence to connect any of them with the crime. In fact, most of them were able satisfactorily to account for their actions, and those who couldn't seemed, to me, for one reason and another, out of the running. There were a few bad characters among the Chinese at Alor-Lippis, and I had looked them up. But somehow I didn't think it was the work of the Chinese. I had a feeling that the Chinese would have used revolvers and not a shotgun. Anyhow, I could find out nothing there. So then we offered a reward of $1,000 to anyone who could put us in the way of discovering the murderers. I thought there were a good many people to whom it would appeal to do a public service, and at the same time earn a tidy sum. But I knew that an informer would take no risks. He wouldn't want to tell what he knew till he knew he could tell it safely, and I armed myself with patience. The reward had brightened the interest of my police, and I knew they would use every means they had to bring the criminals to trial. In a case like this, they could do more than I. But it was strange. Nothing happened. The reward seemed to tempt no one. I cast my net a little wider. There were 2 or 3 kampongs along the road, and I wondered if the murderers were there. I saw the headmen, but got no help from them. It was not that they would tell me nothing. I was sure they had nothing to tell. I talked to the bad hats, but there was absolutely nothing to connect them with the murder. There was not the shadow of a clue. "Very well, my lads," I said to myself, as I drove back to Alor-Lippis. "There's no hurry. The rope won't spoil by keeping." The scoundrels had got away with a considerable sum, but money is no good unless you spend it. I felt I knew the native temperament enough to be sure that the possession of it was a constant temptation. The Malays are an extravagant race, and a race of gamblers, and the Chinese are gamblers too. Sooner or later, someone would start flinging his money about, and then I should want to know where it came from. With a few well-directed questions, I thought I could put the fear of God into the fellow, and then, if I knew my business, it shouldn't be hard to get a full confession. The only thing now was to sit down and wait till the hue and cry had died down and the murderers thought the affair was forgotten. The itch to spend those ill-gotten dollars would grow more and more intolerable till at last it could be resisted no longer. I would go about my business, but I meant never to relax my watch, and one day, sooner or later, my time must come. Cartwright took Mrs. Bronson down to Singapore. The company Bronson had worked for asked him if he would care to take Bronson's place, but he said very naturally that he didn't like the idea of it, so they put another man in, and told Cartwright that he could have the job that Bronson's successor had vacated. It was the management of the estate that Cartwright lives on now. He moved in at once. 4 months after this, Olive was born at Singapore, and a few months later, when Bronson had been dead just over a year, Cartwright and Mrs. Bronson were married. I was surprised, but on thinking it over I couldn't help confessing that it was very natural. After the trouble, Mrs. Bronson had lent much on Cartwright, and he had arranged everything for her. She must have been lonely and rather lost, and I dare say she was grateful for his kindness. He did behave like a brick, and so far as he was concerned, I imagined he was sorry for her. It was a dreadful position for a woman. She had nowhere to go, and all they'd gone through must have been a tie between them. There was every reason for them to marry, and it was probably the best thing for them both. It looked as though Bronson's murderers would never be caught, for that plan of mine didn't work. There was no one in the district who spent more money than he could account for, and if anyone had that hoard buried away under his floor, he was showing a self-control that was superhuman. A year had passed, and to all intents and purposes, the thing was forgotten. Could anyone be so prudent as after so long not to let a little money dribble out? It was incredible. I began to think that Bronson had been killed by a couple of wandering Chinese who had got away, to Singapore perhaps, where there would be small chance of catching them. At last I gave it up. If you come to think of it, as a rule, it's just those crimes of robbery, in which there is least chance of getting the culprit, for there's nothing to attach suspicion to him, and if he's caught, it can only be by his own carelessness. It's different with crimes of passion or vengeance. Then you can find out who had a motive to put the victim out of the way. It's no use grizzling over one's failures, and bringing my common sense to bear, I did my best to put the matter out of my mind. No one likes to be beaten. But beaten I was, and I had to put as good a face on it as I could. And then a Chinaman was caught trying to pawn poor Bronson's watch. I told you that Bronson's watch and chain had been taken, and of course Mrs. Bronson was able to give us a fairly accurate description of it. It was a half-hunter, by Benson. There was a gold chain, 3 or 4 seals, and a sovereign purse. The pawnbroker was a smart fellow, and when the Chinaman brought the watch, he recognized it at once. On some pretext, he kept the man waiting, and sent for a policeman. The man was arrested, and immediately brought to me. I greeted him like a long-lost brother. I was never so pleased to see anyone in my life. I have no feeling about criminals, you know. I'm rather sorry for them, because they're playing a game in which their opponents hold all the aces and kings. But when I catch one, it gives me a little thrill of satisfaction, like bringing off a neat finesse at bridge. At last, the mystery was going to be cleared up, for if the Chinaman hadn't done the thing himself, we were pretty sure, through him, to trace the murderers. I beamed on him. I asked him to account for his possession of the watch. He said he had bought it from a man he didn't know. That was very thin. I explained the circumstances briefly, and told him he would be charged with murder. I meant to frighten him, and I did. He said then that he'd found the watch. "Found it?" I said. "Fancy that. Where?" His answer staggered me. He said he'd found it in the jungle. I laughed at him. I asked him if he thought watches were likely to be left lying about in the jungle. Then he said he'd been coming along the pathway that led from Kabulong to Alor-Lipis, and had gone into the jungle, and caught sight of something gleaming. And there was the watch. That was odd. Why should he have said he found the watch just there? It was either true or excessively astute. I asked him where the chain and the seals were, and he produced them immediately. I'd got him scared, and he was pale and shaking. He was a knock-kneed little fellow, and I should have been a fool not to see that I hadn't got hold of the murderer there. But his terror suggested that he knew something. I asked him when he'd found the watch. "Yesterday," he said. I asked him what he was doing on the shortcut from Kabulong to Alor-Lippis. He said he'd been working in Singapore and had gone to Kabulong because his father was ill, and that he himself had come to Alor-Lippis to work. A friend of his father, a carpenter by trade, had given him a job. He gave me the name of the man with whom he had worked in Singapore, and the name of the man who had engaged him at Alor-Lippis. All he said seemed plausible, and could so easily be verified that it was hardly likely to be false. Of course, it occurred to me that if he had found the watch, as he said, it must have been lying in the jungle for more than a year. It could hardly be in very good condition. I tried to open it, but couldn't. The pawnbroker had come to the police station and was waiting in the next room. Luckily, he was also something of a watchmaker. I sent for him and asked him to look at the watch. When he opened it, he gave a little whistle. The works were thick with rust. "This watch no good," he said, shaking his head. "Him never go now." I asked him what had put it in such a state, and without a word from me, he said that it had been long exposed to wet. For the moral effect, I had the prisoner put in a cell, and I sent for his employer. I sent a wire to Kabulong and another to Singapore. While I waited, I did my best to put 2 and 2 together. I was inclined to believe the man's story true. His fear might be ascribed to no more guilt than consisted in his having found something and tried to sell it. Even quite innocent persons are apt to be nervous when they're in the hands of the police. I don't know what there is about a policeman. People are never very much at their ease in his company. But if he really had found the watch where he said, someone had thrown it there. Now that was funny. Even if the murderers had thought the watch a dangerous thing to possess, one would have expected them to melt down the gold case. That would be a very simple thing for any native to do. And the chain was of so ordinary a pattern, they could hardly have thought it possible to trace that. There were chains like it in every jeweler's shop in the country. Of course, there was the possibility that they had plunged into the jungle, and having dropped the watch in their hurry, had been afraid to go back and look for it. I didn't think that very likely. The Malays are used to keeping things tucked away in their sarongs, and the Chinese have pockets in their coats. Besides, the moment they got into the jungle, they knew there was no hurry. They probably waited, and divided the swag then and there. In a few minutes, the man I had sent for came to the police station and confirmed what the prisoner had said. And in an hour, I got an answer from Kabulong. The police had seen his father, who told them that the boy had gone to Alor-Lippis to get a job with a carpenter. So far, everything he had said seemed true. I had brought him in again and told him I was going to take him to the place where he said he had found the watch, and he must show me the exact spot. I handcuffed him to a policeman, though it was hardly necessary, for the poor devil was shaking with fright, and took a couple of men besides. We drove out to where the track joined the road and walked along it. Within 5 yards of the place where Bronson was killed, the Chinaman stopped. "Here," he said. He pointed to the jungle, and we followed him in. We went in about 10 yards, and he pointed to a chink between 2 large boulders, and said that he found the watch there. It could only have been by the merest chance that he noticed it, and if he really had found it there, it looked very much as though someone had put it there, to hide it. Gaze stopped, and gave me a reflective look. "What would you have thought then?" he asked. "I don't know," I answered. Well, I'll tell you what I thought. I thought that if the watch was there, the money might be there too. It seemed worthwhile having a look. Of course, to look for something in the jungle makes looking for a needle in a bundle of hay a drawing-room pastime. I couldn't help that. I released the Chinaman. I wanted all the help I could get, and set him to work. I set my 3 men to work, and I started in myself. We made a line. There were 5 of us, and we searched from the road for 50 yards on each side of the place at which Bronson was murdered, and for 100 yards in we went over the ground foot by foot. We routed among dead leaves and peered in bushes. We looked under boulders and in the hollows of trees. I knew it was a foolish thing to do, for the chances against us were 1,000 to 1. My only hope was that anyone who had just committed a murder would be rattled, and if he wanted to hide anything, would hide it quickly. He would choose the first obvious hiding place that offered itself. That is what he had done when he hid the watch. My only reason for looking in so circumscribed an area was that the watch had been found so near the road. The person who wanted to get rid of the things must have wanted to get rid of them quickly. We worked on. I began to grow tired and cross. We were sweating like pigs. I had a maddening thirst and nothing in the world to drink. At last I came to the conclusion that we must give it up as a bad job, for that day at least, when suddenly the Chinaman, he must have had sharp eyes, that young man, uttered a guttural cry. He stooped down and from under the winding root of a tree drew out a messy, mouldering, stinking thing. It was a pocketbook that had been out in the rain for a year, that had been eaten by ants and beetles and God knows what, that was sodden and foul. But it was a pocketbook, all right. Bronson's, and inside were the shapeless, mushed-up, fetid remains of the Singapore notes that he had got from the bank at Kabulong. There was still the silver, and I was convinced that it was hidden somewhere about, but I wasn't going to bother about that. I had found out something very important. Whoever had murdered Bronson had made no money out of it. Do you remember my telling you that I'd noticed the print of Bronson's feet on each side of the broad line of the pneumatic tire where he had stopped and presumably spoken to someone? He was a heavy man, and the prints were well marked. He hadn't just put his feet on the soft sand and taken them off, but must have stopped at least for a minute or two. My explanation was that he had stopped to chat with a Malay or a Chinaman, but the more I thought of it, the less I liked it. Why the devil should he? Bronson wanted to get home, and though a jovial chap, he certainly was not hail fellow well met with the natives. His relations towards them were those of master and servants. Those footprints had always puzzled me, and now the truth flashed across me. Whoever had murdered Bronson hadn't murdered him to rob, and if he'd stopped to talk with someone, it could only be with a friend. I knew at last who the murderer was. I have always thought the detective story a most diverting and ingenious variety of fiction, and have regretted that I never had the skill to write one. But I have read a good many, and I flatter myself it is rarely that I have not solved the mystery before it was disclosed to me. And now, for some time I had foreseen what Gaze was going to say, but when at last he said it, I confess that it gave me, notwithstanding, somewhat of a shock. The man he met was Cartwright. Cartwright was pigeon shooting. He stopped and asked him what sport he had had, and as he rode on, Cartwright raised his gun and discharged both barrels into his head. Cartwright took the money and the watch in order to make it look like the work of gang robbers and hurriedly hid them in the jungle. Then made his way along the edge till he got to the road, went back to the bungalow, changed into his tennis things, and drove with Mrs. Bronson to the club. I remembered how badly he'd played tennis, and how he'd collapsed when, in order to break the news more gently to Mrs. Bronson, I said Bronson was wounded and not dead. If he was only wounded, he might have been able to speak. By George, I bet that was a bad moment. The child was Cartwright's. Look at Olive. Why, you saw the likeness yourself. The doctor had said that Mrs. Bronson was upset when he told her she was going to have a baby, and made him promise not to tell Bronson. Why? Because Bronson knew that he couldn't be the father of the child. Do you think that Mrs. Bronson knew what Cartwright had done? I asked. I'm sure of it. When I look back on her behavior that evening at the club, I am convinced of it. She was upset, but not because Bronson was killed. She was upset because I said he was wounded. On my telling her that he was dead when they found him, she burst out crying. But from relief. I know that woman. Look at that square chin of hers and tell me that she hasn't got the courage of the devil. She has a will of iron. She made Cartwright do it. She planned every detail and every move. He was completely under her influence. He is now. But do you mean to tell me that neither you nor anyone else ever suspected that there was anything between them? Never. Never. If they were in love with one another, and knew that she was going to have a baby, why didn't they just bolt? How could they? It was Bronson who had the money. She hadn't a bean, and neither had Cartwright. He was out of a job. Do you think he would have got another with that story round his neck? Bronson had taken him in when he was starving, and he'd stolen his wife from him. They wouldn't have had a dog's chance. They couldn't afford to let the truth come out. Their only chance was to get Bronson out of the way. And they got him out of the way. They might have thrown themselves on his mercy. Yes, but I think they were ashamed. He'd been so good to them. He was such a decent chap, I don't think they had the heart to tell him the truth. They preferred to kill him. There was a moment's silence, while I reflected over what Gaze said. Well, what did you do about it? I asked. Nothing. What was there to do? What was the evidence? That the watch and notes had been found? They might easily have been hidden by someone who was afterwards afraid to come and get them. The murderer might have been quite content to get away with the silver. The footprints. Bronson might have stopped to light a cigarette, or there might have been a tree trunk across the path, and he waited while the coolies he met there by chance moved it away. Who could prove that the child that a perfectly decent, respectable woman had had 4 months after her husband's death was not his child? No jury would have convicted Cartwright. I held my tongue, and the Bronson murder was forgotten. I don't suppose the Cartwrights have forgotten, I suggested. I shouldn't be surprised. Human memory is astonishingly short, and if you want my professional opinion, I don't mind telling you that I don't believe remorse for a crime ever sits very heavily on a man when he's absolutely sure he'll never be found out. I thought once more of the pair I had met that afternoon. The thin, elderly bald man with gold-rimmed spectacles, and that white-haired, untidy woman with her frank speech and kindly, caustic smile. It was almost impossible to imagine that in the distant past they had been swayed by so turbulent a passion, for that alone made their behavior explicable, that it had brought them in the end to such a pass that they could see no other issue than a cruel and cold-blooded murder. "Doesn't it make you feel a little uncomfortable to be with them?" I asked Gaze. "For, without wishing to be censorious, I'm bound to say that I don't think they can be very nice people." "That's where you're wrong. They are very nice people. They're about the pleasantest people here. Mrs. Cartwright is a thoroughly good sort and a very amusing woman. It's my business to prevent crime and to catch the culprit when crime is committed, but I've known far too many criminals to think that on the whole they're worse than anybody else. A perfectly decent fellow may be driven by circumstances to commit a crime, and if he's found out, he's punished. But he may very well remain a perfectly decent fellow. Of course, society punishes him if he breaks its laws, and it's quite right, but it's not always his actions that indicate the essential man. If you'd been a policeman as long as I have, you'd know it's not what people do that really matters. It's what they are. Luckily, a policeman has nothing to do with their thoughts, only with their deeds. If he had, it would be a very different, a much more difficult matter." Gaze flicked the ash from his cheroot and gave me his wry, sardonic, but agreeable smile. "I'll tell you what. There's one job I shouldn't like," he said. "What is that?" I asked. "Gods, at the Judgment Day," said Gaze. "No, sir." Audiobook recorded at Ardis Studio, 2006. Read by Adam Muskin.
Aldarion and Erendis, the mariner's wife. Meneldur was the son of Tar Elendil, the fourth king of Numenor. He was the king's third child, for he had two sisters, named Silmarion and Isilme. The elder of these was wedded to Elatan of Andunia, and their son was Valendil, lord of Andunia, from whom came long after the lines of the kings of Gondor and Arnor in Middle-earth. Meneldur was a man of gentle mood, without pride, whose exercise was rather in thought than in deeds of the body. He loved dearly the land of Numenor, and all things in it, but he gave no heed to the sea that lay all about it, for his mind looked further than Middle-earth. He was enamoured of the stars and the heavens. All that he could gather of the lore of the Eldar and Edain concerning Ea, and the deeps that lay about the kingdom of Arda, he studied, and his chief delight was in the watching of the stars. He built a tower in the Ferostar, the northernmost region of the island, where the airs were clearest, from which by night he would survey the heavens and observe all the movements of the lights of the firmament. Note 1. In the description of Numenor, page 167, he is called Tar-Meneldur Elentirmo, Star Watcher. See also his entry in the line of Elros, page 219. End of note. When Meneldur received the scepter, he removed, as he must, from the Ferostar, and dwelt in the great house of the kings in Armenelos. He proved a good and wise king, though he never ceased to yearn for days in which he might enrich his knowledge of the heavens. His wife was a woman of great beauty, named Almarion. She was the daughter of Veantur, captain of the king's ships under Tar Elendil, and though she herself loved ships and the sea no more than most women of the land, her son followed after Veantur, her father, rather than after Meneldur. The son of Meneldur and Almarion was Anardil, afterwards renowned among the kings of Numenor as Tar Aldarion. He had two sisters, younger than he, Eilenel and Almiel, of whom the elder married Orhaldor, a descendant of the house of Hador, son of Hatholdir, who was close in friendship with Meneldur, and the son of Orchaldor and Eilenel was Saronto, who comes later into the tale. Note 2. Saronto's part in the story can now only be glimpsed. See page 211. End of note. Aldarion, for so he is called in all tales, grew swiftly to a man of great stature, strong and vigorous in mind and body, golden-haired as his mother, ready to mirth and generous, but prouder than his father, and ever more bent on his own will. From the first he loved the sea, and his mind was turned to the craft of shipbuilding. He had little liking for the north country, and spent all the time that his father would grant by the shores of the sea, especially near Romena, where was the chief haven of Numenor, the greatest shipyards, and the most skilled shipwrights. His father did little to hinder him for many years, being well pleased that Aldarion should have exercise for his hardihood, and work for thought and hand. Aldarion was much loved by Veantur, his mother's father, and he dwelt often in Veantur's house on the southern side of the firth of Romena. That house had its own quay, to which many small boats were always moored, for Veantur would never journey by land if he could by water, and there as a child Aldarion learned to row, and later to manage sail. Before he was full grown, he could captain a ship of many men, sailing from haven to haven. It happened on a time that Veantur said to his grandson, "Analdilia, the spring is drawing nigh, and also the day of your full age," for in that April Aldarion would be 25 years old. "I have in mind a way to mark it fittingly. My own years are far greater, and I do not think that I shall often again have the heart to leave my fair house and the blessed shores of Numenor. But once more at least I would ride the great sea, and face the north wind and the east. This year you shall come with me, and we will go to Mithlond, and see the tall blue mountains of Middle-earth, and the green land of the Eldar at their feet. Good welcome you will find from Círdan, the shipwright, and from King Gil-galad. Speak of this to your father." Note 3. As is told in the description of Numenor, page 171, it was Veantur who first achieved the voyage to Middle-earth in the year 600 of the Second Age. He was born in 451. In the Tale of Years in Appendix B to The Lord of the Rings, the annal entry for the year 600 states, "The first ships of the Numenorians appear off the coasts." There is a description in a late philological essay of the first meeting of the Numenorians with men of Eriador at that time. It was 600 years after the departure of the survivors of the Atani, Edain, over the sea to Numenor, that a ship first came again out of the west to Middle-earth, and passed up the Gulf of Lune. Its captains and mariners were welcomed by Gil-galad, and thus was begun the friendship and alliance of Numenor with the Eldar of Lindon. The news spread swiftly, and men in Eriador were filled with wonder. Although in the First Age they had dwelt in the east, rumors of the terrible war beyond the western mountains, that is, Ered Luin, had reached them, but their traditions preserved no clear account of it, and they believed that all the men who dwelt in the lands beyond had been destroyed or drowned in great tumults of fire and inrushing seas. But since it was still said among them that those men had in years beyond memory been kinsmen of their own, they sent messages to Gil-galad, asking leave to meet the shipmen who had returned from death in the deeps of the sea. Thus it came about that there was a meeting between them on the Tower Hills, and to that meeting with the Numenorians came 12 men only out of Eriador, men of high heart and courage, for most of their people feared that the newcomers were perilous spirits of the dead. But when they looked on the shipmen, fear left them, though for a while they stood silent in awe. For mighty as they were themselves accounted among their kin, the shipmen resembled rather elvish lords than mortal men in bearing and apparel. None the less they felt no doubt of their ancient kinship, and likewise the shipmen looked with glad surprise upon the men of Middle-earth. For it had been believed in Numenor that the men left behind were descended from the evil men who in the last days of the war against Morgoth had been summoned by him out of the east. But now they looked upon faces free from the shadow, and men who could have walked in Numenor and not been thought aliens, save in their clothes and their arms. Then suddenly, after the silence, both the Númenóreans and the men of Eriador spoke words of welcome and greeting in their own tongues, as if addressing friends and kinsmen after a long parting. At first they were disappointed, for neither side could understand the other, but when they mingled in friendship, they found that they shared very many words, still clearly recognizable, and others that could be understood with attention, and they were able to converse haltingly about simple matters. Elsewhere in this essay it is explained that these men dwelt about Lake Evendim, in the North Downs and the Weather Hills, and in the lands between as far as the Brandywine, west of which they often wandered, though they did not dwell there. They were friendly with the elves, though they held them in awe, and they feared the sea and would not look upon it. It appears that they were in origin men of the same stock as the peoples of Beor and Hador, who had not crossed the Blue Mountains into Beleriand during the First Age. End of note. When Aldarion spoke of this venture, and asked leave to go as soon as the spring winds should be favorable, Menelder was loath to grant it. A chill came upon him, as though his heart guessed that more hung upon this than his mind could foresee. But when he looked upon the eager face of his son, he let no sign of this be seen. "Do as your heart calls, Onya," he said. "I shall miss you sorely, but with Veantar as captain, under the grace of the Valar, I shall live in good hope of your return. But do not become enamored of the great lands, you who one day must be king and father of this isle." Thus it came to pass that on a morning of fair sun and white wind, in the bright spring of the 725th year of the Second Age, the son of the king's heir of Númenor sailed from the land, and ere day was over he saw it sink, shimmering into the sea, and last of all the peak of the Meneltarma as a dark finger against the sunset. Note 4. The son of the king's heir, Aldarion, son of Menelder. Tar Elendil did not resign the scepter to Menelder until a further 15 years had passed. End of note. It is said that Aldarion himself wrote records of all his journeys to Middle-earth, and they were long preserved in Romenna, though all were afterwards lost. Of his first journey little is known, save that he made the friendship of Círdan and Gil-galad, and journeyed far in Lindon, and the west of Eriador, and marvelled at all that he saw. He did not return for more than 2 years, and Menelder was in great disquiet. It is said that his delay was due to the eagerness he had to learn all that he could of Círdan, both in the making and management of ships, and in the building of walls to withstand the hunger of the sea. There was joy in Romenna and Armenelos when men saw the great ship, Numeramar, which signifies west wings, coming up from the sea, her golden sails reddened in the sunset. The summer was nearly over, and the Eru-Hantale was nigh. Note 5. Eru-Hantale, Thanksgiving to Eru, the autumn feast in Númenor. See the description of Númenor, page 166. End of note. It seemed to Menelder, when he welcomed his son in the house of Veantar, that he had grown in stature, and his eyes were brighter, but they looked far away. "What did you see, Onya, in your far journeys that now lives most in memory?" But Aldarion, looking east towards the night, was silent. At last he answered, but softly, as one that speaks to himself. "The fair people of the elves? The green shores? The mountains wreathed in cloud? The regions of mist and shadow beyond guess? I do not know." He ceased, and Menelder knew that he had not spoken his full mind, for Aldarion had become enamored of the great sea, and of a ship riding there alone without sight of land, borne by the winds with foam at its throat to coasts and havens unguessed, and that love and desire never left him until his life's end. Veantar did not again voyage from Númenor, but the Numeramar he gave in gift to Aldarion. Within 3 years Aldarion begged leave to go again, and he set sail for Lindon. He was 3 years abroad, and not long after another voyage he made, that lasted for 4 years, for it is said that he was no longer content to sail to Mithlond, but began to explore the coasts southwards, past the mouths of Barandwin, and Gwathla, and Angren, and he rounded the dark cape of Ras Morthil, and beheld the great bay of Belfalis, and the mountains of the country of Amroth, where the Nandor elves still dwell. Note 6. Sir Angren was the elvish name of the river Isen. Ras Morthil, a name not otherwise found, must be the great headland at the end of the northern arm of the Bay of Belfalis, which was also called Androst, Long Cape. The reference to the country of Amroth, where the Nandor elves still dwell, can be taken to imply that the tale of Aldarion and Erendis was written down in Gondor before the departure of the last ship, from the haven of the Sylvan elves near Dol Amroth, in the year 1981 of the Third Age. See pages 240 and the following. End of note. In the 39th year of his age, Aldarion returned to Numenor, bringing gifts from Gil-galad to his father. For in the following year, as he had long proclaimed, Tar Elendil relinquished the scepter to his son, and Tar Meneldor became the king. Then Aldarion restrained his desire, and remained at home for a while for the comfort of his father. And in those days he put to use the knowledge he had gained of Círdan concerning the making of ships, devising much anew of his own thought. And he began also to set men to the improvement of the havens and the quays, for he was ever eager to build greater vessels. But the sea-longing came upon him anew, and he departed again and yet again from Numenor, and his mind turned now to ventures that might not be compassed with one vessel's company. Therefore he formed the Guild of Venturers, that afterwards was renowned. To that brotherhood were joined all the hardiest and most eager mariners, and young men sought admission to it even from the inland regions of Numenor, and Aldarion they called the Great Captain. At that time he, having no mind to live upon land in Armenelos, had a ship built that should serve as his dwelling place. He named it, therefore, Eambar, and at times he would sail in it from haven to haven of Numenor. But for the most part it lay at anchor off Tol Uinen, and that was a little isle in the Bay of Romena that was set there by Uinen, the Lady of the Seas. Note 7. For Uinen, the spouse of Osse, Mire of the Sea, see the Silmarillion, page 30. There it is said that the Numenorians lived long in her protection, and held her in reverence equal to the Valar. End of note. Upon Eambar was the guild house of the Venturers, and there were kept the records of their great voyages. For Tar Meneldor looked coldly on the enterprises of his son, and cared not to hear the tale of his journeys, believing that he sowed the seeds of restlessness and the desire of other lands to hold. Note 8. It is stated that the guild house of the Venturers was confiscated by the kings, and removed to the western haven of Andunia. All its records perished, that is, in the downfall, including all the accurate charts of Numenor, but it is not said when this confiscation of Eambar took place. End of note. In that time Aldarion became estranged from his father, and ceased to speak openly of his designs and his desires. But Almarion, the queen, supported her son in all that he did, and Meneldor perforce let matters go as they must. For the Venturers grew in numbers, and in the esteem of men, and they called them Uinendili, the lovers of Uinen, and their captain became the less easy to rebuke or restrain. The ships of the Numenorians became ever larger and of greater draught in those days, until they could make far voyages, carrying many men and great cargoes, and Aldarion was often long gone from Numenor. Tar Meneldor ever opposed his son, and he set a curb on the felling of trees in Numenor for the building of vessels, and it came therefore into Aldarion's mind that he would find timber in Middle-earth, and seek there for a haven for the repair of his ships. In his voyages down the coasts he looked with wonder on the great forests, and at the mouth of the river that the Numenorians called Gwathir, River of Shadow, he established Vinyalonde, the new haven. Note 9. The river was afterwards called Gwathla, or Greyflood, and the haven Londdire. See pages 261 and the following. End of note. But when nigh on 800 years had passed since the beginning of the Second Age, Tar Meneldor commanded his son to remain now in Numenor, and to cease for a time his eastward voyaging, for he desired to proclaim Aldarion the king's heir, as had been done at that age of the air by the kings before him. Then Menelder and his son were reconciled for that time, and there was peace between them, and amid joy and feasting Aldarion was proclaimed heir in the 100th year of his age, and received from his father the title and power of Lord of the Ships and Havens of Numenor. To the feasting in Armenelos came one Beregar from his dwelling in the west of the isle, and with him came Erendis, his daughter. There Almarion, the queen, observed her beauty, of a kind seldom seen in Numenor. For Beregar came of the house of Beor by ancient descent, though not of the royal line of Elros, and Erendis was dark-haired and of slender grace, with the clear grey eyes of her kin. Note 10. Compare the Silmarillion, page 148. The men of that house, that is of Beor, were dark or brown of hair, with grey eyes. According to a genealogical table of the house of Beor, Erendis was descended from Berith, who was the sister of Baragund and Belagund, and thus the aunt of Morwen, mother of Turin Turambar, and of Rion, the mother of Tuor. End of note. But Erendis looked upon Aldarion as he rode by, and for his beauty and splendor of bearing she had eyes for little else. Thereafter Erendis entered the household of the queen, and found favor also with the king. But little did she see of Aldarion, who busied himself in the tending of the forests, being concerned that in days to come timber should not lack in Numenor. Ere long the mariners of the Guild of Venturers became restless, for they were ill content to voyage more briefly and more rarely under lesser commanders. And when 6 years had passed since the proclamation of the king's heir, Aldarion determined to sail again to Middle-earth. Of the king he got but grudging leave, for he refused his father's urging that he abide in Numenor and seek a wife, and he set sail in the spring of the year. But coming to bid farewell to his mother, he saw Erendis amid the queen's company, and looking on her beauty, he divined the strength that lay concealed in her. Then Almarion said to him, "Must you depart again, Aldarion, my son? Is there nothing that will hold you in the fairest of all mortal lands?" "Not yet," he answered, "but there are fairer things in Armenelos than a man could find elsewhere, even in the lands of the Eldar. But mariners are men of two minds, at war with themselves, and the desire of the sea still holds me." Erendis believed that these words were spoken also for her ears, and from that time forth her heart was turned wholly to Aldarion, though not in hope. In those days there was no need, by law or custom, that those of the royal house, not even the king's heir, should wed only with descendants of Elros Tarminiatur, but Erendis deemed that Aldarion was too high. Yet she looked on no man with favor thereafter, and every suitor she dismissed. 7 years passed before Aldarion came back, bringing with him ore of silver and gold, and he spoke with his father of his voyage and his deeds. But Menelder said, "Rather would I have had you beside me than any news or gifts from the dark lands. This is the part of merchants and explorers, not of the king's heir. What need have we of more silver and gold, unless to use in pride where other things would serve as well? The need of the king's house is for a man who knows and loves this land and people, which he will rule." "Do I not study men all my days?" said Aldarion. "I can lead and govern them as I will." "Say rather, some men, of like mind with yourself," answered the king. "There are also women in Numenor, scarce fewer than men, and save your mother, whom indeed you can lead as you will, what do you know of them? Yet one day you must take a wife." "One day," said Aldarion, "but not before I must, and later, if any try to thrust me towards marriage. Other things I have to do more urgent to me, for my mind is bent on them. Cold is the life of a mariner's wife, and the mariner who is single of purpose and not tied to the shore goes further and learns better how to deal with the sea." "Further, but not with more profit," said Menelder. "And you do not deal with the sea, Aldarion, my son? Do you forget that the Edain dwell here under the grace of the lords of the West, that Uinen is kind to us, and Osse is restrained, Our ships are guarded, and other hands guide them than ours. So be not over-proud, or the grace may wane, and do not presume that it will extend to those who risk themselves without need upon the rocks of strange shores, or in the lands of men of darkness. To what purpose, then, is the gracing of our ships, said Aldarion, if they are to sail to no shores, and may seek nothing not seen before? He spoke no more to his father of such matters, but passed his days upon the ship Eombar in the company of the venturers, and in the building of a vessel greater than any made before. That ship he named Palaron, the far wanderer. Yet now he met Erendis often, and that was by contrivance of the queen. And the king, learning of their meetings, felt disquiet, yet he was not displeased. "It would be more kind to cure Aldarion of his restlessness," said he, "before he win the heart of any woman." "How else will you cure him if not by love?" said the queen. "Erendis is yet young," said Menelder, but Almarion answered, "The kin of Erendis have not the length of life that is granted to the descendants of Elros, and her heart is already won." Note 11. On different lifespans among the Númenóreans, see Note 1 to the line of Elros, page 224. End of note. Now when the great ship Palaron was built, Aldarion would depart once more. At this Menelder became wrathful, though by the persuasions of the queen he would not use the king's power to stay him. Here must be told of the custom that when a ship departed from Númenor over the great sea to Middle-earth, a woman, most often of the captain's kin, should set upon the vessel's prow the green bough of return, and that was cut from the tree Oialaire, that signifies ever summer, which the Eldar gave to the Númenóreans, saying that they set it upon their own ships in token of friendship with Osse and Uenen. Note 12. On the tree Oialaire, see the description of Númenor, page 167. End of note. The leaves of that tree were evergreen, glossy and fragrant, and it throve upon sea air. But Menelder forbade the queen and the sisters of Aldarion to bear the bough of Oialaire to Romena, where lay the Palaron, saying that he refused his blessing to his son, who was venturing forth against his will. And Aldarion, hearing this, said, "If I must go without blessing or bough, then so I will go." Then the queen was grieved, but Erendis said to her, "Tarinya, if you will cut the bough from the elven tree, I will bear it to the haven by your leave, for the king has not forbidden it to me." The mariners thought it an ill thing that the captain should depart thus, but when all was made ready and men prepared to weigh anchor, Erendis came there, little though she loved the noise and bustle of the great harbour and the crying of the gulls. Aldarion greeted her with amazement and joy, and she said, "I have brought you the bough of return, lord, from the queen." "From the queen?" said Aldarion, in a changed manner. "Yes, lord," she said, "but I asked for her leave to do so. Others beside your own kin will rejoice at your return, as soon as may be." At that time Aldarion first looked on Erendis with love, and he stood long in the stern looking back as the Palaron passed out to sea. It is said that he hastened his return, and was gone less time than he had designed, and coming back he brought gifts for the queen and the ladies of her house, but the richest gift he brought for Erendis, and that was a diamond. Cold now were the greetings between the king and his son, and Menelder rebuked him, saying that such a gift was unbecoming in the king's heir unless it were a betrothal gift, and he demanded that Aldarion declare his mind. "In gratitude I brought it," said he, "for a warm heart amid the coldness of others." "Cold hearts may not kindle others to give them warmth at their goings and comings," said Menelder, and again he urged Aldarion to take thought of marriage, though he did not speak of Erendis. But Aldarion would have none of it, for he was ever and in every course the more opposed as those about him urged it. And treating Erendis now with greater coolness, he determined to leave Númenor and further his designs in Vignalande. Life on land was irksome to him, for aboard his ship he was subject to no other will, and the venturers who accompanied him knew only love and admiration for the great captain. But now Menelder forbade his going, and Aldarion, before the winter was fully gone, set sail with a fleet of 7 ships, and the greater part of the venturers, in defiance of the king. The queen did not dare incur Menelder's wrath, but at night a cloaked woman came to the haven bearing a bough, and she gave it into the hands of Aldarion, saying, "This comes from the Lady of the Westlands," for so they called Erendis, and went away in the dark. At the open rebellion of Aldarion, the king rescinded his authority as lord of the ships and havens of Numenor, and he caused the guildhouse of the venturers on Eambar to be shut, and the shipyards of Romena to be closed, and forbade the felling of all trees for shipbuilding. 5 years passed, and Aldarion returned with 9 ships, for 2 had been built in Vignalonde, and they were laden with fine timber from the forests of the coasts of Middle-earth. The anger of Aldarion was great when he found what had been done, and to his father he said, "If I am to have no welcome in Numenor, and no work for my hands to do, and if my ships may not be repaired in its havens, then I will go again, and soon, for the winds have been rough, and I need refitment." Note 13. This is to be understood as a portent. End of note. "Has not a king's son aught to do but study women's faces to find a wife? The work of forestry I took up, and I have been prudent in it. There will be more timber in Numenor ere my day ends than there is under your scepter." And true to his word, Aldarion left again in the same year with 3 ships, and the hardiest of the venturers, going without blessing or bow. For Menelder set a ban on all the women of his house and of the venturers, and put a guard about Romena. On that voyage Aldarion was away so long that the people feared for him, and Menelder himself was disquieted, despite the grace of the Valar that had ever protected the ships of Numenor. Note 14. Compare the Akallabeth, the Silmarillion, page 277, where it is told that in the days of Ar-Pharazôn, ever and anon a great ship of the Númenóreans would founder and not return to haven, though such a grief had not till then befallen them since the rising of the star. End of note. When 10 years were gone since his sailing, Erendis at last despaired, and believing that Aldarion had met with disaster, or else that he had determined to dwell in Middle-earth, and also in order to escape the importuning of suitors, she asked the queen's leave, and departing from Armenelos, she returned to her own kindred in the Westlands. But after 4 years more, Aldarion at last returned, and his ships were battered and broken by the seas. He had sailed first to the haven of Vignalonde, and thence he had made a great coastwise journey southwards, far beyond any place yet reached by the ships of the Númenóreans. But returning northwards, he had met contrary winds and great storms, and scarce escaping shipwreck in the Harad, found Vignalonde overthrown by great seas and plundered by hostile men. 3 times he was driven back from the crossing of the great sea by high winds out of the west, and his own ship was struck by lightning and dismasted. And only with labor and hardship in the deep waters did he come at last to haven in Numenor. Greatly was Menelder comforted at Aldarion's return, but he rebuked him for his rebellion against king and father, thus forsaking the guardianship of the Valar, and risking the wrath of Osse, not only for himself, but for men whom he had bound to himself in devotion. Then Aldarion was chastened in mood, and he received the pardon of Menelder, who restored to him the lordship of the ships and havens, and added thereto the title of Master of the Forests. Aldarion was grieved to find Erendis gone from Armenelos, but he was too proud to seek her, and indeed he could not well do so save to ask for her in marriage, and he was still unwilling to be bound. He set himself to the repairing of the neglects of his long absence, for he had been nigh on 20 years away, and at that time great harbour works were put in hand, especially at Romena. He found that there had been much felling of trees for building and the making of many things, but all was done without foresight, and little had been planted to replace what was taken, and he journeyed far and wide in Numenor to view the standing woods. Riding one day in the forests of the Westlands, he saw a woman whose dark hair flowed in the wind, and about her was a green cloak clasped at the throat with a bright jewel, and he took her for one of the Eldar, who came at times to those parts of the island. But she approached, and he knew her for Erendis, and saw that the jewel was the one that he had given her. Then suddenly he knew in himself the love that he bore her, and he felt the emptiness of his days. Erendis, seeing him, turned pale, and would ride off, but he was too quick, and he said, "Too well have I deserved that you should flee from me. who have fled so often and so far. But forgive me, and stay now." They rode then together to the house of Berengar, her father, and there Aldarion made plain his desire for betrothal to Erendis. But now Erendis was reluctant, though according to custom and the life of her people, it was now full time for her marriage. Her love for him was not lessened, nor did she retreat out of guile, but she feared now in her heart that in the war between herself and the sea for the keeping of Aldarion she would not conquer. Never would Erendis take less, that she might not lose all, and fearing the sea, and begrudging to all ships the felling of trees which she loved, she determined that she must utterly defeat the sea and the ships, or else be herself defeated utterly. But Aldarion wooed Erendis in earnest, and wherever she went he would go. He neglected the havens and the shipyards, and all the concerns of the guild of venturers, felling no trees but setting himself to their planting only, and he found more contentment in those days than in any others of his life, though he did not know it until he looked back long after when old age was upon him. At length he sought to persuade Erendis to sail with him on a voyage about the island in the ship Eambar, for 100 years had now passed since Aldarion founded the Guild of Venturers, and feasts were to be held in all the havens of Numenor. To this Erendis consented, concealing her distaste and fear, and they departed from Romena and came to Andunier in the west of the isle. There Valendil, lord of Andunier and close kin of Aldarion, held a great feast, and at that feast he drank to Erendis, naming her Ueneniel, daughter of Uinen, the new lady of the sea. Note 15. Valendil was Aldarion's cousin, for he was the son of Silmarien, daughter of Tar Elendil, and sister of Tar Menelder. Valendil, first of the lords of Andunier, was the ancestor of Elendil the Tall, father of Isildur and Anarion. End of note. But Erendis, who sat beside the wife of Valendil, said aloud, "Call me by no such name. I am no daughter of Uinen. Rather is she my foe." Thereafter, for a while, doubt again assailed Erendis, for Aldarion turned his thoughts again to the works at Romena, and busied himself with the building of great sea-walls, and the raising of a tall tower upon tall Uinen. Calmindon, the Light Tower, was its name. But when these things were done, Aldarion returned to Erendis, and besought her to be betrothed. Yet still she delayed, saying, "I have journeyed with you by ship, lord. Before I give you my answer, will you not journey with me ashore, to the places that I love? You know too little of this land, for one who shall be its king." Therefore they departed together, and came to Emerie, where were rolling downs of grass, and it was the chief place of sheep pasturage in Numenor, and they saw the white houses of the farmers and shepherds, and heard the bleating of the flocks. There Erendis spoke to Aldarion, and said, "Here could I be at ease?" "You shall dwell where you will, as wife of the king's heir," said Aldarion, "and as queen in many fair houses, such as you desire." "When you are king, I shall be old," said Erendis. "Where will the king's heir dwell, meanwhile?" "With his wife," said Aldarion, "when his labours allow, if she cannot share in them." "I will not share my husband with the lady Uinen," said Erendis. "That is a twisted saying," said Aldarion. "As well might I say that I would not share my wife with the Lord Orome of forests because she loves trees that grow wild." "Indeed you would not," said Erendis, "for you would fell any wood as a gift to Uinen, if you had a mind." "Name any tree that you love, and it shall stand till it dies," said Aldarion. "I love all that grow in this isle," said Erendis. Then they rode a great while in silence, and after that day they parted, and Erendis returned to her father's house. To him she said nothing, but to her mother, Nuneth, she told the words that had passed between herself and Aldarion. "All or nothing, Erendis," said Nuneth. "So you were as a child. But you love this man, and he is a great man, not to speak of his rank, and you will not cast out your love from your heart so easily, nor without great hurt to yourself. A woman must share her husband's love with his work, and the fire of his spirit, or make him a thing not lovable. But I doubt that you will ever understand such counsel. Yet I am grieved, for it is full time that you were wed, and having borne a fair child, I had hoped to see fair grandchildren, nor if they were cradled in the king's house would that displease me." This counsel did not indeed move the mind of Erendis. Nevertheless, she found that her heart was not under her will, and her days were empty, more empty than in the years when Aldarion had been gone, for he still abode in Numenor, and yet the days passed, and he did not come again into the west. Now Almarion, the queen, being acquainted by Nuneth with what had passed, and fearing lest Aldarion should seek solace in voyaging again, for he had been long ashore, sent word to Erendis asking that she return to Armenelos. And Erendis, being urged by Nuneth, and by her own heart, did as she was bid. There she was reconciled to Aldarion. And in the spring of that year, when the time of the Erekierme was come, they ascended in the retinue of the king to the summit of the Meneltarma, which was the hallowed mountain of the Numenorians. Note 16. Erekierme, prayer to Eru, the feast of the spring in Numenor. See the description of Numenor, page 166. End of note. When all had gone down again, Aldarion and Erendis remained behind, and they looked out, seeing all the Isle of Westerness laid green beneath them in the spring. And they saw the glimmer of light in the west, where far away was Avalone, and the shadows in the east upon the great sea, and the Minna was blue above them. Note 17. It is said in the Akalabeth, the Silmarillion, pages 262 and 263, that at times when all the air was clear and the sun was in the east, they would look out and descry far off in the west a city white shining on a distant shore, and a great harbour and a tower. For in those days the Numenorians were far-sighted. Yet even so, it was only the keenest eyes among them that could see this vision, from the Meneltarma maybe, or from some tall ship that lay off their western coast. But the wise among them knew that this distant land was not indeed the blessed realm of Valinor, but was Avalone, the haven of the Eldar upon Eressëa, easternmost of the Undying Lands. End of note. They did not speak, for no one, save only the king, spoke upon the height of Meneltarma. But as they came down, Erendis stood a moment, looking towards Emeria, and beyond, towards the woods of her home. "Do you not love the Yozayan?" she said. "I love it indeed," he answered, "though I think that you doubt it. For I think also of what it may be in time to come, and the hope and splendor of its people, and I believed that a gift should not lie idle in hoard." But Erendis denied his words, saying, "Such gifts has come from the Valar, and through them from the One, are to be loved for themselves now, and in all nows. They are not given for barter, for more or for better. The Edain remain mortal men, Aldarion, great though they be, and we cannot dwell in the time that is to come, lest we lose our now for a phantom of our own design." Then, taking suddenly the jewel from her throat, she asked him, "Would you have me trade this to buy me other goods that I desire?" "No," said he, "but you do not lock it in hoard. Yet I think you set it too high, for it is dimmed by the light of your eyes." Then he kissed her on the eyes, and in that moment she put aside fear, and accepted him, and their troth was plighted upon the steep path of the Meneltarma. They went back then to Armenelos, and Aldarion presented Erendis to Tarmeneldar as the betrothed of the king's heir, and the king was rejoiced, and there was merrymaking in the city and in all the isle. As betrothal gift, Meneldar gave to Erendis a fair portion of land in Emeria, and there he built for her a white house. But Aldarion said to her, "Other jewels I have in hoard, gifts of kings in far lands to whom the ships of Numenor have brought aid. I have gems as green as the light of the sun and the leaves of trees which you love." "No," said Erendis. "I have had my betrothal gift, though it came beforehand. It is the only jewel that I have or would have, and I will set it yet higher." Then he saw that she had caused the white gem to be set as a star in a silver fillet, and at her asking he bound it on her forehead. She wore it for so many years, until sorrow befell, and thus she was known far and wide as Tar Elistirne, the Lady of the Star-brow. Note 18. Thus came, it said, the manner of the kings and queens afterward, to wear as a star a white jewel upon the brow, and they had no crown. Author's note. End of note. Thus there was for a time peace and joy in Armenelos, in the house of the king and in all the isle, and it is recorded in ancient books that there was great fruitfulness in the golden summer of that year, which was the 858th of the Second Age. But alone among the people the mariners of the Guild of Venturers were not well content. For 15 years Aldarion had remained in Numenor, and led no expedition abroad, and though there were gallant captains who had been trained by him, without the wealth and authority of the king's son, their voyages were fewer and more brief, and went but seldom further than the land of Gilgalad. Moreover, timber was become scarce in the shipyards, for Aldarion neglected the forests, and the venturers besought him to turn again to this work. At their prayer, Aldarion did so, and at first Erendis would go about with him in the woods, but she was saddened by the sight of trees felled in their prime, and afterwards hewn and sawn. Soon therefore Aldarion went alone, and they were less in company. Now the year came in which all looked for the marriage of the king's heir, for it was not the custom that betrothal should last much longer than 3 years. One morning in that spring, Aldarion rode up from the haven of Andunia to take the road to the house of Beregar, for there he was to be guest, and thither Erendis had preceded him, going from Armenelos by the roads of the land. As he came to the top of the great bluff that stood out from the land and sheltered the haven from the north, he turned and looked back over the sea. A west wind was blowing, as often at that season, beloved by those who had a mind to sail to Middle-earth, and white-crested waves marched towards the shore. Then suddenly the sea-longing took him, as though a great hand had been laid on his throat, and his heart hammered, and his breath was stopped. He strove for the mastery, and at length turned his back, and continued on his journey. And by design he took his way through the wood, where he had seen Erendis riding as one of the Eldar. Now 15 years gone. Almost he looked to see her so once more, but she was not there, and desire to see her face again hastened him, so that he came to Beregar's house before evening. There she welcomed him gladly, and he was merry, but he said nothing touching their wedding, though all had thought that this was a part of his errand to the Westlands. As the days passed, Erendis marked that he now often fell silent in company when others were gay, and if she looked towards him suddenly, she saw his eyes upon her. Then her heart was shaken, for the blue eyes of Aldarion seemed to her now grey and cold, yet she perceived, as it were, a hunger in his gaze. That look she had seen too often before, and feared what it boded. But she said nothing. At that, Nuneth, who marked all that passed, was glad. For words may open wounds, as she said. Ere long, Aldarion and Erendis rode away, returning to Armenelos, and as they drew further from the sea, he grew merrier again. Still he said nothing to her of his trouble, for indeed he was at war within himself, and irresolute. So the year drew on, and Aldarion spoke neither of the sea nor of the wedding, but he was often in Romena, and in the company of the venturers. At length, when the next year came in, the king called him to his chamber, and they were at ease together, and the love they bore one another was no longer clouded. "My son," said Tarmenelder, "when will you give me the daughter that I have so long desired? More than 3 years have now passed, and that is long enough. I marvel that you could endure so long a delay." Then Aldarion was silent, but at length he said, "It has come upon me again, Altarinya. 18 years is a long fast. I can scarce lie still in a bed, or hold myself upon a horse, and the hard ground of stone wounds my feet." Then Menelder was grieved, and pitied his son, but he did not understand his trouble, for he himself had never loved ships, and he said, "Alas, but you are betrothed, and by the laws of Numenor and the right ways of the Eldar and Edain a man shall not have 2 wives. You cannot wed the sea, for you are affianced to Erendis." Then Aldarion's heart was hardened, for these words recalled his speech with Erendis as they passed through Emeria, and he thought, but untruly, that she had consulted with his father. It was ever his mood, if he thought that others combined to urge him on some path of their choosing, to turn away from it. "Smiths may smithy, and horsemen ride, and miners delve, when they are betrothed," said he. Therefore why may not mariners sail? If smiths remained 5 years at the anvil, few would be smiths' wives, said the king. And mariners' wives are few, and they endure what they must, for such is their livelihood and their necessity. The king's heir is not a mariner by trade, nor is he under necessity. There are other needs than livelihood that drive a man, said Aldarion, and there are yet many years to spare. Nay, nay, said Menelder, you take your grace for granted. Erendis has shorter hope than you, and her years wane swifter. She is not of the line of Elros, and she has loved you now many years. She held back well nigh 12 years when I was eager, said Aldarion. I do not ask for a third of such a time. She was not then betrothed, said Menelder, but neither of you are now free, and if she held back, I doubt not that it was in fear of what now seems likely to befall, if you cannot master yourself. In some way you must have stilled that fear, and though you may have spoken no plain word, yet you are beholden, as I judge. Then Aldarion said in anger, It were better to speak with my betrothed myself, and not hold parley by proxy. And he left his father. Not long after he spoke to Erendis of his desire to voyage again upon the great waters, saying that he was robbed of all sleep and rest. But she sat, pale and silent. At length she said, I thought that you were come to speak of our wedding. I will, said Aldarion. It shall be as soon as I return if you will wait. But seeing the grief in her face, he was moved, and a thought came to him. It shall be now, he said. It shall be before this year is done, and then I will fit out such a ship as the venturers made never yet, a queen's house on the water, and you shall sail with me, Erendis, under the grace of the Valar, of Yavanna, and of Orome, whom you love. You shall sail to lands where I shall show you such woods as you have never seen, where even now the Eldar sing, or forests wider than Numenor, free and wild since the beginning of days, where still you may hear the great horn of Orome, the Lord. But Erendis wept. Nay, Aldarion, she said, I rejoice that the world yet holds such things as you tell of, but I shall never see them, for I do not desire it. To the woods of Numenor my heart is given, and alas, if for love of you I took ship, I should not return. It is beyond my strength to endure, and out of sight of land I should die. The sea hates me, and now it is revenged that I kept you from it and yet fled from you. Go, my lord, but have pity, and take not so many years as I lost before. Then Aldarion was abashed, for as he had spoken in heedless anger to his father, so now she spoke with love. He did not sail that year, but he had little peace or joy. Out of sight of land she will die, he said. Soon I shall die if I see it longer. Then if we are to spend any years together I must go alone, and go soon. He made ready, therefore, at last, for sailing in the spring, and the venturers were glad, if none else in the isle who knew of what was done. 3 ships were manned, and in the month of Verese they departed. Erendis herself set the green bough of Oialaire on the prow of the Palaran, and hid her tears, until it passed out beyond the great new harbour walls. 6 years and more passed away before Aldarion returned to Numenor. He found even Almarion the Queen colder in welcome. And the venturers were fallen out of esteem, for men thought that he had treated Erendis ill. But indeed he was longer gone than he had purposed, for he had found the haven of Vignalonde now wholly ruined, and great seas had brought to nothing all his labours to restore it. Men near the coasts were growing afraid of the Numenorians, or were become openly hostile, and Aldarion heard rumours of some lord in Middle-earth who hated the men of the ships. Then, when he would turn for home, a great wind came out of the south, and he was borne far to the northward. He tarried a while at Mithlond, but when his ships stood out to sea once more, they were again swept away north, and driven into wastes perilous with ice, and they suffered cold. At last the sea and wind relented, but even as Aldarion looked out in longing from the prow of the Palaran, and saw far off the Meneltarma, his glance fell upon the green bough, and he saw that it was withered. Then Aldarion was dismayed, for such a thing had never befallen the bough of Oialaire, so long as it was washed with the spray. "It is frosted, Captain," said a mariner who stood beside him. "It has been too cold. Glad am I to see the pillar." When Aldarion sought out Erendis, she looked at him keenly, but did not come forward to meet him, and he stood for a while at a loss for words, as was not his wont. "Sit, my lord," said Erendis, "and first tell me of all your deeds. Much must you have seen and done in these long years." Then Aldarion began haltingly, and she sat silent, listening, while he told all the tale of his trials and delays, and when he ended, she said, "I thank the Valar, by whose grace you have returned at last, but I thank them also that I did not come with you, for I should have withered sooner than any green bough." "Your green bough did not go into the bitter cold by will," he answered. "But dismiss me now, if you will, and I think that men will not blame you. Yet dare I not to hope that your love will prove stronger to endure, even than fair Oialare." "So it does prove, indeed," said Erendis. "It is not yet chilled to the death, Aldarion. Alas, how can I dismiss you when I look on you again, returning as fair as the sun after winter?" "Then let spring and summer now begin," he said. "And let not winter return," said Erendis. Then, to the joy of Menelder and Almarion, the wedding of the king's heir was proclaimed for the next spring. And so it came to pass. In the 870th year of the Second Age, Aldarion and Erendis were wedded in Armenelos, and in every house there was music, and in all the streets men and women sang. And afterwards the king's heir and his bride rode at their leisure through all the isle, until at midsummer they came to Andunier, where the last feast was prepared by Valendil, its lord. And all the people of the Westlands were gathered there, for love of Erendis and pride that a queen of Numenor should come from among them. In the morning before the feast, Aldarion gazed out from the window of the bedchamber, which looked west over sea. "See, Erendis," he cried, "there is a ship speeding to haven, and it is no ship of Numenor, but one such as neither you nor I shall ever set foot upon, even if we would." Then Erendis looked forth, and she saw a tall white ship, with white birds turning in the sunlight all about it, and its sails glimmered with silver as with foam at the stem it rowed towards the harbour. Thus the Eldar graced the wedding of Erendis, for love of the people of the Westlands, who were closest in their friendship. Note 19. In the Westlands and in Andunier, the elven tongue, Sindarin, was spoken by high and low. In that tongue Erendis was nurtured, but Aldarion spoke the Numenorian speech, although as all high men of Numenor, he knew also the tongue of Beleriand. Author's note. Elsewhere, in a note on the languages of Numenor, it is said that the general use of Sindarin in the northwest of the isle was due to the fact that those parts were largely settled by people of Baorian descent, and the people of Baor had in Beleriand early abandoned their own speech and adopted Sindarin. Of this there is no mention in the Silmarillion, though it is said there, page 148, that in Dorloman, in the days of Fingolfin, the people of Hador did not forget their own speech, and from it came the common tongue of Numenor. In other regions of Numenor, Adunaik was the native language of the people, though Sindarin was known in some degree to nearly all, and in the royal house, and in most of the houses of the noble or learned, Sindarin was usually the native tongue, until after the days of Tar Atanamir. It is said later in the present narrative, page 194, that Aldarion actually preferred the Numenorian speech. It may be that in this he was exceptional. This note further states that although Sindarin as used for a long period by mortal men tended to become divergent and dialectal, this process was largely checked in Numenor, at least among the nobles and the learned, by their contact with the Eldar of Erisea and Lindon. Quenya was not a spoken tongue in Numenor. It was known only to the learned and to the families of high descent, to whom it was taught in their early youth. It was used in official documents intended for preservation, such as the laws and the scroll and annals of the kings. Compare the Akalabeth, page 267. In the Scroll of Kings, the name Herunuman was inscribed in the High Elven speech, and often in more recondite works of lore. It was also largely used in nomenclature. The official names of all places, regions, and geographical features in the land were of Quenya form, though they usually had also local names, generally of the same meaning, in either Sindarin or Adunaik. The personal names, and especially the official and public names, of all members of the royal house, and of the line of Elros in general, were given in Quenya form. In a reference to these matters in The Lord of the Rings, Appendix F, 1, section of men, a somewhat different impression is given of the place of Sindarin among the languages of Numenor. The Dunedain alone of all races of men knew and spoke an elvish tongue, for their forefathers had learned the Sindarin tongue, and this they handed on to their children as a matter of lore, changing little with the passing of the years. End of note. Their ship was laden with flowers for the adornment of the feast, so that all that sat there when evening was come were crowned with Eleanor and sweet Liswyn, whose fragrance brings heart's ease. Note 20. Eleanor was a small golden star-shaped flower. It grew also upon the mound of Caren Amroth in Lothlorien. The Fellowship of the Ring, 2:6. Sam Gamgee gave its name to his daughter, on Frodo's suggestion. The Return of the King, 6:9. End of note. Minstrels they brought also, singers who remembered songs of elves and men in the days of Nargothrond and Gondolin long ago, and many of the Eldar high and fair were seated among men at the tables. But the people of Andunia, looking upon the blissful company, said that none were more fair than Erendis, and they said that her eyes were as bright as were the eyes of Morwen Elethwen of old, or even as those of Avalone. Note 21. See Note 10 above for Erendis' descent from Berith, the sister of Morwen's father, Baragund. End of note. Many gifts the Eldar brought also. To Aldarion they gave a sapling tree, whose bark was snow-white, and its stem straight, strong, and pliant, as it were of steel, but it was not yet in leaf. "I thank you," said Aldarion to the elves. "The wood of such a tree must be precious indeed." "Maybe. We know not," said they. "None has ever been hewn. It bears cool leaves in summer, and flowers in winter. It is for this that we prize it." To Erendis they gave a pair of birds, grey with golden beaks and feet. They sang sweetly one to another, with many cadences never repeated, through a long thrill of song. But if one were separated from the other, at once they flew together, and they would not sing apart. "How shall I keep them?" said Erendis. "Let them fly and be free," answered the Eldar. "For we have spoken to them, and named you, and they will stay wherever you dwell. They mate for their life, and that is long. Maybe there will be many such birds to sing in the gardens of your children." That night Erendis awoke, and a sweet fragrance came through the lattice. But the night was light, for the full moon was westering. Then, leaving their bed, Erendis looked out and saw all the land sleeping in silver. But the two birds sat side by side upon her sill. When the feasting was ended, Aldarion and Erendis went for a while to her home, and the birds again perched upon the sill of her window. At length they bade Beregar and Nunith farewell, and they rode back at last to Armenelos. For there, by the king's wish, his heir would dwell, and a house was prepared for them amidst a garden of trees. There the elven tree was planted, and the elven birds sang in its boughs. 2 years later Erendis conceived, and in the spring of the year after she bore to Aldarion a daughter. Even from birth the child was fair, and grew ever in beauty, the woman most beautiful, as old tales tell, that ever was born in the line of Elros, save Arzimrafel the last. When her first naming was due, they called her Ankhalime. In heart Erendis was glad, for she thought, "Surely now Aldarion will desire a son to be his heir, and he will abide with me long yet." For in secret she still feared the sea and its power upon his heart, and though she strove to hide it, and would talk with him of his old ventures and of his hopes and designs, she watched jealously if he went to his house ship or was much with the venturers. To Eambar Aldarion once asked her to come, but seeing swiftly in her eyes that she was not full willing, he never pressed her again. Not without cause was Erendis' fear. When Aldarion had been 5 years ashore, he began to be busy again with his mastership of forests, and was often many days away from his house. There was now indeed sufficient timber in Numenor, and that was chiefly owing to his prudence. Yet since the people were now more numerous, there was ever need of wood for building, and for the making of many things beside. For in those ancient days, though many had great skill with stone and with metals, since the Edain of old had learned much of the Noldor, the Númenóreans loved things fashioned of wood, whether for daily use, or for beauty of carving. At that time Aldarion again gave most heed to the future, planting always where there was felling, and he had new wood set to grow where there was room, a free land that was suited to trees of different kinds. It was then that he became most widely known as Aldarion, by which name he is remembered among those who held the sceptre in Númenor. Yet to many beside Erendis it seemed that he had little love for trees in themselves, caring for them rather as timber that would serve his designs. Not far otherwise was it with the sea, for as Nuneth had said to Erendis long before, "Ships he may love, my daughter, for those are made by men's minds and hands. But I think that it is not the winds or the great waters that so burn his heart, nor yet the sight of strange lands, but some heat in his mind, or some dream that pursues him." And it may be that she struck near the truth, for Aldarion was a man long-sighted, and he looked forward to days when the people would need more room and greater wealth. And whether he himself knew this clearly or no, he dreamed of the glory of Númenor and the power of its kings, and he sought for footholds whence they could step to wider dominion. So it was that ere long he turned again from forestry to the building of ships, and a vision came to him of a mighty vessel like a castle, with tall masts and great sails like clouds, bearing men and stores enough for a town. Then in the yards of Romena the saws and hammers were busy, while among many lesser craft a great ribbed hull took shape, at which men wondered. Turafonto, the wooden whale, they called it, but that was not its name. Erendis learned of these things, though Aldarion had not spoken to her of them, and she was unquiet. Therefore one day she said to him, "What is all this busyness with ships, Lord of the Havens? Have we not enough? How many fair trees have been cut short of their lives in this year?" She spoke lightly, and smiled as she spoke. "A man must have work to do upon land," he answered, "even though he have a fair wife. Trees spring and trees fall. I plant more than are felled." He spoke also in a light tone, but he did not look her in the face, and they did not speak again of these matters. But when Ancalime was close on 4 years old, Aldarion at last declared openly to Erendis his desire to sail again from Númenor. She sat silent, for he said nothing that she did not already know, and words were in vain. He tarried until the birthday of Ancalime, and made much of her that day. She laughed and was merry, though others in that house were not so, and as she went to her bed, she said to her father, "Where will you take me this summer, Titania? I should like to see the white house in the sheepland that Mamil tells of." Aldarion did not answer, and the next day he left the house, and was gone for some days. When all was ready he returned, and bade Erendis farewell. Then against her will, tears were in her eyes. They grieved him, and yet irked him, for his mind was resolved, and he hardened his heart. "Come, Erendis," he said, 8 years I have stayed. You cannot bind forever in soft bonds the son of the king, of the blood of Tuor and Earendil, and I am not going to my death. I shall soon return." "Soon?" she said, "but the years are unrelenting, and you will not bring them back with you, and mine are briefer than yours. My youth runs away, and where are my children, and where is your heir? Too long and often of late is my bed cold." Note 22. It is stated that the Númenóreans, like the Eldar, avoided the begetting of children if they foresaw any separation likely between husband and wife between the conception of the child and at least its very early years. Aldarion stayed in his house for a very brief time after the birth of his daughter, according to the Númenóreans' idea of the fitness of things. End of note. "Often of late I have thought that you preferred it so," said Aldarion. "But let us not be wroth, even if we are not of like mind. Look in your mirror, Erendis. You are beautiful, and no shadow of age is there yet. You have time to spare to my deep need. 2 years. 2 years is all that I ask." But Erendis answered, "Say rather, 2 years I will take, whether you will or no. Take 2 years, then, but no more. A king's son of the blood of Erendis should also be a man of his word. Next morning Aldarion hastened away. He lifted up Onkalime and kissed her, but though she clung to him, he set her down quickly and rode off. Soon after, the great ship set sail from Romena. Hirelonde, he named it, Haven Finder, but it went from Numenor without the blessing of Tar Minelder, and Erendis was not at the harbour to set the green bow of return, nor did she send. Aldarion's face was dark and troubled as he stood at the prow of Hirelonde, where the wife of his captain had set a great branch of Oiarlyre, but he did not look back until the Meneltarma was far off in the twilight. All that day Erendis sat in her chamber alone, grieving, but deeper in her heart she felt a new pain of cold anger, and her love of Aldarion was wounded to the quick. She hated the sea, and now even trees that once she had loved she desired to look upon no more, for they recalled to her the masts of great ships. Therefore ere long she left Armenelos and went to Emeria, in the midst of the isle, wherever, far and near, the bleating of sheep was borne upon the wind. "Sweeter it is to my ears than the mewing of gulls," she said, as she stood at the doors of her white house, the gift of the king, and that was upon a downside, facing west, with great lawns all about that merged without wall or hedge into the pastures. Thither she took Onkalime, and they were all the company that either had, for Erendis would have only servants in her household, and they were all women, and she sought ever to mould her daughter to her own mind, and to feed her upon her own bitterness against men. Onkalime seldom indeed saw any man, for Erendis kept no state, and her few farm servants and shepherds had a homestead at a distance. Other men did not come there, save rarely some messenger from the king, and he would ride away soon, for to men there seemed a chill in the house that put them to flight, and while there they felt constrained to speak half in whisper. One morning, soon after Erendis came to Emeria, she awoke to the song of birds, and there on the sill of her window were the elven birds that long had dwelt in her garden in Armenelos, but which she had left behind, forgotten. "Sweet fools, fly away," she said. "This is no place for such joy as yours." Then their song ceased, and they flew up over the trees. Thrice they wheeled above the roofs, and then they went away westwards. That evening they settled upon the sill of the chamber in the house of her father, where she had lain with Aldarion on their way from the feast in Ondunia, and there Nuneth and Beregar found them on the morning of the next day. But when Nuneth held out her hands to them, they flew steeply up and fled away, and she watched them until they were specks in the sunlight, speeding to the sea, back to the land whence they came. "He has gone again, then, and left her," said Nuneth. "Then why has she not sent news?" said Beregar. "Or why has she not come home?" "She has sent news enough," said Nuneth, "for she has dismissed the elven birds, and that was ill done. It bodes no good." Why, my daughter? Surely you knew what you must face. But let her alone, Beregar, wherever she may be. This is her home no longer, and she will not be healed here. He will come back, and then may the Valar send her wisdom, or guile, at the least." When the second year after Aldarion's sailing came in, by the king's wish, Erendis ordered the house in Armenelos to be arrayed and made ready, but she herself made no preparation for return. To the king she sent answer, saying, "I will come if you command me, Atar Aranya, but have I a duty now to hasten? Will it not be time enough when his sail is seen in the east?" And to herself she said, "Will the king have me wait upon the quays like a sailor's lass? Would that I were, but I am so no longer. I have played that part to the full." But that year passed, and no sail was seen, and the next year came and waned to autumn. Then Erendis grew hard and silent. She ordered that the house in Armenelos be shut, and she went never more than a few hours' journey from her house in Emeria. Such love as she had was all given to her daughter, and she clung to her, and would not have Onkalime leave her side, not even to visit Nuneth and her kin in the Westlands. All Oncalume's teaching was from her mother, and she learned well to write and to read, and to speak the elven tongue with Erendis, after the manner in which high men of Numenor used it. For in the Westlands it was a daily speech in such houses as Beregar's, and Erendis seldom used the Numenorian tongue, which Aldarion loved the better. Much Oncalume also learned of Numenor and the ancient days in such books and scrolls as were in the house which she could understand, and lore of other kinds, of the people and the land, she heard at times from the women of the household, though of this Erendis knew nothing. But the women were chary of their speech to the child, fearing their mistress, and there was little enough of laughter for Oncalume in the White House in Emeria. It was hushed and without music, as if one had died there not long since. For in Numenor in those days it was the part of men to play upon instruments, and the music that Oncalume heard in childhood was the singing of women at work, out of doors, and away from the hearing of the White Lady of Emeria. But now Oncalume was 7 years old, and as often as she could get leave, she would go out of the house and on to the wide downs where she could run free, and at times she would go with a shepherdess, tending the sheep and eating under the sky. One day in the summer of that year, a young boy, but older than herself, came to the house on an errand from one of the distant farms, and Oncalume came upon him munching bread and drinking milk in the farm courtyard at the rear of the house. He looked at her without deference and went on drinking. Then he set down his mug. "Stare if you must, Great Eyes," he said. "You're a pretty girl, but too thin. Will you eat?" He took a loaf out of his bag. "Be off, Ibbo," cried an old woman coming from the dairy door, "and use your long legs or you'll forget the message I gave you for your mother before you get home." "No need for a watchdog where you are, Mother Zamin," cried the boy, and with a bark and a shout he leapt over the gate and went off at a run down the hill. Zamin was an old countrywoman, free-tongued, and not easily daunted, even by the White Lady. "What noisy thing was that?" said Oncalume. "A boy," said Zamin, "if you know what that is. But how should you? They're breakers and eaters, mostly. That one is ever eating, but not to no purpose. A fine lad his father will find when he comes back, but if that is not soon, he'll scarce know him. I might say that of others." "Has the boy then a father too?" asked Oncalume. "To be sure," said Zamin. "Ulbar, one of the shepherds of the great lord away south. The sheep lord, we call him, a kinsman of the king." "Then why is the boy's father not at home?" "Why, Herenke," said Zamin, "because he heard of those venturers, and took up with them, and went away with your father, the Lord Aldarion. But the Valar know whither or why." That evening Oncalume said suddenly to her mother, "Is my father also called the Lord Aldarion?" "He was," said Erendis. "But why do you ask?" Her voice was quiet and cool, but she wondered and was troubled, for no word concerning Aldarion had passed between them before. Oncalume did not answer the question. "When will he come back?" she said. "Do not ask me," said Erendis. "I do not know. Never, perhaps. But do not trouble yourself, for you have a mother, and she will not run away while you love her." Oncalume did not speak of her father again. The days passed, bringing in another year, and then another. In that spring Oncalume was 9 years old. Lambs were born and grew. Shearing came and passed. A hot summer burned the grass. Autumn turned to rain. Then, out of the east, upon a cloudy wind, Hirilande came back over the grey seas, bearing Aldarion to Romena, and word was sent to Emeria, but Erendis did not speak of it. There were none to greet Aldarion upon the quays. He rode through the rain to Armenelos, and he found his house shut. He was dismayed, but he would ask news of no man. First he would seek the king, for he thought he had much to say to him. He found his welcome no warmer than he looked for, and Menelder spoke to him as king to a captain whose conduct is in question. "You have been long away," he said coldly. "It is more than 3 years now since the date that you set for your return." "Alas," said Aldarion, "even I have become weary of the sea, and for long my heart has yearned westward. But I have been detained against my heart. There is much to do, and all things go backward in my absence." "I do not doubt it," said Menelder. "You will find it true here also in your right land, I fear." "That I hope to redress," said Aldarion. "But the world is changing again. Outside nigh on 1,000 years have passed since the lords of the West sent their power against Angband, and those days are forgotten, or wrapped in dim legend among men of Middle-earth. They are troubled again, and fear haunts them. I desire greatly to consult with you, to give account of my deeds, and my thought concerning what should be done." "You shall do so," said Menelder. "Indeed, I expect no less, but there are other matters which I judge more urgent. Let a king first rule well his own house, ere he correct others, it is said. It is true of all men. I will now give you counsel, son of Menelder. You have also a life of your own. Half of yourself you have ever neglected. To you I say now, go home." Aldarion stood suddenly still, and his face was stern. "If you know, tell me," he said. "Where is my home?" "Where your wife is," said Menelder. "You have broken your word to her, whether by necessity or no. She dwells now in Emeria, in her own house, far from the sea. Thither you must go at once." "Had any word been left for me whither to go, I would have gone directly from the haven," said Aldarion. "But at least I need not now ask tidings of strangers." He turned then to go, but paused, saying, "Captain Aldarion has forgotten somewhat that belongs to his other half, which in his waywardness he also thinks urgent. He has a letter that he was charged to deliver to the king in Armenelos." Presenting it to Menelder, he bowed and left the chamber, and within an hour he took horse and rode away, though night was falling. With him he had but 2 companions, men from his ship, Henderch of the Westlands, and Ulbar, who came from Emeria. Riding hard, they came to Emeria at nightfall of the next day, and men and horses were weary. Cold and white looked the house on the hill in a last gleam of sunset under cloud. He blew a horn call as soon as he saw it from afar. As he leapt from his horse in the forecourt, he saw Erendis. Clad in white, she stood upon the steps that went up to the pillars before the door. She held herself high, but as he drew near, he saw that she was pale, and her eyes overbright. "You come late, my lord," she said. "I had long ceased to expect you. I fear that there is no such welcome prepared for you as I had made when you were due." "Mariners are not hard to please," he said. "That is well," she said, and she turned back into the house and left him. Then 2 women came forward, and an old crone who went down the steps. As Aldarion went in, she said to the man in a loud voice, so that he could hear her, "There is no lodging for you here. Go down to the homestead at the hill's foot." "No, Zamin," said Ulbar. "I'll not stay. I'm for home by the Lord Aldarion's leave. Is all well there?" "Well enough," said she. "Your son has eaten himself out of your memory. But go and find your own answers. You'll be warmer there than your captain." Erendis did not come to the table at his late evening meal, and Aldarion was served by women in a room apart. But before he was done, she entered, and said before the women, "You will be weary, my lord, after such haste. A guest room is made ready for you when you will. My women will wait on you. If you are cold, call for fire." Aldarion made no answer. He went early to the bedchamber, and being now weary indeed, he cast himself on the bed, and forgot soon the shadows of Middle-earth and of Numenor in a heavy sleep. But at cockcrow he awoke to a great disquiet and anger. He rose at once, and thought to go without noise from the house. He would find his man, Henderch, and the horses, and ride to his kinsman, Halatan, the sheep-lord of Hjarastorni. Later he would summon Erendis to bring his daughter to Armenelos, and not have dealings with her upon her own ground. But as he went out towards the doors, Erendis came forward. She had not lain in bed that night, and she stood before him on the threshold. "You leave more promptly than you came, my lord," she said. "I hope that, being a mariner, you have not found this house of women irksome already, to go thus before your business is done. Indeed, what business brought you hither? May I learn it before your leave?" "I was told in Armenelos that my wife was here, and had removed my daughter hither," he answered. "As to the wife I am mistaken, it seems. But have I not a daughter?" "You had one, some years ago," she said, "but my daughter has not yet risen." "Then let her rise while I go for my horse," said Aldarion. Erendis would have withheld Oncalime from meeting him at that time, but she feared to go so far as to lose the king's favour, and the council had long shown their displeasure at the upbringing of the child in the country. Note 23. In a note on the Council of the Sceptre at this time in the history of Numenor, it is said that this council had no powers to govern the king save by advice, and no such powers had yet been desired or dreamed of as needful. The council was composed of members from each of the divisions of Numenor, but the king's heir, when proclaimed, was also a member, so that he might learn of the government of the land, and others also the king might summon, or ask to be chosen, if they had special knowledge of matters at any time in debate. At this time there were only 2 members of the council, other than Aldarion, who were of the line of Elros, Valendil of Ondunia, for the Ondustar, and Halaton of Hjarastorni, for the Mitomar. But they owed their place not to their descent or their wealth, but to the esteem and love in which they were held in their countries. In the Akalabeth, page 268, it is said that the Lord of Ondunia was ever among the chief councillors of the sceptre. End of note. Therefore, when Aldarion rode back, with Henderch beside him, Oncalime stood beside her mother on the threshold. She stood erect and stiff as her mother, and made him no courtesy as he dismounted and came up the steps towards her. "Who are you?" she said, "and why do you bid me to rise so early before the house is stirring?" Aldarion looked at her keenly, and though his face was stern, he smiled within, for he saw there a child of his own, rather than of Erendis, for all her schooling. "You knew me once, Lady Oncalime," he said. "But no matter. Today I am but a messenger from Armenelos, to remind you that you are the daughter of the king's heir, and, so far as I can now see, you shall be his heir in your turn. You will not always dwell here, but go back to your bed now, my lady, until your maidservant wakes, if you will. I am in haste to see the king. Farewell." He kissed the hand of Oncalime and went down the steps. Then he mounted and rode away with a wave of his hand. Erendis alone at a window watched him riding down the hill, and she marked that he rode towards Hjarastorni, and not towards Armenelos. Then she wept, from grief, but still more from anger. She had looked for some penitence, that she might extend after rebuke pardon, if prayed for. But he had dealt with her as if she were the offender, and ignored her before her daughter. Too late, she remembered the words of Nuneth long before, and she saw Aldarion now as something large and not to be tamed, driven by a fierce will, more perilous when chill. She rose and turned from the window, thinking of her wrongs. "Perilous," she said. "I am steel hard to break. So he would find, even were he the king of Numenor." Aldarion rode on to Hjarastorni, the house of Halaton, his cousin, for he had a mind to rest there a while and take thought. When he came near, he heard the sound of music, and he found the shepherds making merry for the homecoming of Ulbar, with many marvellous tales and many gifts. And the wife of Ulbar, garlanded, was dancing with him to the playing of pipes. At first none observed him, and he sat on his horse watching with a smile. But then suddenly Ulbar cried out, "The great captain!" and Ibal, his son, ran forward to Aldarion's stirrup. "Lord Captain!" he said eagerly. "What is it? I am in haste," said Aldarion, for now his mood was changed, and he felt wrathful and bitter. "I would but ask," said the boy, "how old must a man be before he may go over sea in a ship, like my father?" "As old as the hills, and with no other hope in life," said Aldarion, "or whenever he has a mind. But your mother, Ulbar's son, will she not greet me?" When Ulbar's wife came forward, Aldarion took her hand. "Will you receive this of me?" he said. "It is but little return for 6 years of a good man's aid that you gave me." Then from a wallet under his tunic he took a jewel red like fire upon a band of gold, and he pressed it into her hand. From the king of the elves it came, he said, but he will think it well bestowed when I tell him. Then Aldarion bade farewell to the people there, and rode away, having no mind now to stay in that house. When Halaton heard of his strange coming and going, he marvelled, until more news ran through the countryside. Aldarion rode only a short way from Hjarastorni, and then he stayed his horse, and spoke to Henderch, his companion. "Whatever welcome awaits you, friend, out west, I will not keep you from it. Ride now home with my thanks. I have a mind to go alone." "It is not fitting, Lord Captain," said Henderch. "It is not," said Aldarion, "but that is the way of it. Farewell." Then he rode on alone to Armenelos, and never again set foot in Emeria. When Aldarion left the chamber, Menelder looked at the letter that his son had given him, wondering, for he saw that it came from King Gilgalad in Lindon. It was sealed, and bore his device of white stars upon a blue ronger. Note 24. It is recorded that Erendis was given the name Gilgalad, Star of Radiance, because his helm and mail, and his shield overlaid with silver and set with a device of white stars, shone from afar like a star in sunlight or moonlight, and could be seen by elvish eyes at a great distance if he stood upon a height. End of note. Upon the outer fold was written, "Given at Mithlond to the hand of the Lord Aldarion, king's heir of Numenor, to be delivered to the High King at Armenelos in person." Then Menelder broke the seal and read, "Erendis, Gilgalad son of Fingon, to Tar Menelder of the line of Earendil, greeting. The Valar keep you, and may no shadow fall upon the Isle of Kings. Long I have owed you thanks, for you have so many times sent to me your son, Anardil Aldarion, the greatest elf-friend that now is among men, as I deem. At this time I ask your pardon if I have detained him overlong in my service, for I had great need of the knowledge of men and their tongues, which he alone possesses. He has dared many perils to bring me counsel. Of my need he will speak to you, yet he does not guess how great it is, being young and full of hope. Therefore I write this for the eyes of the King of Numenor only. A new shadow arises in the east. It is no tyranny of evil men, as your son believes, but a servant of Morgoth is stirring, and evil things wake again. Each year it gains in strength, for most men are ripe to its purpose. Not far off is the day, I judge, when it will become too great for the Eldar unaided to withstand. Therefore, whenever I behold a tall ship of the kings of men, my heart is eased. And now I make bold to seek your help. If you have any strength of men to spare, lend it to me, I beg. Your son will report to you, if you will, all our reasons, but in fine it is his counsel, and that is ever wise, that when assault comes, as it surely will, we should seek to hold the Westlands, where still the Eldar dwell, and men of your race whose hearts are not yet darkened. At the least we must defend Eriador, about the long rivers west of the mountains that we named Hithyglir, our chief defense. But in that mountain wall there is a great gap southward, in the land of Colinarthon, and by that way inroad from the east must come. Already enmity creeps along the coast towards it. It could be defended and assault hindered did we hold some seat of power upon the nearer shore. So the Lord Aldarion long has seen. At Vinyalonde, by the mouth of Gwathlo, he has long laboured to establish such a haven, secure against sea and land. But his mighty works have been in vain. He has great knowledge in such matters, for he has learned much of Círdan, and he understands better than any the needs of your great ships. But he has never had men enough, whereas Círdan has no wrights or masons to spare. The king will know his own needs, but if he will listen with favour to the Lord Aldarion, and support him as he may, then hope will be greater in the world. The memories of the First Age are dim, and all things in Middle-earth grow colder. Let not the ancient friendship of Eldar and Dunedain wane also. Behold, the darkness that is to come is filled with hatred for us, but it hates you no less. The great sea will not be too wide for its wings, if it is suffered to come to full growth. Manwe, keep you under the one, and send fair wind to your sails. Menelder let the parchment fall into his lap. Great clouds borne upon a wind out of the east brought darkness early, and the tall candles at his side seemed to dwindle in the gloom that filled his chamber. "May Eru call me before such a time comes," he cried aloud. Then to himself he said, "Alas, that his pride and my coolness have kept our minds apart so long. But sooner now than I had resolved, it will be the course of wisdom to resign the sceptre to him, for these things are beyond my reach. When the Valar gave to us the land of gift, they did not make us their vicegerents. We were given the kingdom of Numenor, not of the world. They are the lords. Here we were to put away hatred and war, for war was ended, and Morgoth thrust forth from Arda. So I deemed, and so was taught. Yet if the world grows again dark, the lords must know, and they have sent me no sign. Unless this be the sign, what then? Our fathers were rewarded for the aid they gave in the defeat of the Great Shadow. Shall their sons stand aloof if evil finds a new head? I am in too great doubt to rule, to prepare, or to let be. To prepare for war, which is yet only guessed. Train craftsmen and tillers in the midst of peace, for blood-spilling and battle. Put iron in the hands of greedy captains who will love only conquest, and count the slain as their glory. Will they say to Eru, "At least your enemies were amongst them"? Or to fold hands, while friends die unjustly, let men live in blind peace until the ravisher is at the gate? What then will they do? Match naked hands against iron and die in vain, or flee leaving the cries of women behind them? Will they say to Eru, "At least I spilled no blood"? When either way may lead to evil, of what worth is choice? Let the Valar rule under Eru. I will resign the sceptre to Aldarion, yet that also is a choice, for I know well which road he will take, unless Erendis. Then Menelder's thought turned in disquiet to Erendis in Emeria, but there is little hope there, if it should be called hope. He will not bend in such grave matters. I know her choice, even were she to listen long enough to understand, for her heart has no wings beyond Numenor, and she has no guess of the cost. If her choice should lead to death in her own time, she would die bravely. But what will she do with life and other wills? The Valar themselves, even as I, must wait to discover. Aldarion came back to Romena on the 4th day after Hirilonde had returned to haven. He was way-stained and weary, and he went at once to Eambar, upon which he now intended to dwell. By that time, as he found to his embitterment, many tongues were already wagging in the city. On the next day he gathered men in Romena, and brought them to Armenelos. There he bade some fell all the trees, save one, in his garden, and take them to the shipyards. Others he commanded to raze his house to the ground. The white elven tree alone he spared, and when the woodcutters were gone, he looked at it, standing amid the desolation, and he saw for the first time that it was in itself beautiful. In its slow elven growth it was yet but 12 feet high, straight, slender, youthful, now budded with its winter flowers upon upheld branches pointing to the sky. It recalled to him his daughter, and he said, "I will call you also Ankaleme. May you and she stand so in long life, unbent by wind or will, and unclipped." On the 3rd day, after his return from Emeria, Aldarion sought the king. Tarmenelder sat still in his chair and waited. Looking at his son, he was afraid, for Aldarion was changed. His face was become grey, cold and hostile, as the sea when the sun is suddenly veiled in dull cloud. Standing before his father, he spoke slowly, with tone of contempt rather than of wrath. "What part you have played in this, you yourself know best," he said. "But a king should consider how much a man will endure, though he be a subject, even his son. If you would shackle me to this island, then you choose your chain ill. I have now neither wife nor love of this land left. I will go from this misenchanted isle of daydreams, where women in their insolence would have men cringe. I will use my days to some purpose elsewhere, where I am not scorned, more welcome in honor. Another heir you may find more fit for a house-servant. Of my inheritance I demand only this, the ship Hirilonde, and as many men as it will hold. My daughter I would take also, were she older, but I will commend her to my mother. Unless you dote upon sheep, you will not hinder this, and will not suffer the child to be stunted, reared among mute women in cold insolence and contempt of her kin. She is of the line of Elros, and no other descendant will you have through your son. I have done. I will go now about business more profitable." Thus far, Menelder had sat in patience with downcast eyes, and made no sign. But now he sighed and looked up. "Aldarion, my son," he said sadly, "the king would say that you also show cold insolence and contempt of your kin, and yourself condemn others unheard. But your father, who loves you and grieves for you, will remit that. The fault is not mine only that I have not ere now understood your purposes. But as for what you have suffered, of which, alas, too many now speak, I am guiltless. Erendis I have loved, and since our hearts lean the same way, I have thought that she had much to endure that was hard. Your purposes are now become clear to me, though if you are in mood to hear aught but praise, I would say that at first your own pleasure also led you, and it may be that things would have been otherwise if you had spoken more openly long ago." "The king may have some grievance in this," cried Aldarion, now more hotly, "but not the one you speak of. To her at least I spoke long and often, to cold ears uncomprehending. As well might a truant boy talk of tree-climbing to a nurse, anxious only about the tearing of clothes and the due time of meals. I love her, or I should care less. The past I will keep in my heart. The future is dead. She does not love me, or aught else. She loves herself, with Numenor as a setting, and myself as a tame hound, to drowse by the hearth until she has a mind to walk in her own fields. But since hounds now seem too gross, she will have on Colime to pipe in a cage. But enough of this. Have I the king's leave to depart, or has he some command?" "The king," answered Tarmenelder, "has thought much about these matters, in what seem the long days since last you were in Armenelos. He has read the letter of Gil-galad, which is earnest and grave in tone. Alas, to his prayer and your wishes the king of Numenor must say nay. He cannot do otherwise, according to his understanding of the perils of either course, to prepare for war, or not to prepare." Aldarion shrugged his shoulders, and took a step as if to go, but Menelder held up his hand commanding attention, and continued, "Nevertheless, the king, though he has now ruled the land of Numenor for 142 years, has no certainty that his understanding of the matter is sufficient for a just decision in matters of such high import and peril." He paused, and taking up a parchment written in his own hand, he read from it in a clear voice. "Therefore, first for the honor of his well-beloved son, and second for the better direction of the realm in courses which his son more clearly understands, the king has resolved that he will forthwith resign the scepter to his son, who shall now become Tar Aldarion, the king." "This," said Menelder, "when it is proclaimed, will make known to all my thought concerning this present pass. It will raise you above scorn, and it will set free your powers, so that other losses may seem more easy to endure. The letter of Gil-galad, when you are king, you shall answer as seems fit to the holder of the scepter." Aldarion stood still for a moment, in amaze. He had braced himself to face the king's anger, which wilfully he had endeavoured to kindle. Now he stood confounded. Then, as one swept from his feet by a sudden wind from a quarter unexpected, he fell to his knees before his father. But after a moment he raised his bowed head and laughed. So he always did when he heard of any deed of great generosity, for it gladdened his heart. "Father," he said, "ask the king to forget my insolence to him, for he is a great king, and his humility sets him far above my pride. I am conquered. I submit myself wholly. That such a king should resign the scepter while in vigor and wisdom is not to be thought." "Yet so it is resolved," said Menelder. "The council shall be summoned forthwith." When the council came together after 7 days had passed, Tarmenelder acquainted them with his resolve, and laid the scroll before them. Then all were amazed, not yet knowing what were the courses of which the king spoke, and all demurred, begging him to delay his decision, save only Halaton of Hjarastorni, for he had long held his kinsman Aldarion in esteem, though his own life and likings were far otherwise, and he judged the king's deed to be noble and timed with shrewdness, if it must be. But to those others who urged this or that against his resolve, Menelder answered, "Not without thought did I come to this resolution, and in my thought I have considered all the reasons that you wisely argue. Now and not later is the time most fit for my will to be published, for reasons which though none here has uttered all must guess. Forthwith, then, let this decree be proclaimed. But if you will, it shall not take effect until the time of the Erechirme in the spring. Till then I will hold the sceptre." When news came to Emeria of the proclamation of the decree, Erendis was dismayed, for she read therein a rebuke by the king, in whose favour she had trusted. In this she saw truly, but that anything else of greater import lay behind, she did not conceive. Soon afterwards there came a message from Tar Menelder, a command indeed, though graciously worded. She was bidden to come to Armenelos, and to bring with her the lady Uncalame, there to abide at least until the Erechirme and the proclamation of the new king. "He is swift to strike," she thought. "So I should have foreseen. He will strip me of all, but myself he shall not command, though it be by the mouth of his father." Therefore she returned answer to Tar Menelder. "King and father, my daughter Uncalame must come indeed, if you command it. I beg that you will consider her years, and see to it that she is lodged in quiet. For myself, I pray you to excuse me. I learn that my house in Armenelos has been destroyed, and I would not at this time willingly be a guest, least of all upon a house ship among mariners. Here then permit me to remain in my solitude, unless it be the king's will also to take back this house." This letter Tar Menelder read with concern, but it missed its mark in his heart. He showed it to Aldarion, to whom it seemed chiefly aimed. Then Aldarion read the letter, and the king, regarding the face of his son, said, "Doubtless you are grieved, but for what else did you hope?" "Not for this, at least," said Aldarion. "It is far below my hope of her. She has dwindled, and if I have wrought this, then black is my blame. But do the large shrink in adversity? This was not the way, not even in hate or revenge. She should have demanded that a great house be prepared for her, called for a queen's escort, and come back to Armenelos with her beauty adorned royally, with a star on her brow. Then well-nigh all the Isle of Numenor she might have bewitched to her part, and made me seem madman and churl. The Valar be my witness. I would rather have had it so. Rather a beautiful queen to thwart me and flout me, than freedom to rule while the Lady Elistirne falls down dim into her own twilight." Then, with a bitter laugh, he gave back the letter to the king. "Well, so it is," he said. "But if one has a distaste to dwell on a ship among mariners, another may be excused dislike of a sheep farm among serving women. But I will not have my daughter so schooled. At least she shall choose by knowledge." He rose and begged leave to go. Editor. The further course of the narrative. From the point where Aldarion read the letter from Erendis, refusing to return to Armenelos, the story can only be traced in glimpses and snatches from notes and jottings, and even those do not constitute the fragments of a wholly consistent story, being composed at different times and often at odds with themselves. It seems that when Aldarion became king of Numenor in the year 883, he determined to revisit Middle-earth at once, and departed for Mithlond either in the same year or the next. It is recorded that on the prow of Hirelande he set no bough of Oialaire, but the image of an eagle with golden beak and jeweled eyes, which was the gift of Círdan. Author. It perched there by the craft of its maker, as if poised for flight, unerring to some far mark that it espied. "This sign shall lead us to our aim," he said. "For our return let the Valar care, if our deeds do not displease them." Editor. It is also stated that no records are now left of the later voyages that Aldarion made, but that it is known that he went much on land as well as sea, and went up the river Gwathla as far as Tharbad, and there met Galadriel. There is no mention elsewhere of this meeting, but at that time Galadriel and Celeborn were dwelling in Eregion, at no great distance from Tharbad. See page 235. Author. But all Aldarion's labors were swept away. The works that he began again at Vignalonde were never completed, and the sea gnawed them. Note 25. See page 265. End of note. Nevertheless, he laid the foundation for the achievement of Tar-Menoster long years after, in the first war with Sauron, and but for his works the fleets of Numenor could not have brought their power in time to the right place, as he foresaw. Already the hostility was growing, and dark men out of the mountains were thrusting into Enedwaith. But in Aldarion's day the Númenóreans did not yet desire more room, and his venturers remained a small people, admired, but little emulated. Editor. There is no mention of any further development of the alliance with Gil-galad, or of the sending of the aid that he requested in his letter to Tar-Menelder. It is said, indeed, that... Author. Aldarion was too late, or too early. Too late, for the power that hated Númenor had already waked. Too early, for the time was not yet ripe for Númenor to show its power, or to come back into the battle for the world. Editor. There was a stir in Númenor when Tar Aldarion determined to return to Middle-earth in 883 or 884, for no king had ever before left the Isle, and the council had no precedent. It seems that Menelder was offered but refused the regency, and that Halatan of Hjarastorni became regent, either appointed by the council or by Tar Aldarion himself. Of the history of Ancalame during those years when she was growing up, there is no certain form. There is less doubt concerning her somewhat ambiguous character, and the influence that her mother exerted on her. She was less prim than Erendis, and natively liked display, jewels, music, admiration, and deference. But she liked them at will, and not unceasingly, and she made her mother and the White House in Emeria an excuse for escape. She approved, as it were, both Erendis' treatment of Aldarion on his late return, but also Aldarion's anger, impenitence, and subsequent relentless dismissal of Erendis from his heart and concern. She had a profound dislike of obligatory marriage, and in marriage of any constraint on her will. Her mother had spoken unceasingly against men, and indeed a remarkable example of Erendis' teaching in this respect is preserved. Author. Men in Númenor are half-elves, said Erendis, especially the high men. They are neither the one nor the other. The long life that they were granted deceives them, and they dally in the world. Children in mind, until age finds them, and then many only forsake play out of doors for play in their houses. They turn their play into great matters, and great matters into play. They would be craftsmen and lore-masters and heroes all at once, and women to them are but fires on the hearth, for others to tend, until they are tired of play in the evening. All things were made for their service. Hills are for quarries, rivers to furnish water or to turn wheels, trees for boards, women for their bodies' need, or if fair to adorn their table and hearth, and children to be teased when nothing else is to do. But they would as soon play with their hounds, whelps. To all they are gracious and kind, merry as larks in the morning, if the sun shines, for they are never wrathful if they can avoid it. Men should be gay, they hold, generous as the rich, giving away what they do not need. Anger they show only when they become aware, suddenly, that there are other wills in the world beside their own. Then they will be as ruthless as the sea wind, if anything dare to withstand them. Thus it is on Calame, and we cannot alter it. For men fashioned Númenor. Men, those heroes of old that they sing of their women we hear less, save that they wept when their men were slain. Númenor was to be a rest after war. But if they weary of rest and the plays of peace, soon they will go back to their great play, manslaying and war. Thus it is, and we are set here among them. But we need not assent. If we love Númenor also, let us enjoy it before they ruin it. We also are daughters of the great, and we have wills and courage of our own. Therefore do not bend on Calame. Once bend a little, and they will bend you further until you are bowed down. Sink your roots into the rock and face the wind, though it blow away all your leaves. Editor. Moreover, and more potently, Erendis had made Ancalame accustomed to the society of women, the cool, quiet, gentle life of Emeria without interruptions or alarms. Boys like Ibal shouted. Men rode up blowing horns at strange hours, and were fed with great noise. They begot children, and left them in the care of women when they were troublesome. And though childbirth had less of ills and peril, Numenor was not an earthly paradise, and the weariness of labor or of all-making was not taken away. Oncalime, like her father, was resolute in pursuing her policies, and like him she was obstinate, taking the opposite course to any that was counselled. She had something of her mother's coldness and sense of personal injury, and deep in her heart, almost but not quite forgotten, was the firmness with which Aldarion had unclasped her hand and set her down when he was in haste to be gone. She loved dearly the downlands of her home, and never, as she said in her life, could she sleep at peace far from the sound of sheep. But she did not refuse the heirship, and determined that when her day came, she would be a powerful ruling queen, and when so, to live where and how she pleased. It seems that for some 18 years after Aldarion became king, he was often gone from Numenor, and during that time, Oncalime passed her days both in Emeria and in Armenelos, for Queen Almarion took a great liking to her, and indulged her as she had indulged Aldarion in his youth. In Armenelos she was treated with deference by all, and not least by Aldarion, and though at first she was ill at ease, missing the wide airs of her home, in time she ceased to be abashed, and became aware that men looked with wonder upon her beauty, now come to its full. As she grew older, she became ever more wilful, and she found irksome the company of Erendis, who behaved like a widow, and would not be queen. But she continued to return to Emeria, both as a retreat from Armenelos, and because she desired thus to vex Aldarion. She was clever and malicious, and saw promise of sport as the prize for which her mother and her father did battle. Now in the year 892, when Oncalime was 19 years old, she was proclaimed the king's heir, at a far earlier age than had previously been the case. See page 177. And at that time, Tar Aldarion caused the law of succession in Numenor to be changed. It is said specifically that Tar Aldarion did this for reasons of private concern rather than policy, and out of his long resolve to defeat Erendis. The change of the law is referred to in The Lord of the Rings, Appendix A, 1-1. Author: the sixth king, Tar Aldarion, left only one child, a daughter. She became the first queen, that is, ruling queen, for it was then made a law of the royal house that the eldest child of the king, whether man or woman, should receive the scepter. Editor: but elsewhere the new law is formulated differently from this. The fullest and clearest account states in the first place that the old law, as it was afterwards called, was not in fact a Numenorian law, but an inherited custom which circumstances had not yet called in question, and according to that custom the ruler's eldest son inherited the scepter. It was understood that if there were no son, the nearest male kinsman of male descent from Elros Tar-Miniatur would be the heir. Thus, if Tar-Minelder had had no son, the heir would not have been Valendil, his nephew, son of his sister, Silmarion, but Malantur, his cousin, grandson of Tar-Elendil's younger brother, Earendar. But by the new law, the eldest daughter of the ruler inherited the scepter, if he had no son, this being, of course, in contradiction to what is said in The Lord of the Rings. By the advice of the council, it was added that she was free to refuse. Note 26. A legitimate male heir, on the other hand, could not refuse. But since a king could always resign the scepter, a male heir could in fact immediately resign to his natural heir. He was then himself deemed also to have reigned for at least 1 year, and this was the case, the only case, with Vardamir, the son of Elros, who did not ascend the throne but gave the scepter to his son, Amandil. End of note. In such a case, according to the new law, the heir of the ruler was the nearest male kinsman, whether by male or female descent. Thus, if Oncalime had refused the scepter, Tar Aldarion's heir would have been Saranto, the son of his sister, Eilenel, and if Oncalime had resigned the scepter or died childless, Saranto would likewise have been her heir. It was also ordained at the instance of the council that a female heir must resign if she remained unwed beyond a certain time. And to these provisions Tar Aldarion added that the king's heir should not wed save in the line of Elros, and that any who did so should cease to be eligible for the heirship. It is said that this ordinance arose directly from Aldarion's disastrous marriage to Erendis, and his reflections upon it, for she was not of the line of Elros, and had a lesser lifespan, and he believed that therein lay the root of all their troubles. Beyond question, these provisions of the new law were recorded in such detail because they were to bear closely on the later history of these reigns. But unhappily, very little can now be said of it. At some later date, Tar Aldarion rescinded the law that a ruling queen must marry or resign, and this was certainly due to Ancalame's reluctance to countenance either alternative. But the marriage of the heir to another member of the line of Elros remained the custom ever after. Note 27. It is said elsewhere that this rule of royal marriage was never a matter of law, but it became a custom of pride, a symptom of the growth of the shadow, since it only became rigid when the distinction between the line of Elros and other families, in lifespan, vigor, or ability, had diminished, or altogether disappeared. End of note. At all events, suitors for Ancalame's hand soon began to appear in Emeria, and not only because of the change in her position, for the fame of her beauty, of her aloofness and disdain, and of the strangeness of her upbringing had run through the land. In that time the people began to speak of her as Emerwen Aranel, the princess shepherdess. To escape from importunity, Ancalame, aided by the old woman Zamin, went into hiding at a farm on the borders of the lands of Halatan of Hjarastorni, where she lived for a time the life of a shepherdess. The accounts, which are indeed no more than hasty jottings, vary as to how her parents responded to this state of affairs. According to one, Erendis herself knew where Ancalame was, and approved the reason for her flight, while Aldarion prevented the council from searching for her, since it was to his mind that his daughter should act thus independently. According to another, however, Erendis was disturbed at Ancalame's flight, and the king was wrathful. And at this time Erendis attempted some reconciliation with him, at least in respect of Ancalame. But Aldarion was unmoved, declaring that the king had no wife, but that he had a daughter and an heir, and that he did not believe that Erendis was ignorant of her hiding place. What is certain is that Ancalame fell in with a shepherd who was minding flocks in the same region, and to her this man named himself Mamandil. Ancalame was all unused to such company as his, and she took delight in his singing, in which he was skilled, and he sang to her songs that came out of far-off days, when the Edain pastured their flocks in Eriador long ago, before ever they met the Eldar. They met thus in the pastures often and often, and he altered the songs of the lovers of old, and brought into them the names of Emerwen and Mamandil. And Ancalame feigned not to understand the drift of the words. But at length he declared his love for her openly, and she drew back and refused him, saying that her fate lay between them, for she was the heir of the king. But Mamandil was not abashed, and he laughed, and told her that his right name was Halakar, son of Halatan of Hjarastorni, of the line of Elros Tarminyatur. And how else could any wooer find you? He said. Then Ancalame was angry, because he had deceived her, knowing from the first who she was. But he answered, "That is true, in part. I contrived indeed to meet the lady, whose ways were so strange that I was curious to see more of her. But then I loved Emerwen, and I care not now who she may be. Do not think that I pursue your high place, for far rather would I have it that you were Emerwen only. I rejoice but in this, that I also am of the line of Elros, because otherwise I deem that we could not wed." "We could," said Ancalame, "if I had any mind to such a state. I could lay down my royalty and be free. But if I were to do so, I should be free to wed whom I will, and that would be Unair, which is no man, whom I prefer above all others." It was, however, to Halakar that Ancalame was wedded in the end, From one version it appears that the persistence of Halakar in his suit, despite her rejection of him, and the urging of the council that she choose a husband for the quiet of the realm, led to their marriage, not many years after their first meeting among the flocks in Ameria. But elsewhere it is said that she remained unmarried so long that her cousin Saranto, relying on the provision of the new law, called upon her to surrender the heirship, and that she then married Halakar in order to spite Saranto. In yet another brief notice, it is implied that she wedded Halakar after Aldarion had rescinded the provision, in order to put an end to Saranto's hopes of becoming king if Oncalime died childless. However this may be, the story is clear that Oncalime did not desire love, nor did she wish for a son, and she said, "Must I become like Queen Almarion and dote upon him?" Her life with Halakar was unhappy, and she begrudged him her son Anarion, and there was strife between them thereafter. She sought to subject him, claiming to be the owner of his land, and forbidding him to dwell upon it, for she would not, as she said, have her husband a farm steward. From this time comes the last tale that is recorded of those unhappy things. For Oncalime would let none of her women wed, and although for fear of her most were restrained, they came from the country about, and had lovers whom they wished to marry. But Halakar, in secret, arranged for them to be wedded, and he declared that he would give a last feast at his own house before he left it. To this feast he invited Oncalime, saying that it was the house of his kindred, and should be given a farewell of courtesy. Oncalime came, attended by all her women, for she did not care to be waited on by men. She found the house all lit and arrayed as for a great feast, and men of the household attired in garlands, as for their weddings, and each with another garland in his hands for a bride. "Come," said Halakar, "the weddings are prepared, and the bride-chambers ready. But since it cannot be thought that we should ask the Lady Oncalime, king's heir, to lie with a farm steward, then alas, she must sleep alone tonight." And Oncalime perforce remained there, for it was too far to ride back, nor would she go unattended. Neither men nor women hid their smiles, and Oncalime would not come to the feast, but lay abed, listening to the laughter far off, and thinking it aimed at herself. Next day she rode off in a cold rage, and Halakar sent 3 men to escort her. Thus he was revenged, for she came never back to Ameria, where the very sheep seemed to make scorn of her. But she pursued Halakar with hatred afterwards. Of the later years of Tar Aldarion nothing can now be said, save that he seems to have continued his voyages to Middle-earth, and more than once left Oncalime as his regent. His last voyage took place about the end of the first millennium of the Second Age, and in the year 1075, Oncalime became the first ruling queen of Numenor. It is told that after the death of Tar Aldarion in 1098, Tar Oncalime neglected all her father's policies and gave no further aid to Gil-galad in Lindon. Her son, Anarion, who was afterwards the 8th ruler of Numenor, first had 2 daughters. They disliked and feared the queen, and refused the heirship, remaining unwed, since the queen would not in revenge allow them to marry. Note 28. This is strange because Anarion was the heir in Oncalime's lifetime. In the line of Elros, page 220, it is said only that Anarion's daughters refused the scepter. End of note. Anarion's son Surion was born the last, and was the 9th ruler of Numenor. Of Erendis it is said that when old age came upon her, neglected by Oncalime, and in bitter loneliness, she longed once more for Aldarion, and learning that he was gone from Numenor on what proved to be his last voyage, but that he was soon expected to return, she left Ameria at last, and journeyed unrecognized and unknown to the haven of Romena. There it seems she met her fate, but only the words Erendis perished in water in the year 985 remain to suggest how it came to pass.